and welcome to day 2 of the VCMEAX Conference. This week, we're bringing together people from the Middle East and Africa region and far beyond to join together to learn from experts in their field across the business management and health landscape. We're here to help innovators prepare their pitch presentations and ultimately present their idea to a group of angel investors. We are here to serve the venture capital community as we focus on women and minority entrepreneurs. Our goal is to provide education and support to a diverse group of people. And following the warm welcome we received for VC Latinx and VC EuropeX last year and VC APAX earlier this week, we're now focusing on our 4th global event, bringing together people from all over the Middle East and Africa who share a vision of social inclusion and are passionate about entrepreneurship. And together, folks from this part of the world will share the latest and greatest on business, health, and wellness in support of startups, entrepreneurs, and small to mid-sized business owners who will be joining us from all over the world. Today, we expect over 1,000 attendees coming from over 70 different countries to learn from the best of the best. So make yourself comfortable and plan to spend the next 4 days with us. I'll promise you, we know you're going to gain practical steps you can take immediately that can have a positive impact on your business. We are all about practical education and information, and who best to learn from than experts in their field. So grab a cup of coffee and settle in. Deb and I are so glad you are here. All righty, so let's get started with today. And so that's today's agenda. And of course, our times are Eastern Standard Times, EST. So today, now, day 2 open at 8 a.m., followed by business opportunities in Turkey with Kamil Kazinsari. At 9 o'clock, we're going to have Arthur Weiss go over AI tools. At 11 o'clock, COO/CHRO perspectives. At 12 noon, we have our keynote. There are echoes from the Congo. And then in the afternoon, we're going to have at 1 o'clock, 10 things you need to know before you start your business with Michael Horesh. And at 2 o'clock, crowdfunding strategies with Dr. Leticia Wright. At 3 o'clock, the Dubai City of the Future with Josh Joya. And then Deb and I were going to bring Fuji.tv to you. And of course, at 2 o'clock, we will close. So we have a short break and bring our first speaker. And how wonderful to see you, Deb. How are you doing today?
Hello, it's so good to see you, Ron. And hello, everyone, and welcome.
Okay, we're going to go on a short break, and then we're going to bring our first speaker of the day. See you soon. Hello, folks, and welcome. And now it's my great pleasure to introduce our first speaker of the day, Kamil Kazinsari. Kamil has managed large-scale international business development projects for 40 years and specialized in foresight consultancy across multiple disciplines with his own deep experience and futures thinking approach within his competencies as a futurist. He's a businessman who always runs ahead of his time. He's active in next-generation businesses and has been in international collaborations in areas such as industrial drones, hovercrafts, and sports tech. He has been actively working in the field of electric vehicles and the ecosystem since the early days of the e-mobility concept. So today, Kamil is sharing how we can explore business opportunities in Turkey. Kamil, how wonderful to see you today. How are you?
Hello.
Well, thank you. Hi, Deb. Hi, Ram. So it's my pleasure to be here with you, and you look brilliant, so I try to catch up with you guys. Okay. Now, hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, hear you perfectly. The floor is yours. We'll be here.
All right. Okay. So, well, I'm Kazem. I am based in Istanbul. I'm calling you from Istanbul now. So, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. So, we will have a sort of a fun time today at this hour. So, I'm a futurist-minded businessman, and I've been around for 40, 42 years now. And always this mindset took me way ahead of my time. And today, we are going to talk about the Middle East, and also we are going to focus on Turkey, and we are going global. This one, I know that Rob is very smiling at me now. I will tell you why I say so. Okay, so it's going to be a journey because I mentioned maybe in my small introduction, we should go back to the past and bring it to the present and then look into the future. So what I want to do is I'll take you back to 80s, just with a few sentences. It's not going to take long, but just to give you the idea. And while we're focusing on Turkey, and I will be giving you examples always related to Turkey, and then also for the future, we'll talk about it. If there should be any questions, you might as well put it on the chat because I have one eye on the chat, and then we'll see what we do with the questions. But at least you can put it on the chat, maybe later on, maybe today, or maybe in writing. Okay. So, as I said, 40, 42 years. So I've been around and started going as a globetrotter in 1978 when I was 18, first Germany and then the US for the university, and then came back to Turkey again. Well, this is the first episode I want to talk about because Turkey had a very rough economic situation, some problems, political problems, and then 80, a military putsch, and then 83 is back to normal again. Now, a big opening, a big challenge for the tourism industry there. And I'll go back there. You know, for those who are familiar or who can see it on the map now, Turkey is surrounded by three seas: Black Sea, Aegean Sea, and the Mediterranean Sea. And the Mediterranean coast is called the Turkish Riviera. And in the beginning of 80s, there was lots of incentives from the government to turn the area into a very popular touristic destination, so the whole coast, which but the model that I will tell you now can exactly be done today. You know how it happened? Tourism back days, mostly German tourists, and I was there for the following almost 10 years. Now, the big tour operator from Germany, from the Europe, TUI, TUI, okay? So they were bringing back then about 40, 45 million Germans all throughout the year around the globe. So Turkey was Turkey was a new destination for them. You know what they did? First of all, they came to Turkey and started working locally. Okay, a global company working locally that comes together as a global. And then they started doing business, and the Turkish government and the private sector enterprise was investing a lot. And then you know what? The next round, they started having their own locations, own local establishments. Now, the next step would be that they established as well as they acquired companies who are providing local services. So they were expanding not only moving tourists, people, but also they invested into hotels, resorts, and all those accommodation facilities. And then they started buying off their competitors, not only in Turkey, but the people, the countries who are sending people to Turkey. So it took about 7-8 years that there was a big empire of that investment. Now, Turkey has to offer all these facilities. And this is, I would like to remind you, this is like 80s. Now, still, and today when we look at the numbers, Turkey started with only $180 million turnover in tourism. Now we're looking at $24 billion turnover yearly. And this has been a good investment. This is a good investment because Turkey, the climate is still safe from the climate change because of the global heating. Even I understand, I know from my friends in Norway, they say now this year, this summer, there were some people coming to Norway, to Oslo to spend the summer because Spain was too hot. I was there in Madrid for about a month ago, and it was really fun. So, and then later on, uh, I just moved to textile. Another 10 years, 10, 12 years. These are my pivots, and not only mine as a Turkish citizen, but the whole country was following it because Turkey, the local, the geographic location of Turkey. Actually, one side there's the Middle East, but the other part of Turkey, among the Bosphorus, two sides, Asian side, European side. Asian side belongs to the Middle East, but the European side still belongs to Europe. So it is literally a bridge between Europe and the Middle East. Okay, so we can see it in the culture, we can see it in the people, in the population, and the whole history. We are talking more business today. So, and that whatever came from Europe, it really. So as we say. If the wind blows from the west, okay, we fill our sails and really sail out. This is exactly the beginning 90s now, and a big, huge textile garment manufacturing wave. It's coming from mainly from Germany, but also from the rest of the Europe. You know what? Because they have been producing, manufacturing all this in their own country in Europe. But back then, the new regulations, the rising costs, they made them think about a plan B, and the plan B was relocation of their manufacturing, let's say from Germany. Where to? Well, which is the next neighboring country right there, which is availability to start everything from scratch. It is Turkey again. Now, it is the same model, okay? And then what happened was the companies took their collections, their orders, came to Turkey and searched out for good, local, reliable partners. Now, another global company, a global level, coming local. We're going local again. And what happened was there were good established garment manufacturers, and also the side industry sectors as well. They placed their orders, had a very strict control over it, and the suppliers, the vendors who passed this threshold, they were getting a second order, third order. It took about 5 years, so it was a trial and error session. But then they were convinced that Turkey could be a good solution partner, good, reliable partner. So what they did was they picked some of the good vendors, manufacturing garment factories, and they either joined with them, did a JV with them, or they came and they also acquired the whole thing. What did they do is they print their technology and they know-how and the standards, working standards from Germany, from Europe. They also brought them to Turkey. Now Turkey is still it's very good at adjustment. People can adjust to new things. I will give you some more hints, like little secrets, where I'm talking about how to do in and with Turkey business. But we are open to anything. So we are good learners. Of course, if the teacher is a good one, we are better. At that time, now some of the Turkish garment manufacturers became either German-Turkish joint ventures or German factories. This also gives the opportunity to Turkey to get the orders from Europe and manufacture it in Turkey and then go export, well, which is a very, very good business because it requires lots of standards. But Turkey has been and still is good at. Okay. Now, this is again the second 10, 20 years, right? Now we're coming down to 2000s. Well, of course, don't forget that. We're not going to go into that, but don't forget, Turkey has always some ups and downs in politics, in economics, in some other internal issues in the society, in the education system, with the military, this and that. But one thing for sure is, as I said, as far as I can remember, to back to 40 years, the business always goes straight and forward. Okay, so that's why Turkey is a reliable partner in that sense. Now, in the beginning 2000, okay, things change. Now we have the good tourism industry, we have the good textile industry. Now times changed. The new world, like we have the internet, we have the smartphones, we have the coding, and we have Google, we have Apple, we have Microsoft. Now everyone goes into technology, right? Now it is. I always say when they ask me what's going to happen with Turkey and with technology, I say it is like a train coming slowly to the station called Turkey. Okay, so we really have to be ready to hop on that train and then go with it. Okay, and then we are doing this now other ways around. I was telling you about a minute ago, globals come in locals. Okay, now the Turkish people, the Turkish companies are going global right now, back beginning 2000. In what sense? This is the information technologies, okay, in some other technologies, but the rest remains in Turkey on a solid ground and still working very much. Now, let me give you some information about a relationship with Turkey and Germany in textile. Germany is a company who has been, I don't know, surpluses in their international trading for so many years. Imports and exports. Only in textile industry. The latest numbers was something they imported 60 billion euros worth, and they exported 40 billion worth. That is the trade. And we are in Turkey a very good, reliable solution partners. We learn, we have the know-how, and we understand how to do business with the other countries globally. Doesn't matter if it's European, African, or American, North American, South American. There is a whole range of people. Now, if we just go further, now today we are in the 2020 20s, 25, 30, 2030 is very soon. What happens is we are at not at a corner, but we are still sitting in front of a new area, okay, a new window. Let me put it out. As I can explain to you, Europe, mainly Germany, but also Europe, was a good market for us, but definitely Turkey was also a very good market for them as well. I go back to 1995. There was a customs union agreements with them, with Europe and Turkey. And I was sitting at that table and discussing, well, what is it good for Turkey? They said, oh, it's going to be perfect. While you're exporting, all the customs will be open to you and less fees and less paperwork and this and that. You do all your export. Well, okay, sounds good, but with a suspicious mind, I have the following question. So, but why are we doing this? Why are we opening the customs? It was something like nearby, small, like whispering. Well, okay, while you're doing the export, we are selling to Turkish market because it is Turkey had then like 75 million people. You can imagine, if you compare this, and also a hungry market. So the European Union, they wanted to sell it to Turkey. It's fine, no problem. We are exporting, they're selling, we're importing, they're producing in Turkey, and we are exporting to China back then, two other production areas like Cambodia, Vietnam, Egypt. Everyone was happy. So this is something like a climate. Now, coming back to today, is Turkey is not on a crossroad, but has a position. We will talk about it later on, but I will mention it now. It's not a crossroad. It's not either or. But for the last very recently, Turkey has been, first of all, a solid, good so-called member. We think ourselves like that, but so does the EU. But it is not legalized now, not yet. So it's been about 20 years, by the way. Anyways, we are always looking at the EU, but on the same side, on the same position. Now Turkey was thinking about, looking around a little more. First looking to the right side and then the left side. What is there in the left side? The whole Asia. The Union, what calls itself the BRICS, okay? Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. Wow, that's a big geography. That's a lot of people. That's a big market, production, but also consumption. So Turkey is standing right now in the middle of that two sides. What's going to happen? I'm going to talk about it on the future, right? So, and again, let's remember all this. Turkey has been a good player, and I think we are at a very good station to catch the technology train, hop on it, and carry it into the future. But what we learned over these years is exactly what. That's why I'm saying if there was a title for this speech, I would have called it just Going Global. Well, okay, I hope you're enjoying this part. So I'll just go to the next party. Okay. Well, first of all, when we're talking about IT, now we're talking about today. We were talking about ID. Well, Turkey still has a young population. Germany is getting older. Even China is getting older. I don't know wherever you are. Maybe you're in China. Maybe you're in Germany. Maybe you know all this. Of course, not the only one. But I'm just trying to make the context here. What does it mean Turkey has a young population? It's meaning that like the 26, 27% of the population is working with the internet, with information technology. Now, as a registered job, 260,000 youngsters already working in that industry. And you know what they're doing? They're writing codes, they're writing games, they're writing lots of things, applications and all whatever it takes. They export their service, they export their knowledge, what they've learned at the university or the vocational school. Now they're sitting in Istanbul at their home or in their backyard in front of the computers. They're exporting their services and knowledge. As soon as they finish, the paycheck comes to their bank account in euros, in dollars, whatever. So this is what's happening in Turkey right now. And that's why, let's talk about gaming, okay? The gaming is something like today's parents don't like, because a 15-year, 16-year-old child sitting in front of the computer, spending 3 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours playing games. Wow, this is the world. There's nothing you can do about it. I have a son. He's turned today on the 24th of September, 34. And I remember his 15, 16 years. We didn't do anything. We couldn't do anything. We had to comply. We had to support him. And we had to make him understand, well, he can do this as well as other things. But he cannot forbid. You cannot say, well, I'll throw the computer, the screen away. You don't touch that. It doesn't matter. He goes to the next friend. His friend sitting there, and there's an internet shop. But what I'm saying is that now this youth, these people, they became the coders. Now, as I said, they are writing games. 2 years ago, the biggest gaming company, the Japanese one, I don't want to call the name here, they started pushing all the work to Turkey. First, good qualifications, good educations, diligent people, and the inexpensive labor, man-hour numbers, okay? So the jobs came to Turkey, well delivered, good delivered. You know what happened? Like back in the 80s, the big tour operator, TUI, or 90s, the German textile companies. The big Japanese came to Turkey, okay? Started own company there and also acquired 12 companies, Turkish companies, who were sending codes to them. They collected them all under one roof. Again, the same story, going local. The big local global company coming to Turkey becomes local, but then it's not only local because it's a global one, so it is local. So this is just one good example what's happening here now, okay? And of course, in the meantime, the Turkish, I don't know in what sector you are, how many people I can see, but quite a diverse group, I assume. Now, the Turkish construction, the contractors, they are also doing global business. I can give you one number. In 2023, okay, they were present doing business active in 113 countries, a total of 8,030 projects and worth of $335 billion. That is up to you. How you can make what you can make out of it is up to you. But this is a fact. Now, if you go not only around Turkey, if you go not only, let's say, the Middle East or Eastern European countries, no, everywhere, in Russia, especially in Russia, in Ukraine, still, while the war is going on, also they are in South Africa, they are in Canada, they are in Argentina, they are building everywhere. Very capable people, very good, reliable people. And of course, that is another thing. When you're talking about, thinking about Turkey, you should always keep that in mind. There are really very interesting strengths, on the muscles, but there are also other ones. I can tell you that. Now, what happens now? Again, the future, near future. For those who are interested in history, for example, you probably remember or know that two words, Silk Road, okay? Now, if you just write Silk Road, comes a map, an old map, historical map. Everything from China came through, came through the North Middle East and through Turkey and went, I don't know where it will go, Europe or even across the Atlantic. Well, this is coming back. This is coming back now. And that's why Turkey is also looking towards China. So because it started from China, it's getting built. Now, when the time comes, it's just crosses from Turkey. Turkey wants to be ready for what to do, for what is demanded, for what to demand from the whole story. Okay? But then things are going on. Now, I remember in my own life, as I said, I had altogether, you believe it or not, in this 40 years, I had about 6 solid pivots. Now you're gonna remember that, and tourism, textile, okay, and then after that, moving to the Middle East, doing further business. So in 2000, I went for global consulting, business development in Malaysia, in Italy, in Portugal, in those countries. And then another pivot, 2007, Dubai, Iran, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, and working with American Canadian partners in construction industry. And then another pivot, 2012, back to Europe, the renewable and energy projects, especially commissioning for Schneider Electric, that I can say because it's already known. And we were the exclusive commissioning subcontractor. And now, again, mainly focused on Germany, but also in the meantime, Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, and Poland and Switzerland. All the renewable energies, mainly wind and solar energy, some small hydro centrals, but then again, totally different what I had done like 20 years ago. Another pivot is, as just mentioned, 2016, drones, because when I was doing the field work, field work for the renewable energy project. Sorry about that. And we were using drones, and I said, okay, well, there's something interesting about that. Then I had an American partner who designed the first drone ever. That drone could fly in confined spaces. Okay. Still, there is only one, another one, two designs in the whole world. Now, the American company was so successful. Okay, we were doing well, and all of a sudden, a big whale came and just bought it up. They said, "Okay, you're closed, you're mine, and we are going to the moon." Okay, so that was one company doing some projects for the NASA and took this drone and that drone is today on the tables of R&D department of NASA, is getting ready for moon and then the Mars project. Well, we were out, but the project was a good one. And of course, then 2017, now another pivot, now the e-mobility. Okay. Now, when we're talking about e-mobility, I want to talk about Turkey as well. Well, e-mobility starts a lot earlier in Europe, in the rest of the world, many countries. But let's go back to Turkey. Well, actually, it's a huge population, okay, and about average of 5.5 million vehicles on the traffic every day, the whole country, and of course, it's all fossil, what we call the petrol and the gasoline. Now, we don't have our own, so we have to import it, but still, we are driving like crazy. Now, the times comes, and then we heard about the e-mobility, about the electric vehicles, and of course, all these related charging systems. And now we're talking about the ADAS, the autonomous systems, and eventually flying cars, which are actually flying drones with it look like a car. So this is everything happened so fast in Turkey, 2017, 2024 right now, within only 7 years. Well, big names from the States, EV is here. A couple of big names from China, they're here. And also some from the Europe with micro-mobility models, they're here in Turkey. And the first three of them, the big ones, are ready to invest and start their factory here. And the other ones, they're looking into the opportunity and see how to, let's say, couple up, how to be partner with the Turkish local manufacturers. Because now the electrical vehicles as an industry is a lot different than the conventional, the other automotive industry. That's what we call, what we understand is a heavy industry. But the EVs are different. And that's why now Turkey had its own brand name, TOGG, TOG. own brand, own name, own factory. Okay, so it's doing well. But what we are experiencing here is now the times go faster. Okay, the change goes faster. You know what? Well, as I said, Turkish people are really, really adjustable. You know, they adjust, they follow, they learn. Well, again, at the end of the speech, I will give you some hints. There are some small things to pay attention, but generally speaking, in every industry, in every sector, it was brought from the global companies, Turkey, and the Turkish companies really digested it, simmered it down, learned, and of course, doing great business. Now, why I'm saying this is not related, not necessarily related to politics. Well, politics in Turkey, let's talk about Turkey. Well, 1923 is the foundation of the Turkish Republic. We just celebrated last year the 100th anniversary, okay? But then 20s, 30s, 40s, until the end of the Second World War was a different world, okay? A different Turkey. And starting from 1950s and up to today is a different world and different Turkey. But what happens in politics, in parties, in the parliament, in the neighborhood, in the neighboring countries, the business goes on in Turkey. That is a fact. Okay, that is a fact. I think we're now becoming the 11th or 12th biggest economy in the world. For some of you, it is a smaller one. For some of you, it's a bigger one. But that is what we are right now. Well, now we have talked about the years, the last 40 years. And probably, if you just really look into that, probably you have been part of it. I don't know. As I said, I don't know. I don't see you guys. So maybe you are already in part of what I told you. Maybe you are involved in another project in Turkey or with the Turkish companies. It's good if it's like that. Okay. Now, what I wanted to tell you is today there is for example, we're talking about the automotive, right? This is interesting data. I can give you 5 names. Okay, it's not a secret. In year 1959, Ford has a factory in Turkey and started manufacturing in Turkey, okay, and then selling it to the people. 1959. The next one is Mercedes. Mercedes had a factory in 1967, a factory for buses, still on and still delivering to the rest of the world. They don't exist in Germany. That factory is in Turkey, 1967. Okay. And then Renault came, and then Fiat came, 1971. And a little later, of course, with this world calendar, Toyota came, 1990. You see, they were not car dealers. They were not selling the vehicles, the cars to the Turkish market. No, they had their own factory in Turkey with a reliable, good, strong local partner, like some of the good holding parties, which they could do this business. But they are still doing business. So it was not very seasonal job. It's not very, okay, now we open the factory, but well, it didn't work. No, up to date. And they are also now thinking about converting part of their capacity to electrical vehicles. It's a strategic decision, but they can rely on the local factory. Okay, these are the signs, because, well, I said I have futurist mind, but what the futurist mind means is that you have to follow signals, not follow, you see the signals and then try to make something out of it. we never predict the future. We don't know how to predict the future. If you want me to predict the future, I will say, okay, let's come together. We do it together. But we have to see the signals, make a sense, another knowledge, information out of it, and think ahead. That's how it goes. And that's why, if they're still here in Turkey, there is another ground for the next round of opportunities. These are the examples that I want to give, that I give you just for that reason. Now, in energy sector, for example, in renewables, okay, sun, wind, geothermal, a little hydro, a few, 2005, 2008, it started to go up. Now, many big energy companies, again, global, like GE, like E.ON, like Enercon, and also other Spanish, Brazilians, Norwegians, okay, they invested $73 billion, and the projection is it's going to go another 15 to 17 billion until 2035. It's next 3 years, 2 years, next year, whatever. So this is also in natural gas. And you know what happens? If we have this renewable energy, natural gas is that. Now go back to my Silk Road map. Think about it. What was being carried on top of the camels back then? Today, they're the pipelines and they're the energy lines. Don't forget, just put the name Silk Road in Google, hit it, and you look at the images, and you get to see the map. This is exactly what's happening now. You know what? Why? Let me get you somewhere else. 2019, we had something that none of us have expected, maybe only a few people who were really thinking ahead, pandemic, right? I, as a futurist, should be open-minded to anything like that, but the application, implementation, how people reacted was not really unthinkable. If I told you now, it's the phone. If I told you now, tell you, guys, there will be a period of month within next T times, like next 15 years, and everyone, not only in one country, in one city, but everyone globally will carry the same model, mask. This is going to be all quarantines, and the governments will push people to stay inside, don't go out, carry the masks all the day. It is even too good to be a science fiction movie. It doesn't make any sense, but we have been through that. We have done that. Okay, of course, 5-6 million people died because of that, but it only didn't kill people, but it also distracted and broke big logistic lines. Okay, so supply chain was really, really damaged. And of course, now on top of it, the last 2 or 3 years, all these wars, all these other clashes in the two big channels. Well, for those who are in business in that, I can imagine how difficult that is for you. And even though you're ready to pay the money, even though you're ready to wait for the time, nothing happens. So that's why that Silk Road coming back and going right through Turkey is a very valuable thing to think about as an investor, as a logistic company, because that is a big bridge in between. Okay, I can a little exaggerate and say this is a bridge between East and West. Okay. Turkey is, I think I got 15 more minutes. Now, after the pandemic, before the pandemic, things happened, but Turkey started really exporting beginning 80s after this new regulations. But right now, we have started to be a good player and exports, $255 billion last year's turnover. Sounds good for us. I know there are bigger economies, but that is good for us because it's been increasing and it's going to go more. And let's see what happens when the new, I don't want to say the new order, but how it moves. Now there is North and South. Probably other colleagues that are going to talk about Africa because it's the Middle East and Africa. And there's a new world there. I mean, the old world is getting new dimensions. China is looking into there. It's got plans. And also the countries, the African countries itself, they got plans. There's strong countries there. Now I had a discussion like last week about Indonesia. We talked about hours and hours. That's very interesting. And Taiwan, Singapore, and Malaysia, and these countries, and China itself, that they're interesting subjects, but it's not today's subject. We're talking about the Middle East and focusing on Turkey. At the end of the day, I will tell you, well, how to do and what to do, why to do with or in Turkey, business with or in Turkey. Now, this is probably a question, right? What happens when we say in Turkey? Well, what do we see? Okay, I'm going to be very transparent. It's a different geography, first of all. The different geography meaning weather conditions. Maybe it is too warm for some. Maybe it is too cold for some. It's not the deserts when we trace about that. Turkey has a different landscape, but it could be because of the weather conditions, because of this climate, people can be slow, a little slow or slower to react to work compared to other ones, or maybe too fast, again, compared to other ones. But this is definitely a different geography. Well, of course, on a different geography, it's a different culture. Different culture means, to me, I find this way very easy to explain. Well, the definitions are different. Okay. Well, if someone in another country says a book, I love reading a book, and the other one says, I don't care about the book. Okay, I would always go and ask them how they define, what they understand with this word, book. And all over these years, I came to understand that when they say book, it's not the same book I understand. I'm just trying to make it simple. You can get called really complex sentences, definitions. That's why it's a different culture. And of course, different language. Okay, there are so many people, so many countries on the globe Earth. Well, they may speak the same language or similar language, but while the Turkish language is actually really, especially on the eastern part, the Eastern Europe and also going China, North China, there are the Turkish languages. But in Turkey, well, people understand English, speak very well English. German had a very strong influence. French had a very strong influence in the back all the way up to 19th century and so on. And also Chinese, Russian, and everything. But if we're talking about language, Turkish, well, that's a different language. Another thing, interesting thing is, it's a different way of doing business, okay? It's not negative, but it is different. So, for example, if you're coming, no offense, that's to an extent, coming from Germany and never met a Turkish guy, never been to Turkey, and wanted to do business in there, it's really difficult because it is a different way of doing business. So this is the mentality, this is the culture. Very positive, very giving, very enthusiastic, capable, and adaptability is very strong. Fast learners, robust workers, and open to new, but within our own reservations. So they still stick to what their mind and no discuss, but really it's hard to accept. But once they accept, it's all done. Of course, communication, skills, content, concentration, that's again a different. Well, for those of you who are, let's say, the Mediterranean countries, you may understand what I'm talking about, in Spain, in Italy, and in the other Mediterranean countries. So it is different than Canada and North Africa. South Africa is different than all the rest, things like that. So in Turkey, it is the communication very close, very open, but different. So what I'm saying, all the qualities, all the names I call is different. So what do you need? You either, well, now, when I was doing business for the first time, that's before internet, that's before smartphones. We used to use faxes, and we used to, we couldn't find everything what we can do. Well, when I finish now, I go to the other line again, connect with someone and discuss in South Africa and talk about New Zealand, whatever. Well, now you can do that, but what I suggest you do would be definitely go with a good, reliable local who has expertise and who can be open and transparent and honest with you. This is important, maybe for everywhere else. I don't know, but I'm focusing on Turkey now. And of course, it's very interesting. And to do that, do a good market research. What is most important is listen to reliable resources. Don't listen to everyone. Of course, when you start business, make your own business plan, do the market research, gather the information, and go be in Turkey. You cannot do it from a remote area. And that's why we call it, again, local. Okay. Well, you say now, oh, well, we can do it online. No, yes or no, and no. Okay. You have to be there to see the market, to see the sea that you're going to swim in, to see the swimming pool that you're going to jump in. You have to experience that. Okay. And then you can go back, no problem, and go there periodically. And if you have local partner there, okay. But first, if you're doing business, if you're thinking about that, please come to Turkey and see the Turkish people, sit down, see all the differences that I named. You will definitely see more differences than this, but then again, you understand what I'm talking about. And finally, again, what I would like to say is that the times change, okay? And the times change, maybe in 2-3 years, Turkey can have a different political situation, okay? Politicians, parties, and everything. What I'm talking about here is now the global subject, okay? They're going to be there, and they're going to be there. And sometimes, who comes first gets served first. It is something like that. I understand, I would perfectly understand that under this group that who is, if not too many, too slow, I don't know how many, but listening to me, thank you for your patience. But you may have different ideas, different opinions, different experiences, okay, in the past. Good, better, bad, worse, I don't know. I am ready to discuss anything. And if it's interesting for you to connect with me, I have the info. Rob has my information. Please go through him. He can reach out anytime. And because this is now, sometimes you really have to feel it. Now, with this technology, Zoom or StreamYard or the same, we are very close to each other. But at the end of it, we see each other in 2 dimensions. We need the third, okay? We need the third dimension to understand deeper, to understand more clearer, to understand really what happens when you look at the body language, when you look into the eyes, when you listen to the voice, when you listen to the breathing. And that's another thing. I learned also when I've been doing business, I pay really, really big value for that. Okay. So as I said, before I go away, I'm just checking my notes. I said what I wanted to say. One more thing is that I got 5 more minutes. But some of you think, for example, well, if Turkey is turning around the BRICS and let's say have a weaker contacts connections with the EU, no, Turkey doesn't see it like that. They're not two competitors. Okay, probably they can compensate each other as far as Turkey is concerned. But there is one thing, for example, EU cannot say, I don't want to get you into the EU. I don't expect it. Of course, another question is, let's say in 5 years, is there going to be an EU to join? And that's another subject we can talk about. That's the mind going there. But what happens right now in Turkey is all these big exporters, all these big suppliers, vendors are facing a big, big, big window. It's called what? CBAM, right? Does this say anything to you? Carbon border adjustment mechanisms under the Green Pact. You know what happens? Now, I'm sitting in Turkey, okay, a big exporter, and I have lots of clients in Europe doing business for 25 years. Everyone is happy, buyer, seller, and everything. But 2023, there was a pact, there was a law passed, said the importer, the end customer in the EU, has to have the whole history of the product, the whole history line, production line, not only as my companies, my factories, but from where I'm buying my stuff, the raw material. Where do people come from? What do I do with the workers? Okay, all the carbon footprint has to be clearly defined for the customer in Germany to still make business with me. 2026. Now, I'm talking about this all the time to the companies when I'm consulting, when I'm advising. I'm saying 2026 is very critical with Turkish business. Why? Because I'm ready to deliver. Okay. Nothing will change in my capacity, my quality, standards, doing business. But my German customer, my Italian customer, my French customer will say, Kazım, we love you. Okay. We made so much money with you. But as of 2026, I cannot buy from you because the CBAM. So now we have to prepare for that. There's enough time, lots of work to do, but that is for sure that we will see. We hope to be together in 2023 in a same conference like that. And I hate to say, but probably at least 10-15% of the people, of the companies, of the vendors, of the exporters today will not pass that. Because they have to have new regulations, they have to adjust themselves, they have to change, invest, getting rid of something, installing something new just to comply with the Green Pact and just go with that CBAM, okay? Carbon border adjustment mechanism. So I think that's good enough to close up because this is really the most important theme regarding Turkey right now. But I hope you enjoyed the hour. I was here and there and back 80s, 90s, 2030, probably can go to 2040. That's it. Thank you for listening to me.
Wonderful, Camille. So, folks, just to kind of reinforce something that Camille said, and it's not just about Turkey, but about everybody else. So we don't see each other as exclusion. It's not, either or. It's and. So Turkey is entering the BRICS, and Turkey deals with the European Union, and Turkey deals with Mexico, and Turkey deals with the United States. It's not an or, it's an and. So as as Camille was explaining. So actually, I guess we have 27 different questions, which we can't possibly cover. So folks, make sure you go into LinkedIn and make sure you connect with Camille. He's a futurist, top-notch futurist. If you want to know about trends, that's the person to ask. So we got several different kinds of questions. I will try to kind of combine them.
I cannot hear anything. Probably my connection is weak. I cannot understand what you're saying.
Oh, I'm sorry. So Deb, can you hear me okay?
I can.
Okay. So you can't hear, so we can't communicate with him. Okay. Well, okay, folks, then.
Can you write it on the chat?
It will be too long.
It's my connection, probably.
Okay, we have to close now, folks. So I'm sorry. So make sure you connect with Camille on LinkedIn. So we're gonna take a short break, and we're gonna be back with our next session. See you soon. Hey folks, let's welcome Arthur Weiss for his masterclass, AI Tools for Competitive Intelligence. So Arthur is a chartered marketer who writes and works on all aspects of business research, strategy, and marketing intelligence related issues. He's a speaker, trainer, lecturer, and research consultant on internet search for business, marketing research, marketing planning, marketing intelligence, competitive intelligence, and related topics. He specializes in online research, scenario planning, and futures forecasting. In Arthur's 2-hour masterclass, he will teach you the AI tools you can use to improve your intelligence capture, emphasizing their role in enhancing decision-making, automating processes, and unlocking new opportunities for innovation. Arthur will guide you through a comprehensive overview of AI tools, and you'll learn how these technologies can enhance decision-making, optimize processes, and drive innovation across diverse industries. So whether you are a seasoned entrepreneur or just starting your journey, this masterclass promises to equip you with the knowledge and skills needed to harness the full potential of AI in your business endeavors. So just give us a second, and we'll be starting with AI tools. Just a moment. Hello, good morning, and welcome. This is going to be a day of fun. It's so wonderful to have you guys here. So I have some experts here with me who will be sharing their insights, their knowledge, and educating all of us and what is that they do best. So I'm joined today by Deb Dietz and Arthur Weiss, and Martin Schwern will be joining us a little bit later. So Deb, would you like to say a few words, introduce yourself?
Absolutely. Hello, everyone, and welcome. We're very, very excited today to launch our the Academy Master Classes, our series of master classes. We're joined by some stellar experts. Delighted that there are 4 of us today that are presenting and training. And so this is an opportunity for you to take a little bit more of a deep dive than what you may have heard them speak on at the conference. So a little bit more detail, a little deeper dive, and just really grateful that we're able to bring you these experts. And I hope you enjoy the day.
Thank you, Deb. Arthur.
Okay. Well, welcome everybody. Just a summary of what I'm going to be talking about. I'm going to be looking at a number of different AI tools and how to use them to really benefit and improve your intelligence capture, whether it's for marketing intelligence, competitive intelligence, the principles are the same. I'll also look at a bit about the background behind tools like ChatGPT that everybody's heard of. How do they work? What other similar tools are there? Is it just ChatGPT or some even better? And how do you get them to do what you want them to do? I'll look at how to write a decent prompt. And let's move on. But before we really move on, we need to know what we're talking about. And everyone talks about artificial intelligence, and then you'll hear in the news about the threats and how dangerous it is. So this is a personal view, but it's important to distinguish between artificial intelligence, which is where we're at now with things like ChatGPT, and what's known as artificial general intelligence, which may come in the next 5 years, and artificial superintelligence, which possibly 50 years. Artificial general intelligence is where a computer equals a human mind. It can do everything that a human being can do in terms of thinking, innovation, coming up with ideas. Artificial superintelligence will be even better. That's where the threats are. That's where the people are scared. That's where Isaac Asimov had his 3 laws of robotics. Because if you have artificial superintelligence, you can imagine somebody saying, how do we cure climate change? How do we prevent climate change? And artificial superintelligence come along and say, well, it's created by human beings. So if we can have fewer human beings, we solve the problem. And they find a very naive researcher through their intelligence and send them a kit to create a supervirus that kills off half of humanity. That's not where we're at. So do not worry. We're not going to be talking about anything like that. We're going to be talking about stuff that you can use in your day-to-day lives. So now let's look at artificial intelligence. And it's not just ChatGPT. There's things like AlphaGo, which beat the world best player at Go, the game of Go, which is a very complex game, even though it seems simple. And people were amazed at how it did it. But that's what it was created to do. It couldn't do anything else. It couldn't make you a cup of tea. It couldn't even tell you how to make a cup of tea, which ChatGPT can do. AlphaFold will revolutionize medicine because if you take an amino acid sequence, it will say how it'll fold up into proteins. And before that, it would have taken a long time to work that out. Again, it was designed for one purpose only. It can be used to develop new drugs, antibiotics, or if you put into bad player mode, nerve agents. And people have tested that and shown that it will do that. So again, you have to be careful. People talk about self-driving cars. What happens if a fox or a deer or an elk runs into the road? Does the car stop? Does the car swerve? Or if it's something small, does it run over it? But what about if it's a child? Then you have to stop. So the AI has to be able to detect what's ahead and make the decision. Do I stop? Do I run over? What do I do? You also have programs that will write stories, possibly for children. Once Upon a Bot, create art. And we're going to talk a bit about that towards the end of today. Music. And most of what I'm going to be talking about what are known as large language models. So large language models, essentially, it's an artificial intelligence technology that's designed to understand and generate human language. It's given a vast amount of publicly available sources, articles, websites, books, other textual sources. And when you give it a prompt, it'll look at this great big database of information and try and understand what you're saying and then go through it and give you what you want or create something in the style of what you want. So it mimics natural language. The GPT bit, it stands for Generative Pre-trained Transformer, which again is a type of language model and is the framework for this sort of artificial intelligence. It uses what are known as neural networks to create and process natural language to come out with something sensible. So what ones do you know about? I'm not sure you can sort of put things in the chat. So I'm just going to go through some of the large language models that are out there. And this is a subset. There are more. And I'll mention a bit about why some of them are there soon. So the most famous is ChatGPT. But there's also Gemini, which used to be Bard from Google. There's Bing Copilot, which is actually ChatGPT 4 from OpenAI. So there's a lot of incestual spending where they all work together. So Microsoft has put a lot of investment in OpenAI, which is the creator of ChatGPT, and so has rights to use it. There's Claude from a company called Anthropic. There's Llama from Meta, the Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp people. There's Perplexity. There's UChat, u.com, and there's Grok, which is quite new from Elon Musk, which is available if you pay for using Twitter. But there's much more than that. There's Midjourney, DALL-E 3, an open journey for creating images. There's Pi.ai, which is billed as your personal AI, which will speak to you. Well, look at Sora, which is beta testing for creating video. And there's also InVideo.ai for video, which hopefully I'll be able to demonstrate. And then there's people like Apple developing Apple Ferret for enhancing their AI thing, Siri. Alexa is working on stuff. IBM is working on stuff. And then there are other things, Aria, Cite.ai for academic citations, Jasper for business use, Stability.ai, Writesonic, I'll give an example later, Hugging Face, I'll talk a bit about later, PDF.ai, Docalysys.com, just to give you an idea that we are in an not quite an alphabet soup, but certainly multiple different products, all competing, all trying to offer something different, all trying to create their own niche. And some of them are great, some of them aren't. So it's your choice whether you which ones you use. We'll see some of the limitations later and how some of these things can be used. So what do I mean by a large language model? If I ask, what's your name? Most people will give their name. A few may ask why I want to know. And some may tell me to get lost or that it's none of my business. So on a probabilistic basis, maybe 90%, 95%, you'll get the name. 3 or 4% may ask why you want to know, and maybe 1% may tell me to get lost. It's none of my business. I would hope that very few, if any, of will answer by giving their age, social security number, or other information that's not asked for. And that's the point. That's what a large language model does. It looks at a probabilistic, what's the most likely response to this question. But of course, it's much, much more sophisticated. So now let's get back to who the main players are. And you have OpenAI behind ChatGPT, Aria, Jasper, partially UChat, and some of these overlap. So ChatGPT is their front, but we'll look at some of the others as well. Google came out, when ChatGPT came out in November 2022, Google said, help, this is going to steal our market. And they created a red alert and they rushed out Bard. That's now more stable and is now known as Gemini. And it's being enhanced. And it's being used to feed Google results as OpenAI and ChatGPT is helping with Bing results. Then there's Meta, Facebook, that has come out with Llama. And Llama 3 is about to be released. There's Anthropic with Claude. There's Perplexity from Perplexity. There's WriteSonic from with ChatSonic, and then there's Elon Musk's Grok. And then there's Amazon, Apple, IBM, as I mentioned, Hugging Face. Hugging Face is interesting. It's an open source platform for machine learning models, data sets, and so on. And I'll give examples because it's got some interesting things. You can I said about Llama 3 coming out. You can actually try Llama 3 if you go onto Hugging Face. And essentially, it aims to make neural language models accessible to anyone building an application. So if you're a legal professional, you could put in every single legal document that's ever been in the United States and possibly Europe or throughout the world into your own sort of database, and then create a model to interrogate for any legal documentation or any legal case thing. So as if you're a legal professional, it's going to really help how legal professionals look things up. It won't be sort of books any longer, or sort of the way people used to do it. You can do it through AI, and that would be a dedicated private network. I'm not sure if this fully exists yet, but it's certainly going to very soon if it isn't there now. And that just gives you one example of how these things can be used. And Hugging Face would be a platform that would host something like that if you don't have it, as a dedicated one. But let's look at some history. And the first large language model has been dated back to something called ELIZA, going back to 1966. It was developed in 64 and showed that you could have communication between humans and machines. It simulated conversation through pattern matching and used as a methodology that gave an illusion of understanding of what was happening. So you'd have something a bit like this, where you'd have a therapist. Is something troubling you? Men are all alike. What's the connection, do you suppose? They're always bugging us about something or other. Can you think of a specific example? Well, my boyfriend made me come here. So it's giving a conversation with a computer. But of course, things didn't really develop much beyond that. You also had Microsoft bringing an artificial human being called Tay that was not very clever because people trained it to be abusive and racist. So Microsoft killed it very, very quickly. So we're really looking at GPT version 1 from OpenAI in 2018. You then had GPT-2 in 2019, GPT-3 in 2020 with WriteSonic, Claude, the first version in December 2021, and nobody heard any of these things unless you were in the field. And then in November 2022, ChatGPT, which is GPT 3.5, was launched. And that was interaction where you could actually type something in and get an answer coming back. Very quickly, Claude 2 came out. Perplexity came out as chatbots. By February 2023, Meta had produced Llama, you'd got Bard, and you had ChatGPT 4 with Copilot. There was a lot of interest in China. But if you put in questions like what happened in Tiananmen Square, it would tell you stuff the Chinese didn't like. So they brought out their own version called Baidu and essentially blocked OpenAI, and Gemini was already blocked because it was from Google. And they brought out something called Ernie. I'm not going to demonstrate Ernie purely because I don't speak Chinese. But if you do, you could sort of try that from Baidu. You then have UChat and Llama 2 coming out, Grok in November 23, Gemini in December 2023, replacing Bard. In February 24, the latest version came out, being enhanced. And in March, Claude 3 came out, stealing everyone's thunder, saying it was the most effective, fastest, most accurate type of sort of chatbot of this type. Questionable, and we'll see why I say it's questionable, and that's one of the issues to look at. And then something called Databricks, DBRX, in March 2024. I'll give a brief look at that later. And ChatGPT 5 has been promised for mid-2024. But I'm looking at the chatbot type things. It's not just chats. There's DAL E3 in June 23, with its predecessors a bit earlier, for creating genuine artwork, things that look great. If you're doing a presentation and you're worried about copyright, create your own images, create your own pictures, because that's what DAL E3 will do. So will Midjourney. At the moment, Midjourney seems to be sort of beta testing, and you have to sign up for it. I did manage to use it, and then I couldn't. And Sora is beta testing also for creating videos. And if we get a chance, we'll have a look at what some of those things do. So that's the timeline. By the way, at the end of this, I'll give everybody a link so you can actually download everything. But of course, it's going to be online so you can see it as well. So how can I use tools for AI? AI tools for competitive intelligence, for marketing intelligence, for business intelligence? Well, the obvious answer is searching. So in the old days, you would put a keyword in and it would give you a list. Well, with AI, you can put in a question and it will give you a compilation of different results. You should still check those results, as I'll mention in a second. You can also use it to summarize information. So you might ask for a quick summary, and you even specify how that summary is going to come across. Are you going to use a bullet point? Do you want to highlight key points, subheadings? You can use it for writing an email, or a proposal, or a post, or a report, or a poem, or a story. A Japanese author has won a prize where I think one chapter was completely written by an AI, I think by ChatGPT. It was in context. She said which bits were AI, which bits weren't. So ethically, if you use an AI product for something like that, ethically, you need to say, this is not my work. This is an AI's piece of work, but it can be done. It's being used, you can use it to create a medical diagnosis, customer service. You can use it for checking and debugging code. And I'm going to give brief examples of all of these. You can use it for data analysis, a bit like research summarizing, but taking things further, and also for translations. But always check your research results. The technical term isn't lying, telling untruths. The technical term is hallucinating. In other words, making things up. And they all hallucinate to a greater or lesser degree, depending on what you're asking. If you're asking it to write an email, it probably won't hallucinate. But you're asking it for references to something, it might. So you need to check what's coming up, making sure it's correct. That's why it's artificial intelligence, not artificial general intelligence, because we are still cleverer in that we can check what's there. The impact has been fantastic. If you look at how quickly Netflix took to get to 1 million users, it was over 3 years. Twitter, 2 years. Facebook, just under a year, and Instagram a few months got to 1 million users. ChatGPT was weeks. Nothing has got to 1 million users so quickly. And the interest over time, if you look before it was launched, May 2022, and then just see how the graph just goes up and up and up. Not just ChatGPT, but AI in general. People were always had some interest, but the interest has just mushroomed. So I mentioned about the danger of certainly ASI and AGI. So this is something to think about. Could AI cause a war and pose a threat to humanity? I don't believe it can yet. But that is something that people have to be really careful for. Certainly, the ethicists are looking at this extensively. I mentioned about self-driving cars, and that's one of the key things. And one of the interesting things is ethical customs can be in different countries. So in some countries, running over a child, the driver be prosecuted for murder. In other countries, well, the parents should be prosecuted for not keeping their child safe. So all of these things need to be built into an AI product. So you might have a self-driving car in one country that behaves slightly differently in another. So let's look at some of these products, what they look like, just so you know what they say. I'm going to go through this quite quickly. ChatGPT 3.5, and you've got the link there. It's also available as a cell phone app. And then you have Copilot from Bing. Originally, it was Bing Chat. And you'll see it on sort of the top of the sort of menu bar for Bing. And it's a very, very effective product. And you have three options. You can ask it to be creative, you can ask it to be precise, or you can ask it to be balanced, depending on the sort of response you get or response you want. And you see it on the top right corner. If you look at my mouse, it's over here, and you've got Copilot or search. So you have a choice of whether you're going to search or go for Copilot and let the AI do the results for you. And you also have the option of doing images because it links to DALL-E 3, which I mentioned before. So you can ask it to create a picture as well. The cost, well, if you want the professional version, which gives you a bit more, you're talking about £19, which is about $25 something. Yeah, about $25, $26 every month. But it's faster, it's better. And you can work with other Microsoft apps. So there's a benefit there. And that can be useful because, for instance, if you have an Excel spreadsheet, you can program in a prompt or a question next to every single cell, and it will go and find the answers and populate that spreadsheet. So it's a very good way if, let's say, you've got multiple questions to sort of populate a spreadsheet. There are also flavors of Copilot. So you've got a vacation planner, you've got a menu assistant, and they do slightly different things. So you've got the designer for images, vacation planner, the cooking assistant, or even suggestions to be a fitness trainer. Google's option is Gemini. And that's the front look, but when you sort of sign in, you get something similar saying, how can I help you today? And again, there's an advanced version costing quite a bit less than, or a little bit less, but not that much more. The first bit being free. And again, you get more information and more things if you do that. Also extensions, you can have extensions linking to Google Drive, Google Sheets, Google, other Google apps that are available out there. So there are various extensions you can use, and this just gives you an idea of the sorts of things. Claude from Anthropic, slightly different. Again, you have to register. For a lot of these, you have to register, which is why it knows my name, because I have registers, I have used them. Claude will understand images. It doesn't, the free version doesn't generate images, but it will interpret images, and I think some URLs as well. A lot of them won't look at a URL if you paste something in, but some of them do. And again, I'm on the free plan, but you can pay for this for a professional plan, which goes up to £18 a month, depending on what version. There are 3 versions. There's the free version is known as Claude Sonnet. There's Claude Haiku and Claude Opus, which is the most intelligent model, gives you the most information. One of my favorites is Perplexity. Again, there's a free version and paid version, and we'll look at some of what Perplexity gives a bit later. I think it's actually one of the better tools. New York Times profiled it and said that this is going to replace search, it's going to replace Google, and for the journalist it was. So it's a very, very powerful AI product. So where knowledge begins. And one of the nice things is you can restrict it. So you can restrict it just to academic material or YouTube or Reddit if you want. Llama from Meta. I personally don't like Llama. There's 3 different versions. Again, it's free at the moment. And Llama 3 is coming. But if you go to llama3.ai, it exists, but you get that. So where is Llama 3? Another one with multiple different options. And again, if you pay, you get more, because then if you pay, you can actually specify whether you want Claude Opus or ChatGPT 4, version 4, which is the same as the Copilot one, or what do you want? And this is u.com, or the free version. You've got different modes. You've got a smart mode, you've got a research mode, or genius mode. So the genius mode solves multiple step problems. Research mode, as it says, and create mode for turning ideas into visuals. So it's another one that creates visuals. The professional version, the one that you pay for, does give you other tools, and they're advertising that it gives you Llama 3, which, as I said, is in development, it's beta, it's not publicly available unless you pay for it. Gemini 1.5, Databricks, the DBRX Instruct. So it gives you a number of different options, all for one fee of $20 per month. Or if you bill for yearly, $15 per month. So if you want to use some of the others, it's probably one of the best ways of going. I'm not a fan of any product that essentially takes something like this. I don't know for AI, but for instance, for search engines, there are a number of meta search engines, and they're clunky in the sense that they may miss things. I don't know whether that's the case here, or whether they're paying Meta and they're paying OpenAI and they're paying Google to access the latest versions. So I'm not sure how that quite works. I'm not going to spend much time on ChatSonic, which is at writesonic.com. It claims to be the best for writing articles and writing material. I've not found that myself, but you might. So already you'll have seen that it's a lot out there. There's still more. If you use the Opera browser, and I personally love the Opera browser, you get a free AI thrown in called Aria. And Aria is very, very good. I did a search on Aria that nobody, and I got results I knew were correct from other work, and nobody else gave me those results. The problem is it also gave me some other information I was looking for, which I still haven't been able to prove is true. I'd like it to be true, but I haven't managed to prove it yet. But the fact it gave me some information that nobody else gave was a positive thing for me. There's Jasper that says it's aimed at sort of business use, and another interesting one is InVideo for generating videos sort of on any topic, which you can upload to YouTube or wherever you want to upload it, as long as it's legal. Because YouTube will say, we don't like this, it's not legal, and delete it. But assuming you've got a legal video, you could upload it to YouTube. But if you haven't, you can share it with whoever you want. And again, you have to put in a prompt. I mentioned about Hugging Face briefly, and that claims to be an AI community building the future with lots of different platforms. For example, Llama 3 is available as one of the options in the center, where you can chat with Llama, one of the Llama 3 models. And there are others as well. So this is what it looks like. And I'll give another example of Hugging Face later with the Databricks DBRX product. But to use any of these, you need to be able to write a decent prompt. And there's a new discipline out there called prompt engineering. And recent job advertisements have sought prompt engineers who know the secrets of getting answers from AI at fantastical salaries, well over $100,000. I don't really know what they're being paid for. Some are being paid by the companies themselves to test prompts to make sure the tool is working. But for companies, you should be able to write a decent prompt yourself. And I'm going to shortly present what I think is a foolproof way of designing a prompt that will get you the results. You still need to check the results, but it should help you whether you're writing an email, a business report, or summarizing a document. You can use it to design a new logo or an image. It's all in the prompt. So as examples, write a poem for my boss's birthday. Create a picture that shows a man working. Summarize the following text. Find me the best flights to Buenos Aires leaving next week. They're not really great prompts because it doesn't say anything about your boss. What sort of work is the man doing? How many words do you want the text summary to be? And where are you flying from to get to Buenos Aires? And does it matter what airline you're flying on or whether you have any stops or anything like that? So most people ask short, simple questions and then get disappointed that they get short, simple answers or wrong answers. So you need to define your problem based on what you want and need to know, and be very precise about what you're looking for. If necessary, you can refine the question and go back and ask for more detail. Or if it seems to be wrong, ask it to be corrected. So what you use is crucial if you want to get a decent answer. And you should always ask for sources. So don't view it just as a search engine. It's something new, it's something different. And you need to interact with it to have a back and forth conversation. So there were good prompts and there were bad prompts. A good prompt is clear and ambiguous. It gives the context of what you're looking for and why. It should say what the output should look like. So is this going to be a report, or you just don't really care? You just want an answer. Who's it for? Is it for a professional? Is it for a consumer? Is it for you? And do they know who you are? What language do you want the answer to be in? So are there any limitations? I only want you to give me 500 words and not more than that. Or I want 2,000 words. And if you have multiple questions that aren't related and linked, ask them separately. And of course, bad prompts are pretty much the opposite of all of those. So as an example, one way of looking at an AI tool is to think that they are a new employee. They're a good employee, but they know nothing about your business or procedures and expectations. So if you go along to that employee and say, oh, give me a report on the widget market, the employee might ask you, what do you mean by the widget market? Or when do you need this? Or what format report? So a good prompt is going to answer all those questions. So please, can you prepare a report on the widget market? I need this for a board meeting tomorrow. So it needs to include statistics for the last 5 years and so on. So you're specifying very clearly what you want, which gets to what I think is the secret to good prompt engineering, creating good prompt. And that's the acronym CREATE. And CREATE stands for character. So who is the AI tool representing? An analyst, a marketer, a manager, a consumer, somebody who's making a complaint. Who is the target in this case? Then the request. What do you want the AI tool to do? What's the full context? You could even include emotional prompts, although people say they have no emotions. That's not fully true. You could include some form of emotional prompt, especially if it's urgent. You might want to say, this is urgent. Sometimes you'll have examples of what you're looking for. So you might give an example to help it along, the style wanted. Perhaps give an example of former work or headlines. You might adjust the prompt after what's been given. So you might ask it to provide sources or to refine the result or create images or something like that. Sometimes you might include this whilst you're actually doing the prompt, asking it for sources as an adjustment. Then what's the output? Is it an email? Is it a memo? Is it a press release? Or is it 1,000 or 2,000 word report with an executive summary and bullet points for the key items with figures all in a table? And finally, are there refinements that you might want to put in, such as ignore this product in the answer you've just given me, or give me more information about this product, or you've got it wrong, look at this area. So you refine what you've already got as a follow-on question. So let's see what happens with ChatGPT. And let's use what is not a great prompt, write a poem for my boss's birthday. And you get, of course, here's a birthday poem for your boss. In the office is bustling high, where tasks abound, stands a leader with a wisdom profound. Today we celebrate a guiding light. It's not great poetry. But suppose you say, write a poem for Susan, my boss's 50th birthday, in the style of a Shakespeare sonnet. still not great. But to Susan on this day of days so bright, a jubilee of years, a grand half century, and it's a sonnet with 14 lines. So it looks more professional. And if you're going to be giving it to your boss, as you probably worked out from my accent, I'm English. I don't know if the term brown nosing is an English term or English and American, but certainly you have to be your boss has to have a sense of humor to send her stuff like this, or the Gemini equivalent, for Susan, or the Bing co-piloted equivalent. To Susan on this day of days so bright, a jubilee of years, a grand half century. Or fair Susan doth proclaim this day her prime, through whispers turns to shouts of half a century. Claude at least does give some sort of apology. I crafted this original Shakespearean style sonnet specifically for your boss Susan's 50th birthday, without reproducing any copyrighted material. I focused on capturing the formal poetic structure and language typical of Shakespeare's sonnets, hence the 14 lines, while celebrating her milestone birthday and her leadership role. I don't think this is Shakespeare's style or good enough, but at least, you can put it as a birthday wish and she'll probably appreciate it and say, oh, aren't you clever for writing me something like that? Until she realizes that you know how to use AI properly. So how do you choose an AI tool? Well, we've already talked about paying for them. So are you going to go for free or paid? If you go for paid, you do get more, although not always that much more. How recent is the information? Some AI tools give more recent information than others. And some will give sources, some won't. Some will give you rubbish, hallucination. They'll make stuff up. And in some cases, they'll make stuff up that just does not exist. I've asked in the past for a list of the top 5 authors writing books on competitive intelligence. And 2 of the authors, one had written papers but hadn't written a book, and one hadn't written a book, or had definitely not written a book, but it made up a book that it claims she'd written. So it got it completely wrong. That's a hallucination. But you only know that when you check. If you don't check, all the 5 people named were people involved in competitive intelligence. They're known as competitive intelligence experts. And people will ask them questions about competitive intelligence. They just hadn't all written books. So you need to check what's there. What seems to happen is the AI tool doesn't know, and rather than say, I'm sorry, I don't know, tries to give you an answer. And by trying to give you an answer, it finds stuff that may fit and assumes it does, or pulls stuff from one source and combines it with another and hope that you won't check. So other things are plugins. Will it link to Excel? Will it link to Google Sheets? Your own personal preference. And how good is the analysis? So it's things like that you want to look at. So let's look at the first thing, the recency sources, ChatGPT 3.5. And at least ChatGPT is honest here and says, I don't have the information because I was last updated in January 2022. So in other words, what it's saying is all the data I have is old. When I did this as an example, it was 6 hours before after the story was published. So it's very, very recent. And Copilot from Bing, ChatGPT 4 obviously uses Bing results and manages to search the news and gives me the right answer. As does Gemini, possibly for the same sort of reasons. But Copilot gives me sources at the bottom, and again, but Gemini doesn't, which is annoying. I have to ask for sources. So that's an adjustment. So one of the things you might sort of consider is, do you want to have to ask for sources? And again, you need to check the sources. Claude doesn't know because it only goes up to August 23. And as far as I know, the paid version also only goes up to August 23. I've not been able to confirm that, but from what I've looked, that's what it looks like. Perplexity gives sources, the right answer, and pictures. I said I like Perplexity. On the other hand, Llama 2, blah, it does say I can't find the source. I don't have access to real-time information. But in which case it should have said, I don't know, or give some form of information saying this could be wrong. I only get that when I say, please give a source for this. So Llama 2 is a no-no when it comes to recent information. So is you. Certainly the default free version is you. It does give a source, but it doesn't get it right. More interesting is Hugging Face with DBRX Instruct, which when it was launched was supposed to be the most advanced large language model AI thing out there. It's available from Hugging Face, but it gets it wrong. And I wouldn't use that on a general basis because it's not the most easy tool to use because you're going through an interim thing. So that's Hugging Face, and that's DBRX Instruct. Aria on Opera, on the other hand, gets it right. And but I have to ask for sources. And ChatSonic also gets it right. And if you ask for sources, it gives you them. Now let's look at a different thing. There's a particular individual on LinkedIn that, fortunately, as I like using her as a demo, there's a whole series of them, but I use this one as my demo, that is not a real person. What she's doing, I don't know. I suspect it's to collect links and collect information, but it doesn't matter. She claims to be a recruitment consultant. She claims to have a PhD, which she completed in 3 years, then worked as a senior specialist for a further 2 years, whilst doing an MBA. And she claims to be working for her own recruitment consultant while she's doing her PhD and while she's doing her MBA and while she's working doing research in sort of molecular biology. That alone should be a red flag. And any human being would see that and say, or any sort of professional would see that and say, this is not a genuine resume. So let's see what the AI products say. So when you download this, you'll see her sort of blurb all about her. And ChatGPT basically says that she's a reliable and trustworthy consultant with extensive experience, relevant education, and she'd be a great person for you to work with. It summarizes the data, but doesn't do the analysis or get it right. Copilot, pretty much the same. Even the precise options, slightly different wording, but it pretty much the same. It does say that you need to sort of take references and do a bit of due diligence, but it doesn't find anything negative. And all the ones I've tried give the same response. That her educational qualifications, which I've just said, say there's something funny, make her seem great. Now, for me, I found this interesting because I've done this before, not with Claude 3, but with Claude 2, the previous version. And the previous version said, based on the information provided, there were a few factors that suggest Pamela may not be the most reliable or trustworthy recruitment consultant to work with. And it points out that the 20 years experience, whilst also getting a PhD and also getting an MBA, doesn't work. And that she's too broad. Normally, if you're recruiting at a specialist level for senior people, you're a specialist, and she seems to be sort of working with everybody. And she's got so much experience in so many different areas, also doesn't seem to add up. What I don't know is why Claude 3 gets it wrong and Claude 2 gets it right. So when it comes to analysis, these are sorts of things to be aware of, is that not only the different tools might differ, but even different versions might differ. So hopefully you've read the answers there, and let's look at how I can use tools for AI CI. So different ways, searching, we've seen this slide before. So now let's set the scene. I'm a market analyst. I work for a technology company with interests in multiple markets, including business to business and consumer. And my company prides itself on innovation. And my management has identified an opportunity for entering into a market they've not yet been in. One of the growth problems in a lot of the Western world is diabetes. And the more diabetics there are, the more likelihood some of them will need insulin. And if you're traveling and you need insulin, you need to keep the insulin cold. You need to keep it in the fridge. But what happens if you're going from New York to Australia? That's a long flight. How do you keep your insulin pens cold? And there are a number of products out there that allow you to do that. There's one product called Frio, which you have to basically keep it cold by by soaking the Frio in water, and you soak it in water, and then it keeps everything cold. But it's not ideal. It's kind of messy. What about a mini fridge just for insulin pens that can be charged by battery or USB or even solar power? So your boss has been asked you to produce a report on this market and the opportunities. Is this a growth market? Does this market even exist? Are the products out there? Who are the main players? What are their profitability? So this is the case we're going to look at. I'm not going to go through everything. I'm just going to give you a sort of approach how you can do it. So the first thing is searching. If I don't plan my prompt, I might just say, tell me about mini fridges to keep insulin cool when traveling. It's a very simple prompt, And you actually get pretty good answers. So ChatGPT says the sorts of things you should look for, the sort of products, but it doesn't actually name products. In contrast, Copilot does, and it gives me 3 different products. All of those products actually exist, and it does give me some links as well. Gemini also gives me products, and this time it gives me pictures, but it does mention the Frio type product, so not fully what I want. But I would have to ask for sources. Perplexity does give me sources. And I said that I would look at Databricks and Instruct via Hugging Face, and Hugging Face does give me similar sorts of answers. And it gives me 3 options, and they're not bad options. And it says what I should look for. So the sort of things like temperature range, how portable is it, the reliability, and the price. One of the more interesting ones is Pi.ai. And I'm not going to demonstrate this, although it's worth trying yourself. One of the first things when you start using Pi, it asks you to choose a voice because it reads the answer out to you. It's very much orientated at consumers, but the answer it gives is not at all bad. And again, it gives me options, types of product. But what I like is at the very end, it asks me, do I want more information? So it's prompting me on the next step. So as a form of AI, it's a very useful AI if you know nothing about a topic, for you to gradually build up your knowledge. So it says, would you like more information on these or other mini fridges? So it's given 2 mini fridges, and I asked for more information. And it now gives me a bit of sort of strengths and weaknesses of the various products. I then ask how much they cost and websites, and it gives me where I can buy them from and pricing and stuff like that. So results are acceptable. If I know nothing about the topic, it serves as a good introduction. And some tools give general information and some give slightly more specific information, namely products. The point is they're all giving different types of information, which is why if you only stick with one, you may be limiting what you're getting. They're all working slightly differently. And with that prompt, they're all consumer orientated results with no market information. And in the case of Gemini, an example which is not a mini fridge at all. So as a start, it's fine. But because I've got to give this to my board, it's not good enough. So let's construct a better prompt. In this case, I can use create, the acronym I mentioned before. So I'll say I'm a market analyst. I work for a technology company with interest in multiple markets. Company provides itself on innovation, and then saying why I'm doing the request. And then how do I want the results to come out? Sort of, please summarize information on the market, and please provide sources. But at the moment, I don't have examples, and so I've got no adjustments. So this is the prompt I'm going to put in. And in this case, I'm only going to look at Copilot, Gemini, and Perplexity because they're the ones who gave me recent data. I'm not interested in stuff that might be 2 years out of date. So when you're selecting, if you're asking somebody to write an email, it doesn't really matter, or a poem, it doesn't matter. But when you want the most up-to-date information, then that becomes important. And that's why I mentioned recency in the beginning. So Copilot gives me a short, sweet answer with 3 different products, and that's it. And it does give me sources. And these are the 3 products. They're real. They're not faked. And they're all specific for this particular application. Gemini is more interesting because Gemini does name suppliers and then says invalid URL removed. And I don't know why it says invalid URL removed because I don't know what was removed. It doesn't tell me. But the suppliers, AHP Medical, does exist, but it doesn't supply consumer products. It's not aimed at consumer products at all. And nothing they supplied was really useful from a traveling perspective. Dometic was much, much better. It is a consumer product, but it tends to be more for camping where you're driving around. So it's not as if you're on a plane. You wouldn't be able to take one of these things onto an aeroplane, onto a flight. It's very much for people going camping where they've got everything in their 4x4 or their Humvee or whatever they're traveling in. Perplexity I liked. It gave an answer, it gave sources, it gave 4 key players and products. What's interesting is the 4th isn't really a valid product. Or if it is, I couldn't find it. If I searched for super efficient refrigerator, I would find refrigerators that were super efficient, but not as a brand name. Whereas there is a solar direct drive brand name. But this gives me more information because it says market drivers and the sorts of things to look for, and a lot more than that. So it's a very interesting response, and it's probably the most sophisticated, longest response from the same question. So what have I learned? Well, each tool took a different perspective. Copilot named 3 suppliers and gave me a bit about them. Gemini did also and gave additional information for suggestions for research. Perplexity named 4 suppliers, although, as I said, one of them doesn't look real, but things like market drivers and also alternatives. The other thing, there was virtually no overlap in the suppliers. So if I'd have only used one AI product, I wouldn't have got the range of suppliers that are out there, and they're all slightly different. I've also got next step. So verifying the information on suppliers, looking at the suggestions for further research, looking more at the market and looking at each supplier. And what I can also do is look for news on the market, any developments or patents. Nobody mentioned patents to me, but then I didn't ask. So maybe that's something I should ask as a refinement or as an extra. One came back with a word kegerator, which is a fridge specifically used for beer kegs and cans, but can be repurposed. It also suggested a solar-powered fridge, so that's another alternative. Kegerators aren't the right product unless you're going camping and you've got lots of space, but it was an interesting alternative. And Gemini didn't give me consumer-focused results. And as I mentioned, the perplexity result may be wrong. So that's searching. What about writing and drawing? Or what about writing? So I could ask for bullet points. So I've got a slightly different prompt this time. And I might have, as I said, adjustments. So essentially what I get is the please prepare a report is the bit that's new and that's different. And again, perplexity gives me some interesting results. It tells me growth trends. It mentions key players, different key players. All of these are genuine. In fact, I think these are probably better results than the previous ones because all of them are very much focused on insulin. Notice Dometic does appear again. And it gives me market potential and opportunities and even a table, sort of growth table. I need to check these sources to make sure they're valid. But if they're valid, I've virtually got the report I need to give to my management. There's very little else that I need to do. And I was lucky. So Perplexity is a great tool and I like it a lot, but I won't just use Perplexity. I will use, as I said, I'll use Claude, and my default is Copilot because it's easy when I'm doing a search on Bing. But although it gives me suggestions for other questions, the sources it gives, it's got 5 sources. Only the first seems valid. I haven't a clue what the remaining 4 are. When I talk about hallucination, this is just they're nonsense. The other 4 sources, other than the first one, are just a load of rubbish. But the first one is relevant. And if I follow its advice and ask for things like who are the main players in the medical mini fridge market, I also get other information. I get graphics, I get graphs. So again, things that can be very, very useful. What about writing? I can use it to write an email. So suppose I'd purchased one of these products and it had gone faulty. I can get ChatGPT to craft an email for me, which I should correct and edit to put in words of my own. But it's much quicker when you're not quite sure what to write, to ask something like ChatGPT to do it for you and then edit response. Then I can use it for analysis. So one of the things I asked was to say the difference between the various Claude models in a table, which gives me something like this. Now let's look at translations. As everyone knows, Google Translate or Bing Translate or other translation tools. So let's see, why would I want to use an AI for translations? So here is some Arabic. And when I use Google Translate, it really doesn't come out very clear. And Bing Translate goes worse and says, I'll only do 1,000 characters. I'm going to cut you off at the end. In contrast, Gemini, in contrast, Copilot gives me a valid translation and says that it's from the Quran chapter 2 verses 6 to 16, and I can't vouch for the translation, but certainly if you look at a copy of the Quran, it's a workable translation. You know, if you look at the Bing's effort and Google's effort, you can see that it's pretty much the same. Indeed, those who disbelieve, it's all the same to them whether you warn them or do not warn them, they will not believe, versus those who disbelieve, whether you warn them or not, do not believe. I think the Copilot translation sounds a bit better. But there can be problems using an AI for translation. So I gave it this Korean, and Gemini gave me a translation with a heading and subheadings and a lot more. And at the end, it has a summary, which actually isn't in the text, and then gives some additional notes about how it's done it. And basically what Copilot has done, or what Gemini has done, is take the document or take the text and translate it by trying to give the meaning and format the text so that I've got something that is not just a word for word translation, but tries to synthesize and translate the meaning, not necessarily word for word. Whereas when you use Bing Translate and Google Translate, that's what you get. So Bing Translate gives me, again, the 1,000 words thing, but it really is not very readable. So if I was using this, I'd probably have to go back in and edit it to make it slightly more readable and slightly more accurate. Whereas the AI version is probably gone too far the other way. And the same applies when I use Google Translate. Again, they're slightly different translations. So my sixth area is checking debugging code. There was some JavaScript I had, and I wasn't sure what it did. And I put it into ChatGPT and asked, and ChatGPT said, this is compressed JavaScript. I can't say what it does. So I then said, is this safe? Will this damage my computer, or has it got a virus? And it said, no, it hadn't. That let me know that it was safe. So it will look at coding. But there's a nice application to show how good things like ChatGPT can be at coding. There's an app called, or there's a program called Sumplete.com. And the background is that a guy called Daniel Tate liked Sudoku, but was bored with it, and asked ChatGPT if it could create and invent a puzzle that doesn't exist anywhere else, a brand new puzzle. And after a few tries, it came up with something it called Sum Delete. And he then asked it for to create through HTML for it and the JavaScript for it, and it did it. It then created, wrote CSS to make it look pretty, and I think he's now sold this, and it's owned by somebody else, so he's made his money from basically a few hours work getting ChatGPT to create something that nobody had ever done before. And it's actually quite sort of fun brain exercise. It takes, if you do the 5x5 one, no more than 2 minutes, should be able to do it in 1 minute. The 7x7 one does take a lot longer, but it's a way of keeping your mind fresh. Now let's look at drawing and diagrams. So going back to the writing, but this time doing drawing. So I can have a prompt saying, imagine the Golden Gate Bridge over the River Thames in London with the Houses of Parliament on one side of the bridge and the Tate Modern Art Gallery on the other side. In fact, the other side of the House of Parliament is St. Thomas's and Guy's Hospital. It is not the Tate Modern. The Tate Modern is another building a bit further along. But who cares? I'm asking the AI to produce something. And this is what it comes up with. Nice, pretty pictures. That absolutely doesn't exist. And if I wanted to use this, it's copyright free. One of the pictures is of the Tate Modern, and the one I've shown sort of highlighted is of the Houses of Parliament on the other side of the river. So you can create your own images. Not the most useful image. Maybe I want to have something for a presentation. I might want a photograph. In this case, the next example, not great photographs, but it shows what comes up. So create a photograph of a market analyst pondering a business problem, sucking a pen to help them think with an Apple laptop on their desk. Notice it's got an Apple on his desk, and you can't see it's an Apple laptop. But apart from that, everything else is okay. And the interesting thing is it's only men. I didn't specify only men. 2 are people of color, 2 aren't. So it's trying to balance, but it avoided women. So I asked it to change the man to a woman, but Copilot didn't seem to understand what I was doing until I created a completely new prompt saying, create a photograph of a female market analyst pondering a business problem. And this time I suggested a cup of coffee on the desk. And now they're all young, all long-haired. So it seems to have some form of bias to produce certain sorts of images. But I can use these images and I could adjust them and I could change my prompt, and over time I would get a much better image. If you subscribe to Midjourney and pay, it's a much more powerful tool, and you can get some really great artwork out there. If you've never seen Midjourney, if you go to midjourney.co, I think it's midjourney.co, you'll see some of the examples. But you can also use, as I said, Copilot. There's also openart.ai and openjourney.art. So I'm not sure. I'm hoping this is going to work. This is a demonstration, if I can get it to work, of Sora. So let's see. No, it's not. But that is a created image. Let's see if I can. Let's see if I can do this. If we get a chance, I'll try it a bit later. It's a created image. It's quite a powerful image, and you can get a see of what things are going to be looking like in the future. But that's beta testing. Most people don't have access to it. So we're going to look at a slightly different video, and hopefully this one will work. And this is ai.invideo.io. And that's what it looks like. And this is the prompt. So I'm a market analyst. Management see an opportunity for them to enter the consumer market for medical mini fridges. And you can read what the prompt says. But this is the video that came out of that prompt.
Ever wonder what challenges diabetics face while traveling with insulin? Insulin, a life-essential hormone for diabetics, needs to be kept within a specific temperature range to maintain its effectiveness. But here's the catch. Maintaining this temperature during travel can be a real challenge. Fluctuations in temperature can lead to potential health risks, turning a simple trip into a health hazard. Imagine the peace of mind a reliable solution could bring. The solution to this problem might just be a product our company could develop. So, what options are currently available for diabetics on the go? It's a vibrant market with a variety of solutions. From insulated pouches to portable travel coolers, these products are designed to maintain the optimal temperature for insulin. One key player is MedAngel with their smart sensor, a device that pairs with your phone to monitor temperature in real time. However, it doesn't actively cool the insulin. It only alerts you when the temperature is out of range. Another competitor, Brio, offers a cooling pouch that uses evaporation to maintain a safe temperature, but it requires water to activate and may not be the most practical solution for all travel situations. Then we have companies like Medicool and Dyson offering portable insulin coolers. These devices, while functional, are often bulky and lack the aesthetic appeal that today's consumers crave. While these products serve the purpose, there's still a lot of room for innovation. Imagine a product that could revolutionize the way diabetics travel with insulin. Picture a compact, efficient mini fridge, uniquely designed with cutting-edge technology that ensures optimal temperature control wherever you are. Its sleek, user-friendly design doesn't just store insulin, but also provides a digital interface to monitor the temperature, ensuring peace of mind. This is not just a medical device, but a lifestyle companion for millions of diabetics. Our product could potentially redefine the market by addressing the gaps left by the current offerings. The medical mini fridge market presents an exciting opportunity for our company. This market is growing rapidly, driven by the increasing number of diabetics who require insulin storage solutions on the go. Now let's consider the potential for innovation. Current offerings are functional, yes, but they lack in design and user-friendliness. This is where our company can make a difference. Our track record of creating innovative, user-centric products positions us perfectly to disrupt this market. Imagine a mini fridge that not only stores insulin, but does so in a way that is sleek, compact, and easy to use. A product that caters to the user's needs and lifestyle. We have the skills, the expertise, and most importantly, the vision to make this a reality. By entering this market, our company has the opportunity to create a product that not only meets a critical need, but also stands out in the market.
And that video was from that prompt. You can edit the video, so you can edit the images, you can edit the text. I didn't do any editing at all. So you'd need to check, before you, first of all, you have to pay to buy the sort of the some of the images which are, it said were from Getty and so on. They're demos. But if you like it and you like the images or the images you select, you can create your own video in a fraction of the time it would take to do anything like that using conventional or traditional methods. And I've uploaded it. And you can sort of, it gives you this little brief about it, about what it's doing, even with its own hashtags.
Detected at the front door.
So,
Ever wonder?
Couple more tools. I talked about summarizing. There are dedicated products that will summarize information. One is called docanalysis.com, and you can give that a URL. You don't have to download everything necessarily, and it will actually take what's there and do the analysis, or you can download it. In this case, I downloaded the information. So I gave it Apple's annual report, And you can ask it to summarize, you can ask it to do a lot of things. In this case, I just said, what did I say? Yeah, how has Apple performed in 2022 compared to 2021? And it's given me a 1-paragraph answer. But I could ask it anything about the Apple annual report. So as a summary, I can get information and it gives me the page number so I can actually check what it's doing. There's another one that does this called PDF.ai. The problem with PDF.ai is it limits the number of free attempts that you can use. So I've used up my thing. It does the same sort of thing as Docalysis, so I can't be bothered with it. But if you like it and you prefer it and are willing to pay for it, then go for it. So to finish off, and then I'll take any questions. AI tools are still developing. If you go back to 94, 95, maybe 96, let's say you go back before any time before 1998, the internet was really developing. So you go to 1995, there was no Internet Explorer, there was no Chrome. You're using tools like Netscape and browsers that have pretty much disappeared. You may be even going before the first big search engine, Alta Vista. And they were all trying to experiment with new ideas. And they were getting it right, getting it wrong. And then Google came along and Microsoft was there and they weren't sure what they were doing. And they also started, first we had MSN search and then Live, and now you have Bing. So they've all progressed. And now it used to be virtually every country had its own search engine. So you wanted to search in English, in the UK, you'd use a different search tool to one for France, to the USA. But now it's all the same. And if you look at search engines, you've got Google, you've got Bing, you've got DuckDuckGo, you've got Baidu in China, and one or two others. I think Naver in Korea, but not many others. They've all either disappeared or consolidated or merged. And I really think that's going to happen with AI. If you ask me to place bets, Anthropic will probably survive as a second-rate player or move into the enterprise market. Some search tools moved into the enterprise market and weren't publicly available, but they were very specific in helping companies, a bit like Hugging Face is doing now, but it will be a commercial tool, not aimed at the general user. And Anthropic has had massive amounts of investment from people like Microsoft, Google, as well as the ones their own. So Google's not just investing in Gemini, it's also investing in other products. It's playing the field, seeing what's available. Llama, because it's got its Meta, will probably stay there. Although I like Perplexity, it's kind of independent. So will it survive? I think it will be acquired or be beaten. And I would say that OpenAI may be acquired eventually by Microsoft. It was almost happened when OpenAI, in a sort of argument, booted out their founder and CEO, Sam Altman, and then everything went belly up and he was pretty much invited back. One of the reasons that Elon Musk created Grok was because he felt that OpenAI's original mission was going wrong and he didn't like it. So he said, right, I can do this myself. And that's where Grok comes from. Grok is supposed to be humorous, sarcastic. If you ask it a question it doesn't like, it might give you deliberately a rude answer back. So I don't personally see Grok remaining other than a niche tool. I would see Perplexity possibly being a niche tool, but OpenAI will survive, as will Google, purely because Google's too big to allow itself to fail. But it may lose the first place in the search arena. It may be overtaken by Bing and Copilot. So I see things happening like that. Some of the niche products like Docalasis will probably be integrated in some of the other products and will disappear. So that's how I see things will be happening. So the AI tools are still developing. They need to make their money back. So some of them will have advertisements like Google. When you use Google, you are the product, because what Google gets its money from is from the advertising, not from people searching. They have to be good at their search, because otherwise people won't use them. If they're good at the search, people are willing to pay to advertise in the hope that people will click on the advertisements. So I see the free AI tools going like that, and the professional tools you'll have to pay for. There'll be more plugins and third-party developers enhancing them, so that you already have all Microsoft products will have Copilot built into them. But that will happen with other products as well. And voice control like Alexa will, I mentioned about Pi, that will go the other way, that you'll be able to search using voice control, as with Alexa at the moment, as with Siri at the moment. Criminal activity is going to be a boom market. It already is, with tools like WormGBT, which basically can be used to create very effective phishing attacks. Darkbot is the dark web. Bad actor, and in fact it means it's finding information from the dark web. One of the things about information on the dark web is that it's more text-based. It's going to it uses slightly different language, slightly different approaches. So Darkbot takes that into account. WormGBT was essentially developed by hackers. So will the job of a competitive intelligence and market intelligence analyst become more important? I believe it will, as a sense checker within organizations, able to sift out fact from fiction and provide real answers. It involves the use of AI, but it will be expert AI. The way you can view it is, if you ask most people, are they good at driving a car? And most people will say they are. Well, if that's the case, why are there so many car crashes? The reason is most people have not really been trained to be advanced drivers. So there is a role for the advanced AI user. And that can be the CI analyst acting as that sense checker, using AI to gather information and refining what's there so that it becomes useful and gives competitive advantage. And finally, there's disinformation. And if you don't know what you're looking for, you may believe what you see, and you might not be able to distinguish what's fact and what's fiction. So I'm going to give some examples of that. Some which I think is slightly whimsical, and one which I think is slightly scarier. So if you put into Google, and I said that Google is starting to get information from AI products. If you put into Google, you get these sort of tidbits at the top, which gives you sort of some form of answer. How many countries in Africa start with the letter K? And you get this nonsense answer. While there are 54 recognized countries in Africa, none of them begin with the letter K. The closest is Kenya, which starts with a K sound, but is actually spelled with a K sound. It's always interesting to learn new trivia facts like this. Now, of course, that's nonsense. ChatGPT has got better. It used to give you this. So it was slightly better. It said there were 3, Congo being the second one and Comoros being the third one. In fact, the real answer is for the countries starting with the letter K, you've got Kenya, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Kuwait, Kiribati. The only country with a letter K is Africa. So in Africa is Kenya. But let's look at another example. And this is the real danger. I said that I'm not worried too much about AI as a general thing. The problem is disinformation and deliberate disinformation.
Imagine the world's most influential individuals gathering in the frosty Swiss town of Davos. The World Economic Forum, an annual meeting of the world's economic and political elite, serves as the setting for this tale. It was here that the groundwork for a world government was laid, with COVID-19 serving as the catalyst. The story unfolds with the emergence of a novel virus. To the world, it seemed like an unfortunate, unforeseen event. But those who have looked at this know otherwise. The virus was part of a grander plan. A plan.
This was something I created as a demo to show how easy it is to create a disinformation video. I used InVideo.ai, the one that we showed before. In this case, I edited it the text slightly, but I hadn't edited any of the pictures. So this video took me 5 minutes to generate. There are lots of fake videos. It will become very, very easy to demonstrate. You can say that QAnon is real. You can say that the October 7th attack on Israel never happened. You can say the Hitler's Holocaust never happened. You can say anything like that, and you can create a very, very powerful looking video that you can spread. I've done another one trying to show the world is flat. The only problem is that anyone with a brain would know straight away that it's fake. But these things are scary.
Motion detected at the front door.
And orchestrated by the senior medics such as Dr. Anthony Fauci, the head of U.S. National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, who saw it as a means to an end that involved the establishment of a world government. The plot thickens with the development of the vaccine. The vaccine was not simply a tool for combating the virus. Rather, it was a device for controlling the world population. The vaccine was laced with bots, tiny technological marvels, designed to control those who received the vaccine. The intrigue deepens when you consider the nature of the vaccine itself.
Fortunately, some sites will pick up deliberate disinformation. So I uploaded this to YouTube thinking I was going to demo it from YouTube. And fortunately, YouTube said, get lost. This is a fake video or disinformation video, and it was removed from YouTube. So there is hope, but it's always after the fact. So we need to be aware of the benefits of AI and how they can really help our work. But we need to be sense checkers. We need to be able to say, look, it looks good. It looks powerful. Yeah, it was generated by AI. That doesn't mean it's right. So I'm going to finish now. And are there any questions?
Imagine the world's...
Sorry. Are there any questions? And you can download this. I'll leave this up. And I'm going to...
Motion detected at the front door.
I'm going to finish now, but I'm going to try and get the. I'm going to try and get the YouTube video of Sora up. So that you
We do
can
have
watch.
a couple of questions in the chat, so when you're ready, we'll share them.
Okay, let's share the questions now.
Okay, so the first one is, can you share your perspective about the ethical considerations that businesses should keep in mind when utilizing AI tools? So AI and ethics, what should we keep in mind?
The first is to say, I've used AI. So don't pretend it's your own work. You can say, I've edited it. So I started with AI, but it's not all my own work. That's the first thing. The second is what I was saying about sense checking. It's really important to sense check. Don't just create something, don't create a report and say, my work is done. You may be able to create that report in half a day, which would normally have taken you 2 days or 3 days. But part of that half day is going through it, making sure that everything in that report is valid. And if you work for me and you gave me a report and I saw straight away, hang on a second, this is wrong. If I use this report for my strategies, I'm going to be in trouble. Then you're asking yourself to be made redundant or fired. So there is a risk if people start taking what they come up with for granted. You have to check what you're doing, but at the same time, we've rubbed Aladdin's lamp and the genie is free. Pretending the genie isn't there is also wrong. So if there are two companies, one is using AI for its competitive intelligence, marketing intelligence, for product design, for product ideas, for analysis, and the other says, no, AI is dangerous, we're going to do things the old way. I believe that the one that's using AI is going to be much faster to react, much more innovative, come up with ideas, have a better understanding of their market than the second one, which will eventually disappear.
Okay, so the next question is about application. So this is probably more a bot than anything else, but can AI be used to automate repetitive tasks so that human resources can be freed up for more value-added work?
I mentioned about linking spreadsheets to AI. I didn't demonstrate that because setting it up is a pain in the neck. But for instance, if you have a list of employees and you have a private internal database, you could get the AI to go through that database and say who's performing well, who's not performing well. So you could have, for instance, cell 1, the person's name, let's say cell 2, the person's department, and cell 3 is their appraisal. So if, let's say, somebody has appraisal of A, they get a 10% salary increase. And if they have appraisal of C, they get no salary increase. And if you've got 2,000 employees, that's a lot of work. But if you have an AI that interrogates your internal database, you could have all your employees' names listed. And then the AI would then go through the appraisal and assess for every single employee on various parameters, which would take you a long time to do. Does that answer the question?
Yes. Now we have a different kind of question here. So what are some of the key...
Because the example I've given, it would be a private AI. It would not be one of the public ones, but in principle, you could do the same thing for a public one as well. So if you had a lot of LinkedIn profiles for the AIs that actually can read URLs, you could actually say, please assess these LinkedIn profiles. Are they good or bad?
So perhaps we selected, I don't know, 150 people that are job applicants, and we can tell them, rank them according to this, that, or the other, more experience or desired salary, something like that.
Yeah, and you could, if you put all their resumes in, again, most of the AI products will not take, they're limited, the free ones are limited on the number of words you can input. But I think Claude Opus, I'd have to check exactly how many words that you can put in. But certainly in the future, you'll be able to put in thousands of words, thousands of pages, and it will be able to interrogate each of those.
Okay, so different question. What are some of the key considerations for implementing AI tools in business, especially for those new to technology? So people who don't know the technology, they're in business, they're just starting out. Will employees take advantage of the tools versus doing the hard research work for themselves? So who should be doing the work, the employee or the AI?
If you know nothing about AI, somebody needs to be employed, possibly a consultant, possibly an IT or an AI specialist to advise. I personally wouldn't implement or advise the implementation of AI without somebody knowing what they're doing. It's what I said earlier about sense checking. It's all, AI, I think, is a fantastic tool. Or the various things are great tools, but garbage in, garbage out. If you don't know what you're doing, you're potentially risking spending a lot of money, a lot of time on something that's not going to work. So you need to have some expertise to do it. Does that answer the question, or are there any sub-questions to that?
Yes. So the sub question was, can the managers make sure that people aren't taking the easy way out? So will the manager have to check or double check that, well, you didn't produce this report, you actually had AI do it and you showed it to me. So you kind of gave an example where if you give a fake report, the boss will find out and you get fired. But what if it's not so easily discoverable?
Let's go back 20 years. No, let's go back not even 20 years, maybe 10 years. Within the UK at the moment, there is a scandal. There is a scandal because the post office, the organizer, in the UK, if you want to buy stamps or get a passport or various other types of document, you go to the post office and you buy stamps. A lot of the post offices, so it's not the people who deliver the post, it's the people who sell the stamps. And a lot of the people who do that own their own businesses, and they're small businesses, and they do it as a sideline. So they may be selling newspapers and chocolates and groceries and all sorts of things, but they also sell stamps. And to do that, they had to have a contract with the post office. And the post office installed an IT program called Horizon. And Horizon was supposed to be doing everything and monitoring and basically doing the finances and everything for each of these small branches. The problem is Horizon had bugs in it. but the post office refused point blank to believe there were any bugs. So when a post office had lost thousands of pounds, they blamed the post office owner for embezzling money, not that the software was at fault. The result of that was that some of these post office people were prosecuted and sent to jail. Some of them committed suicide for the shame of being accused of being a thief. Some of them lost their houses and were made bankrupt because they repaid the money, which they thought they hadn't lost. They couldn't understand where the money had gone. So they assumed they'd made a mistake and repaid it, including enough that they went into serious debt, lost their houses. Some of these people were the pillars of their community. And because of what happened to them, they lost complete status. It took several years before people realized something is wrong. Enough people this is happening to who were pillars of the community. It can't be all these pillars are dishonest. So they started getting together and they did a lot of research work. And eventually they found people saying, actually, Horizon is at fault. But the post office refused to accept it. They said, this is software. This is IT. It doesn't make mistakes. It has been billed as the biggest miscarriage of justice in British history, with several thousand people losing jobs, losing money, going to jail. And the people who testified in court when it came up saying these people were at fault are now being investigated for having perjured themselves because some of them had been warned. So the answer, I think, to the question is that as a manager, if somebody comes along to you and says something is wrong and you ignore that, you are responsible. If somebody comes to you and say, nothing is wrong, this is what I believe is the case, and you say, yeah, okay, I go with that, you as the manager are responsible. Sorry, I'm kind of harsh there, but I'm relaying the reason why I'm harsh.
Wonderful. Okay, so those were all the questions. So Arthur, thank you so very much. And folks, we will take just a small break while we're switching presentations, and I will see you soon.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ron, if you want, I can share that video.
Oh, you do? Okay, go for it. Yeah.
Right, so I've got to get it. So I'll stop this screen and I shall present. Right.
AI optimizes my schedule. This meeting got canceled. Hooray! We didn't really want to go anyways. But now I have a free
I'm not sure that's. Is the video sharing?
Yes, dogs playing in the snow.
Yeah. So that is all artificial. It's all done by AI.
It looks very realistic. The birds on the tree. Yeah. Wow.
No.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. Tiny red pandas running around in a petri dish. Okay. Oh, that's an animation too?
That's an animation.
Wow.
Well, it's not animation. It's AI generated.
Oh, okay. So AI imagined.
Yeah. Including the faces. They're not real people. These are fake people. And we'll stop it when we get to the mammoths, because I think you get the idea. I think the mammoth is this one is just absolutely gorgeous.
Wow, it's amazing. Is the
Yeah.
street real or imagined too?
I think it's imagined.
Wow.
So this is the future, but it's almost here now. Oh, the next one. This one. Again with the dust.
Wow, very well done. That's possible.
Yeah, exactly. This is what I was saying.
Okay, wonderful. Wow, that sounds realistic too.
Yeah.
It looks like that's a very powerful engine that can come up with. Look at the details. The
OpenAI.
Yeah.
So it gives you an idea, and I shall stop the screen now and hand back to you, because I think you're on next, aren't you?
Yes, I am. Again, thank you so very much, Arthur. It was a wonderful class. And folks, so just take a 30-second break and I will come back with the next session. See you soon.
Okay, I'll say bye-bye and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the next session. Toby, it's so good to see you. Make sure we can hear you. Okay. Okay. Toby, can you hear me? Okay, but I can't hear you. So let's see. How about now?
Let's try a different
There
microphone.
you go.
Yes.
I think we're good.
Sometimes the microphones just don't want to work. All right.
I
We'll use a
know.
different one.
Anyhow, welcome everybody to our next session. It's our great pleasure to welcome Toby Wyatt to the conference. Toby is going to speak about the C-suite perspective. She's going to share her lessons as a COO and CHRO. Toby is the founder and CEO of Motherload, focusing on executive advising for ambitious, often neurodivergent leaders. As VP of Operations, she transformed a healthcare startup overseeing HR, IT, finance, and more. She also served as Chief of Staff at Boeing and USAA, guiding change, improving processes, and ensuring preparedness for high-stake meetings. Toby has worked with ADHD, bipolar, and autistic leaders across her 25-plus years professional journey and has over 10 years of head of operation roles in organizations under 100 headcount across a wide array of industries. With a master's in secondary mathematics education and an international business degree, she's based in Chicago's West Loop, juggling entrepreneurship, client work, and family life as a mom of 3. So welcome, Toby. The floor is yours.
Wonderful. Okay. I want to make sure my slides come up. Okay. Deb, can you confirm if my slides are up on the screen? There we go. Okay, wonderful. Well, hard to follow somebody who's showing such wonderful videos on AI. So thank you for coming to this part of the presentation. It'll feel a little bit drier maybe, but it's very important and it's the key, I think, to the success and failure of all the companies across the globe. So hopefully you'll learn something and let's take off. So I just wanted to let you know what we're kind of cover today. I talk a lot about clarity. We will circle back towards that at the end. And so I'm going to be very clear about some of the things I'm talking about. So it may seem like these are very rudimentary things. I'm hoping that while they seem very rudimentary in their bullet points, you will actually find something of value as we cover them. So why does anything about the COO position or the CHRO position matter? Again, COO being the Chief Operating Officer, the CHRO being the Chief HR Officer or the Chief People Officer, as many people are calling them. So why would their perspective even matter? And then what are the qualities of a thriving organization? Because we all want one. We are all trying to figure out how to have one in the chaos that is the world around us and the external factors that we have to live in. And then how are we going to go about building some of these things? How do we get going on this? So with that, I wanted to cover some of the problems that exist out here. So this is from, there are actually 2 studies on this slide. There is a burnout study on the right from HBR, and I believe it's a Forbes study on the left. And so it just highlights how much struggle that CEOs in particular, founders are in this group, but leadership in general is really struggling. So 40% of executives are dissatisfied with their work environment. That is an incredible number, and especially because it is climbing so quickly. It is up from 34% in 2021. So whenever somebody is dissatisfied with their work environment, they're going to disengage because that is the natural thing. And so we all hope that you sort of over-engage to sort of correct the situation, but the stress levels that we all have to deal with make that very challenging. And especially if you look at the dramatic jump in stress levels. So 25% reported worsened stress levels. So this is not the percent of stress that they have. This is the fact that it's, they asked, what was your stress like last year and what was your stress like this year? And 25% say it's worse now. And in 2021, 15% said that it was worse in 2020 than in 2021. So stress is going up and the rates of burnout are increasing. So moderate burnout is at 25% with executives. Typically, these are CEOs of very small businesses. And then severe burnout at 3%. And these mean if the top executive at a company is facing severe burnout, that the company does not have a whole lot of hope at that point unless the CEO is able to find some recovery and get some help and support. So that's why it matters. One of the things to keep in mind is there are different rates of burnout happening based on different kind of leadership. And so, especially when you're dealing with founders or CEOs of small and scaling businesses, you tend to find two types of passion. So I'm going to describe two types of passion. There's obsessive passion and there's harmonious passion. And so obsessive passion is a pretty negative version of passion. It does drive people. It does sort of compel people to work, but it's associated with a lot of negative, almost like I can't stop working, or if I stop working, I'm a failure, right? That's an obsessive version of passion. And what's much healthier is when you find those who have harmonious passion. And it's basically they can stop anytime they want, but they just love what they do so much that they want to keep going. And so they can find boundaries, they can create safer spaces for their mental health, but they really have a drive to keep going and keep working. So the rates of burnout obviously are higher in the obsessive passion space and lower in the harmonious passion space. And then additional element to consider is your mindset. So this is something you might be more familiar with. There's fixed mindset and a growth mindset. And a fixed mindset is when things are unchangeable. My skill set is what it is. I was born with it, or my childhood developed it, and now it's sort of stuck in stone. And this is just what I am, and this is what I will be, and that's it. And a growth mindset is basically like all things change, and as we learn, as we adapt, we can become different and we can become new. And there's resilience and adaptability with that mindset. And it wouldn't be surprising to me. The rates of burnout are known to be higher, especially with obsessive passion and fixed mindset. So that means you are sort of compelled to work and you sort of feel stuck, like people are going to judge you, and you're just trying to avoid failure. So those severe 3% are likely to be those who are struggling with obsessive and fixed mindsets. So that's something to consider, especially if you find yourself as an executive, to really figure out where you sit in that line. And is it possible to change from that? And what changes are necessary to help you get into a more harmonious passion and a growth mindset? Okay. So this is a busy slide. I'm not going to talk through all these factors. We will actually come back to this slide with a lot of solutions. But I just wanted to sort of almost create the overwhelm that leaders are dealing with. This is a lot. And so these are the sort of internal factors. This has nothing to do with supply chain. This has nothing to do with inflation, right? These are all just internal to a person or internal to a organization that create real challenge for leaders in making it go forward. One of the ones that I do really want to call out is loneliness and isolation. And I think in general, what we're finding is that loneliness and isolation is up. It doesn't matter if you're a leader or a worker. So many of us, myself included, really benefit from remote work. And it creates a real struggle to make sure that sometimes we were using the workplace to create community and to have friendships. And so when we go to remote work, which has incredible value for lots of people and organizations, we're going to have to be really intentional about reducing that. But the leaders are no different. And there's an especially sort of insidious layer on top of a leader, because there's a sense that they have to know it all. And if they don't know it all, then they shouldn't be the leader. And so they create their own loneliness because they're unwilling to be transparent with the people around them. They're unwilling to be authentic to the pressures and the struggles that they might be facing. And so the leaders have that additional problem. So anyway, we will, as I said, come back to many of these at the end of the presentation when we talk about solutioning, because I do believe that the basics of what I'm talking about will solve a lot of these challenges. I did want to talk about some external factors really quick, especially on surveys that are from the Middle East and Africa regions. There's a great top line here. There's a lot of optimism. 50% of leaders expect global economic growth to improve, and 66% are confident about revenue growth in the next 6 months. All really good percentages. Anything over 50% on these feels optimistic, feels hopeful. And a grand 84%, which is really wonderful, are optimistic about the 3-year revenue growth prospects. So that means people are still thinking we're going to grow slowly, right? The next 2 years might be a little slow, but by the time we get to year 3, I'm sure we're going to see some better things. So that talks really well about the optimism that the region has for where things are going. However, there are some real constraints. And so one of the surveys that was done showed that 52% of leaders in the Middle East and Africa regions have been appointed since 2021. That's an incredible amount of leadership turnover, which creates real churn. And it means that most times when a new leader arrives, they implement their own leadership style, they implement processes that work for them. They change a lot because that's how they know to operate, and that's what they know works because of the experience they've had in the past. And that can create real change fatigue for the people that work around them. And so there's a lot of organizations that are going to go through a lot of change with this amount of high turnover happening. And we're going to see in a minute some of the high turnover that is coming up for employees as well. And so with all of this external leadership, there's a lot of changes that these people need to be sort of integrated into the company culture, or the company culture adapts to the new leader, which is often the case. But the external hires don't stop at leadership. So there's a lot of turnover happening in a lot of places. There's a lot of dissatisfaction with work. So we're seeing pretty high turnover in general. And that's every time you see high turnover, the company culture is at risk, because the company culture really is made up by the interactions of all the people there. I think we like to believe that company culture is a thing we can create and put out into the world and shape how we like. But the real truth is the company culture is made up by how people interact with what it is we're trying to create with that. So talent retention and development, all this high turnover is a reflection of the fact that people are leaving. So we need to figure out, how do we keep our good talent? How do we keep people, and how do we develop them so that they can become promoted leaders from within the organization, which has some incredible value to keep some leadership that has grown within the company. And then there's some pretty common across the globe issues that we've got here. I think given Arthur's presentation, AI could certainly be a very specific item on this list. I've sort of swept it into comprehensive technology redesign. There's a lot of technological change happening, and we've got to keep up, because if we don't keep up, our competitors will. And then, of course, there's geopolitical conflicts and climate change and inflation. So those are just really big, broad things that we have very little to no control over. But they do impact our people. They impact our ability to provide the products and services, right? It can impact supply chain, and it impacts spending power and all sorts of things. So those are definitely factors to keep a watch on. And then, sorry, 1 second. Technical glitch here. Okay, so I wanted to bring up the Gallup Global Workforce Report for 2024 because it shows some really interesting things. So we're only going to talk about 3 aspects from that report, and there's a whole lot more information. So this is a report that you can go and download and get the insights. And what's wonderful is that it is a global report, and it is broken down by region. And you'll see in a second that it's even broken down. They give data that is country specific. So it's very interesting information to go and be aware of. But globally, engagement is at a whopping 23%, which is really horrible, right? That means 23% globally, people are enthusiastic to be at work. They feel good about work. They're wanting to do better things. They're worried about their performance. They are wanting the promotion, right? They're really wanting to do better. And we know that engaged people lead to higher results for the company. So this is really scary that 15% are actively disengaged, meaning this is where the silent quitting or the quiet quitting or the, yes, I'm at my computer and I'm a remote worker, but I'm actually, doing all the other things in my house. It's not actually a problem with remote work. It's a problem with engagement. And so we need to fix the engagement problem. And it's a big problem. So as you can see, these are the engagement numbers across the different regions. And I'm going to talk for a second while I put up the next screen, because I'm not going to talk through each of the numbers. But these are the countries from the survey that have lower than 25% or lower employee engagement. So you can see these are the Middle East and Africa regions, Sub-Saharan Africa and Northern Africa, both combined here. So there's a lot here, right? That's a lot of countries listed. That's why it's a very busy slide. So I do apologize for that, but I think it really highlights some of the struggle that is existing here, because it gets a lot lower, right? You look at Egypt and Lebanon, barely, over 5% engagement. That is something we really need to be aware of and figure out how to do better. And so I think that the information that's coming can help us do better. Another major problem going on is just the amount of stress. So this question, I'm not sure how valid the ultimate results are. I do think that it resonates with me and with what I have seen in other surveys. The question was asked yesterday, did you feel a lot of stress, right? So that could lead to some somewhat biased answers, but other things that I have seen resonate with these responses. And so you can see 41% globally feel a lot of stress, right? That is an incredible amount, and it means it's very hard to be engaged at an organization when you feel a lot of stress. This stress can come from many factors, right? It's not just from a business. It could be that your home life is very stressful because of the economy, because your spouse is unemployed, because your children are facing, struggles with their schooling, right? There can be a lot of reasons why people are feeling stressed. But one of the biggest contributors to people's stress is their work life. And these were asked to work individuals. These weren't just asked to random people. So they were asked to say this about work. So we know that people are feeling a lot of stress at work, and we've got to figure out ways to deal with that. And so you can see, unfortunately, we've got the Middle East and North Africa with a 52% said that they were feeling stressed that day, which is a lot higher than the global 41%, right? US not fallen far behind. And then Sub-Sahara and Africa, at 48%. So that the regions that maybe make up much of the audience here today, right, really stressed, and you might be feeling that. And so I did list out the countries that have a 50% or higher stress rate. And so you can see Lebanon and Turkey and Liberia, right? Over 60%, approaching 70%. That's really, really difficult to find ways to engage employees when they are extremely stressed out. And so the last one I want to cover is intent to leave, because this is very disruptive and it goes back to the high turnover we talked about. So globally, 52% of employees, which these can be employees and leaders, intend to leave. And that means they are actively watching for work or interviewing for work, right? It doesn't mean they have a plan to leave just yet, but they are doing what they can to figure out a solution. They don't like where they are. they want to be moving on. And again, you can see sub-Saharan Africa with a really high percentage of a lot of people want to leave. And so that makes it really difficult to create consistency and stability within an organization if you have your people who are disengaged and wanting to leave. And then you have the huge cost of recruitment, you have the huge cost of onboarding, the huge cost of the interview process. All of these things that are associated with really cost companies huge amounts of money. So that's why it all matters. And again, I just wanted to show you, we have a sadly long list here. Again, this is the group of 50% or higher. And so Sierra Leone really coming in there with over 80%, right? And it's really difficult to watch that, because you can tell that this means there's just a lot of people really frustrated with the environments at their job, or they need to be making more money than they are. But ultimately, this is just a lot of people struggling with where they are. Okay, so that was a lot about the problem, and we're going to start to shift into the solution. So I know that everybody sort of has met a CEO, either is a CEO, but I don't think we've done a good enough job, especially because of the clients that I serve. I do a lot of CEO advisory work, and I am seeing the fact that the role of the CEO is actually far more convoluted than it really could be. And that's because many CEOs have grown from either founder status, and they were the person who had to do all the things when the company was really small, or they're scaling, or they've just never actually put any thought and energy around what their role is and what their role should be. So I would argue that strategic leadership, defining and interpreting external factors, dealing with present versus future and which one should win out at any given time, and shaping the values and standards are things that are non-negotiable for a CEO. If you're going to be a CEO, these are things that you really need to be aware of and actively involved in. And so strategic leadership, really making sure, again, we set the direction for the company. And that is not only where we should go, but it's where we shouldn't go. So setting the clear boundaries in addition to that. And so that is a lot of strategic planning. And what I find is that most CEOs, especially of smaller organizations, are so busy that they don't make time for strategic planning. I don't have time for that. They don't even have time in a day to think bigger picture, right? And so a lot of them do it late at night when they're lying awake in bed, when they really should be getting sleep, so that they can, have mental health and have boundaries and improve their engagement. But they might think of those. And then, of course, if you're lying in bed and you're sort of thinking about the future, you're not doing it with anybody else. You're not doing it with your leadership team, and you're making plans. And what starts to happen is you start to make assumptions, because you've had a long time to think through these things. And you sort of start assuming that everybody else is coming to the same conclusions as you would, because you're rational people. They're rational people. Why wouldn't they? But that is where a lot of lack of clarity really ends up happening. And so the external factors, right? Where do we need to focus? What is the SWOT analysis, right? Strengths, weaknesses, attributes, I'm sorry, the A is missing me, and threats, right? So what are the things that are internal that are helping us, and what are the external things that are really important? And then we need to prioritize. And if there isn't prioritization, there we go. If there isn't prioritization, then you end up with a lot of people running in a lot of directions. And one of the reasons for that is you sit in a meeting and you talk about some sort of problem. And instead of everybody in the room realizing that this is just a discussion that can stay in the room, somebody thinks that this is a problem to solve. And this is one of the reasons that you start to get a real lack of alignment, and you get a lot of people running in a lot of different directions because they think they heard you ask for a solution that perhaps you didn't ask for. So prioritization is really important, and not only important to create, but very much articulate and make sure is broadly spread and shared. And then present versus future, obviously, like so many companies are worried about short-term performance, and it's at the expense of what is actually best for the company long-term. And so I think we really need to make sure that somebody at the organization, especially the CEO, cares about the long-term of the company and knows when to balance that. Sometimes you do need to make short-term prioritization, but somebody has to be looking at the long game. And then shaping the values and standards. Again, we want to think we can create culture, but we do shape it by example of leadership. And so I think that's really important, that what the leader does really creates the culture. And I can't tell you how many times I've worked with a client that's just very confused at why other people are acting the way they are in their organization. And it's because they have blinders on to that's how they interact with the people around them. And it's a really tough thing to come to terms with because they don't want to believe that about themselves. And yet we need to really be self-aware. So whatever's left over, right? What else can a CEO do? The answer is everything else is up for grabs. Beyond those things, a CEO could be a product specialist, right? They are the one who created the product in the first place. Maybe they're a software engineer at heart. And so they really need to be spending their time doing software development because that is where their zone of genius is. It's where their engagement lies. And it's where they are going to benefit the company the most. Others are really great operators, right? They were hired because they've run organizations before and they really know how to do it. And so they might be doing the business operations. And everything in between. I have seen so many different CEOs. Once a CEO has taken the time to understand what their zone of genius is, then they can really make sure that the role that they take on in an organization matches that, which increases engagement, reduces stress, increases harmonious passion, right? All the good things. So the visionary is typically the CEO. But I would say that there are some organizations in which that's not true, where the CEO actually plays the integrator role or the operator role, and they have people around them that are really great visionaries. Both are okay. There shouldn't be judgment on one way or another. And I think when we hold ourselves in judgment over what the CEO can and should be doing, when we hold our CEOs in judgment of what they can and should be doing, then we reduce the actual benefit of what a leader can really do. And a practice leader, yes, a CEO could be a practice leader. That's typically not true. That's why you have department heads with different things. But again, if a CEO is really good at product, or they are the spokesperson for the service that is being provided, every now and then you see them being the practice leader. What's really important is that all of these roles get met. So if the CEO isn't doing them, who is? And that is what is incredibly important and why the perspectives of the COO and the CHRO really matter. So what does a COO do? The answer is it depends. It really depends on what the CEO needs. And so they are usually the yin-yang sort of situation, or the balance to what the CEO needs. And so if the CEO is a visionary, then the COO typically is an integrator or an operator. And so they are sort of making sure that that center circle, the collaboration, alignment, and planning is taken care of. And then they might own some functional elements. If a CEO is a very product-oriented person, then the COO may be taking other functional leadership roles. So there is a broad definition of COO. And I do want to clarify something because I've sort of called it out on my slide here. There is business operations, which is sort of the ongoing running of an organization. And there's what I call capital O operations. And what I mean by that is that's your supply chain, manufacturing, and logistics. That is very formal operations, and it requires a very specialized skill set. And I think we've done a disservice that COO means both. COO means functional leadership, and it means capital O operations, right? Somebody who specializes in supply chain, logistics, and manufacturing. So those are two very different things. And I do wish that we had different titles. I don't think that's something that's going to change very quickly, but it makes it very convoluted what a COO does, even in addition to the fact that business operations is a very amorphous thing that can encompass multiple of these triangles. So sometimes business operations, if they are the business operations leader, it includes finance, it includes HR, it includes IT, and sometimes even includes sales and marketing. It depends what your COO skill set is, how big your organization is, and what it needs. I'm not going to talk about this for long, but it's something I'm very passionate about as somebody who was a former chief of staff. There's sort of the chief of staff wildcard. So the utilization of a COO was pretty big. It was 48% in, let me get my number, 48% in 2000, and then it went all the way down to 32% in 2018, and it's back to 40% now. But what that number doesn't account for is the rise of the chief of staff role. And so I don't have good numbers on how many companies are utilizing a chief of staff. I tried to find those numbers and I couldn't find them. Chief of staff tends to be at very small organizations. And the very clear way I'd like to describe it is that the chief of staff is one side of an hourglass. So if you think of the chief of staff being responsible for the leadership team, the alignment, the collaboration, the planning, that center circle of the wheel that I just showed you, and sort of the care and feeding of either the leader specifically or the leadership team. And then the COO is the functional ruler, sort of the down and out. And so they are responsible for the various functional areas of the organization. And so in partnership, that can be a very compelling partnership. And so I think some people might be calling their COO a chief of staff and vice versa. Okay. And then CHRO, I skipped over one slide. I don't want to lag on here long, but the whole point is this is the complexity, the full complexity of what HR can be. Most organizations don't need all this. This is sort of enterprise level HR. And so I do want to focus on this one of what people operations do you need. When you're a really small organization, you need administration. So that's your payroll. It's making sure people have their taxes right. It's making sure that you have the right addresses for people. It's making sure that just things are running smoothly. Do people have supplies, right? All of that kind of basic stuff. And then you have recruitment and onboarding. You have to get people on. This onboarding at this stage tends to be really rudimentary and almost non-existent. I work with people to shore up the onboarding. Usually we just sort of throw people in a company and just say, good luck, figure it out. And then we obviously need to pay people. So somebody's figuring out what number we pay them, oftentimes not very sophisticated. And then basic policies and basic performance management. And I say very basic because I don't know that performance management can be done well until you're really doing metrics. And many startups don't have great metrics, especially down to the role level. But performance management is the feedback loop that allows leadership, peers, and an individual to really understand how things are going. So you can do that at a rudimentary level. And so from a startup, you add all of those things into the early stage and you start adding the fact that you might be adding benefits into the organizational mix. You start to see some separation between the leadership and the employees. So you need to have somebody that's sort of watching for those dynamics and making sure that they're going well. And then you need to be growing people because you realize, hey, we're going to have new roles coming up. We're going to have new leadership spots. And we want to develop our talent in order for them to be able to be ready for those positions. And then unfortunately, the last two, you start to add in complexity of people, and you have HR investigations and conflict resolution. And then in the growth stage, that's when you start adding in sort of the more traditional elements of HR, and you really start being more complex and sophisticated. And this is when you have an HR team to really be helping support that. So at a startup level, you might have an HR person, or whoever's doing your operations is also doing HR. That's very common. At an early stage, you might have an HR generalist, maybe a head of HR type person. And then at the growth stage is when you finally need the CHRO. And then really the important part is these are the things that I think are missing from many organizations that lead to all those negative internal situations. So you have a lack of clarity, a lack of predictability, and a lack of stability. So really what clarity is setting expectations so that everybody knows how they can meet or exceed or why they're falling behind expectations. And so that deals with the roles. Do we have the right roles at the organization? Are people expected to do the right things? Do people actually know what they're expected to do? Is it clear to them? Do we have the right people? And that usually means, do we have the right skill set with the people that are here? And if not, can we reconfigure and bring in the additional skill sets that we need? And then processes and systems, right? Processes are how we do things, and systems are the place in which we do them. So sometimes those are technical systems, they're often technical systems, but sometimes they are, broader change management type, systems, the systems we use to get things done. Predictability is really about alignment. And so you have the issues of communication, task management, process improvement, and change management. And so I would argue that clarity has really a lot to do with HR for roles and people, and a lot to do with operations for processes and systems. So those two people, or the same person, if it's the same role, really need to be aware of the full scope of all of those things. As we move into predictability, this is really sort of the sweet spot of any operations person. Certainly there are HR elements here. So especially when we get into change management and change fatigue, understanding where people are, we need to be really aware of our people. But these are all very process oriented. And so this really should be owned by your operator, your operations person. And then we have stability. So this is all about resilience. Stability is not about staying the same forever. It's about being able to be stable in certain places so that you can weather the instability that's going to be thrown at you, whether it's that the company is unstable because it's scaling and growing in wonderful and beautiful ways, or it's because you're weathering economic factors and you have to sort of weather that storm. And so the way we go about making sure we have stability is defining our metrics and then watching them and holding them. And this is where I said performance management really needs to be done at the stability level, because you have to have defined the metrics of success for the organization in order to find the metrics of success for any given individual. So this is where we start to see really effective performance management. And then planning, or strategic planning as it's often called, and training. So making sure the next group of people can come in and all of that. I'm going to skip over that slide because I essentially covered it with how we're doing it. The roles of the COO and the CHRO are integral to making sure that all of those three things happen. So as I said, we were going to revisit the challenges that are being faced by many organizations and talk about the solutions. And this whole slide is covered by clarity, right? I believe that the biggest problem with employee stress, employee engagement, reasons people want to leave is there is no clarity. We make a lot of assumptions and we don't communicate super effectively. Your COO should be responsible for making sure that that happens across the organization. If the COO and the CHRO are two different people, they need to work absolutely hand in hand to make sure there is role clarity, people clarity, which is essentially skill clarity, and that there is systems and processes clarity, because it's the systems and the processes that get people frustrated time and time again. And if the systems and processes are broken, that is when we move into predictability and we start to change things and we start to iterate things and we make things better. But role definition, and this was for the CEO. What is the role of the CEO? So this covers everybody, not just leadership, not just employees, which is what's often done. We need to have clear definition, because without role clarity, the CEO starts doing everything, right? They don't delegate well. They don't create work-life balance. They find themselves constantly in pressure because they don't have the skills to somebody else at the organization to hand that off to, or the roles are not clear. And so a lot of duplication of work and just a lot of frustration builds in that. And then loneliness and isolation. This is something that it does have to do with clarity. It does have to do with seeking clarity. And I talked about this being a really important factor. Sometimes your COO and your CHRO are not your go-to people. And I wish that was the case. And sometimes you're so small that you have a junior person doing some operations. And so they don't really have the COO title, but they are doing this work that I'm sort of labeling as COO work. And so that's when it's really important for that leader to work with a coach or a mentor or an advisor to really be able to de-isolate and lift the loneliness that they feel or judgment that they feel could be coming, that they sort of hold to themselves. I think that's incredibly valuable and a very underutilized tool. And then again, with change fatigue, we've got the predictability is what starts to come into place here. If you have change fatigue, then you haven't done proper change management. And your change management may say, hey, you've got to hold on some of that work because we have change fatigue and we've got to space this out. Sometimes that's not really possible. You have to change. We have to go very quickly. And so it's really important to be aware of change fatigue and sort of just find ways to support people within that change fatigue. Again, that should be part of your change management approach. And so then we got communications need to be improved. And again, that is your operating rhythm. It's your meetings. What meetings do we have? Who's at the meetings? How are they run? What's the outcomes of those meetings? What other kinds of communications? When do we send an email versus when do we send some sort of internal message, whether it's a Slack or a chat, a feature of some sort? And do we know the difference so that we aren't sort of making a lot of assumptions based on inconsistent information or people are hiding things? So it's really important to be able to create a culture of clear and honest communications in order for this to be valuable. And then as we move out of predictability into stability, this is when we sort of start looking to the future, and once we look into the future, we can figure out what balances to make. And so the pressure to compromise values, a lot of times that happens because the values are sort of long-term. This is what we want to be. And when we feel like we need to compromise our values, a lot of time it's because we need to do something. We feel scared, we feel fear over something. And so we need to make a decision that maybe compromises our values a little bit. And then immediate results versus future growth. Obviously, if we have planning and metrics, we can decide, hey, this is the ultimate metric. We don't need to be worried about that short-term growth. Or yes, our plan is that we are going to do this short-term initiative because it will help us last long enough to get to those long-term goals that we have. And then this is a challenge that many leaders face, is that the relationships amongst their, especially leadership team, these oftentimes were sort of your buddies when you started, or it was a smaller organization, or you created a good relationship. And as the company grows and as more people get added, people get uncertain of their place in it. And so if we have proper performance management, which again is that feedback loop, The relationship changes may still happen, but they're going to be on much better footing if we have proper performance management. And the last three things are the stress, engagement, and leave. And so I think in general, clarity and predictability the lack of those cause employee stress. So if we can fix those, we elevate employee stress. And when we we reduce employee stress. And when we reduce employee stress, we increase employee engagement. And employee engagement really is all three things, right? Because it's the longevity of the future, but it's also how are things going? Do I know my role? How are the communications in the organization, right? All of those contribute to employee engagement. And then intent to leave, I have it marked to stability here. Again, stress and engagement sort of contribute to intent to leave, but it impacts the stability of the organization. So it's really hard to have a stable organization without that. And just as a reminder, I'm going to pull this screen back up, is the case for resilience. All of the bottom of the screen here is why we need resilience. And yet the top half, these wonderful percentages of hope, is we need to make it that long, right? We need to be able to outlast the concerning temporary so that we can make it there. So with that, I'm going to close it out, and hopefully you've got some great questions for me.
Thank you so much for your remarks. Really very eye-opening statistics. I'm not sure if we all had a good understanding of what's happening with the stress levels and the lack of engagement, and kind of sobering statistics. A lot of great comments in the chat and some great questions. And so we have our attendees today are kind of a combination of small to mid-sized business owners, entrepreneurs, and then folks that are currently working in companies, in corporations, who want to make the move up into the leadership ranks. And so one of the first questions here would be, for those individuals, those management level people who are looking to transition ideally into a C-suite role for the first time, what would be some advice that you would have for them when it comes to, sharing or, their importance of adaptability, the importance of focusing on long-term goals, continuous learning? What would you advise those leaders who really want to kind of step up and lean into roles of more responsibility?
Yeah, so especially if you're wishing to level into the COO role or the CEO role even, really getting cross-functional awareness is probably the first place I would start. And so there's a lot of people at a lot of organizations that come from a specialized background. They are within the HR department. They are within the product department. Maybe they're a software engineer. All of those have paths to CEOs. Just some are less likely. So for example, in 2023, 57% of promoted CEOs came from the COO role, and 5% came from the CFO role. And I think we used to believe it went the other way. I think a lot of CFOs, and in fact, 2022, 15% of promotions to CEO came from the CFO role. And so, and to the people who are asking, well, I'm not in a C-suite position and I want to get to some of those, there's what's called leapfrog promotions. And in 2023, 5% of promotions to CEO were leapfrog, meaning they weren't in the C-suite and they went to CEO. So I think it's those people who demonstrate that they can really provide clarity. And so they're very clear about things. They have high levels of transparency. They're able to sort of get people to work around with them. And that means understanding cross-functionally what are the concerns of the departments around you and building alignment and then building that future plan. So if your C-suite leadership is not doing a great job of creating alignment and looking forward and building that stability of the organization, I think there's an amazing area for people underneath the the C-suite to be able to demonstrate those skills. And most of the time they are recognized and noticed.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Another question kind of tying back to the comments you made about clarity and performance management. What are your thoughts on and you also talked about strategic planning and how important is it to be able to draw from different functional areas of the organization at different levels of responsibility and have them participate in a planning process so that you're truly getting kind of the insights coming, enterprise wide, from folks, certainly at the leadership level, but also those that are maybe you've got some field sales resources or operations or process people around the table as part of the planning team. How important is that to get to clarity, to get to organizational alignment where you have that cohesion, and that I would think that if you do that well, then you start to see improvements in performance, because then you've got everybody in the organization, regardless of what department they're working in or what level of responsibility they're in, working towards common objectives, and they all are clear on what those expectations, those performance expectations are, and the role that they play. So what are your thoughts about kind of being this inclusive culture when it comes to business planning?
Yeah, so I think this is the really interesting dynamics that happen as a company grows. So for example, when I was at the small organization, I was head of HR, head of marketing, head of IT, all of the things combined into one. So as a single person in my own brain, I can make aligned decisions because I already am aggregating information from so many areas. You really start to lose that as the company scale, and you start to have departments and you start to have teams often working on those same things. And so that's a real concern. And it's one of the magical areas, as far as I'm concerned, of what a chief of staff really can and should be. Because if you try to include everybody together in the same room for a planning process, almost inevitably it goes horribly, because it's the too many cooks in the kitchen analogy that I'm used to, right? There's just too many people with too many opinions, and it's very hard to create cohesion. The magic of the chief of staff role is that this is a person who can go and attend meetings of all these different departments and be the voice of them in the room when the strategic planning is helping. So they are an executive level position that has access to and exposure to the areas. And the chief of staff is only as good as the exposure they have. So people need to be transparent, invite them in, give them information. And the chief of staff needs to have low enough ownership of tasks that they have time to be able to do that. But you're right, all of those areas need to be included, but they can't always sit in the same room together.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. I was just, understanding that the chief of staff, we're not talking about that a lot as far as that title. And I think, we've had conversations certainly in yesterday's conference about, who owns that process. Certainly the C-suite, but is marketing taking the lead? Is finance taking the lead? Is IT taking the lead because there's such a need for business intelligence and information coming in to, inform the planning process? So sounds to me like this might be a very, an important role for organizations to think about, who can be kind of that aggregator of gathering all these insights that are representing the organization enterprise wide. So thank you so much for sharing that perspective. Another question that we have, and in your background, you talked about in our introduction about your experience with neurodivergent leaders and how that's shaped your leadership approach. Can you explain how diverse thinking styles, how does that support and lead to stronger collaboration, greater innovation, more inclusivity and clarity?
Yeah. So what I found is that there is anecdotal and starting to be some statistical evidence that a very high percentage of CEOs and also operators, so COOs, are neurodivergent. It's because of the things that can make you, that you tend to be better at as a neurodivergent person, are the things that are needed in that role, because it's a lot of different things, right? It can be very scattered. Neurodivergence, just to take a quick step back, if anybody isn't aware of what that is, in the world, according to Toby, neurodivergence is simply when it costs you more energy to do mental exercises than the people around you who are normal. And I put that in severe quotes because I'm not sure that there is a normal. But ADHD as a well-defined executive function is very difficult. It's a very high energy burn for people with ADHD. And executive function is, I need to do A, then B, then C, then D, and they do the whole process in sequence without getting distracted by all the other things that need to get done, right? That's sort of a preliminary, very basic definition of ADHD. For the autistic person, communications tend to be the real challenge. They don't understand why people are interpreting them the way that they are, and they don't necessarily understand the body language and clues that people are giving to the emotionality behind what they are receiving. So there tends to be a real mismatch in understanding. So it takes autistic leaders a whole lot more energy to figure out why things are happening that way. And then I do some with bipolar, so I'll just touch on that for a quick second. I don't think it's nearly as common as the other two, and it's certainly much more hidden because it's still very stigmatized. But consistency tends to be the problem, right? They tend to have very large swings from one direction and the other, and it can be very confusing for the people around them to deal with that. And so when you have clarity, predictability, and stability, it's the same for any organization. And there's a really great term called the curb cut effect. And the curb cut effect is essentially in the United States in, I think, the 60s, we made the decisions to cut out of the corners of the curbs so that people in wheelchairs could easily go from the curb to the street and then back to the curb again, because otherwise there's like a little cliff and that doesn't work with wheels. The curb cut effect says that not only did that help the people in wheelchairs, but it helped the elderly because maybe they have problems with steps. It helped mothers with strollers or parents with strollers. Sorry, that should be very broad. But anyone with a stroller or anyone carrying a wagon who has a lot of things, it helps lots of people. And so that's definitely the approach that I've taken, is that the solutions that really benefit those with ADHD and those with autism and those with bipolar really benefit everybody at the organization. Because especially task management and time management, a lot of people at executive levels are very high performing people. They got there because they've done amazing work this whole time. And yet, what I have found is they're actually sometimes really bad at task management and time management. It's just they burn an incredible amount of energy to look like they're doing it well. And so we can really reduce the effort and the energy burn by employing some really good operations.
Wow. Well, Toby, thank you so much for your incredible remarks today. Thank you so much for being part of our conference. And I would highly encourage all of those attending today to reach out to Toby. You can find her on LinkedIn. And again, delighted to have you with us. And we're going to take a brief break, and then we'll transition to the next speaker. So thanks again, Toby, for being with us.
Thank you so much.
Hi, folks. Our presenter from Congo is having a lot of trouble connecting. So we're going to go with our roundtable, which is our track B. So we'll be starting in a few moments. See you soon.
Now is the time to get on the ride. This is it, right now, unlike any other time in human history, but you better hurry. For far too long, the odds have been stacked against new entrepreneurs. For decades, only those in the ivory towers of big corporations had access to the essentials for business success. They controlled the raw materials and resources needed to create products. They controlled money and talent. They controlled the shelf space in stores and the ships, trains, and trucks needed to fill them. And they controlled all the media and marketing, from newspapers and magazines to radio and TV. It was a game where they made the rules, ran the board, and reserved victory for themselves. But that was the industrial age game, and now it's game over. We've reached a tipping point in technology, and it's shaking the ivory towers right down to their foundations. Every one of those points of control, once held in the unrelenting grasp of the corporate few, has been liberated by technology. They're now available to the enterprising many. So, with control in the palm and in the lap of every ambitious individual with an idea, the playing field has truly been leveled. The world's marketplace is at everyone's fingertips, literally. And the payoff is astonishing. In the past decade, global wealth has risen by 69%. A report published by Deloitte recently predicted the number of new millionaires would reach unprecedented growth, doubling by 2025. But recent trends show that the report is wrong. Their estimate was too low. The number of new millionaires is skyrocketing. Never before has the average person without privilege, special education, training, previous wealth, or connections been offered the unlimited opportunity and financial abundance that are available today. Never before has the average person been offered such a unique opportunity to join the elite ranks of millionaires. And what will all those millionaires have in common? Almost all of them will be entrepreneurs, just like you. The first moment of the entrepreneur roller coaster is right now, and it's a choice, one that only you can make. You're standing at the ticket booth. You can choose to seize the moment and pass through the turnstiles, or you can turn and walk away. What will it be? Before you decide, I want you to envision something. It's 20, 30, or 40 years from now. You're bouncing your great-grandchild on your knee. She looks around your house in awe and then up at you with big wide eyes and asks, "What did you do? How did we end up like this?" And you will be able to say, "I was there, my child. I was there at the critical juncture in time when the industrial age ended and the connected age began." How will you end that sentence? Do you want to say, "I took full advantage of that incredible moment in history, and my choices made possible the full, prosperous lives we love so much"? Or do you want to say, "But I missed it. I didn't do anything about it. It passed me by, and that's why we're stuck"? Don't miss out. Take the ride with me. There will be people who recognize the opportunity, who stand up, take notice, and take action. Why not you? People far less smart, capable, talented, or hardworking will stand up. People with lower education, social standing, or family connections will take notice. Hey, even people not as nice, kind, or generous as you will take action. People all around you will become millionaires before your very eyes. Why not you? You could be one of those new millionaires. What's stopping you? Is it your friends, your family, your coworkers? Maybe it's the haters, the doubters, the naysayers, and skeptics who won't do it for themselves and don't want you to. Or are you stopping yourself? Is it the fear of financial insecurity, your supposed lack of time or money? Or maybe it's the voice in your head that keeps telling you that you'll never make it. Now is the time of great opportunity. I believe that we all have entrepreneurial roots, but that doesn't mean the ride isn't challenging. I know because I've experienced it, and I know because I see it every day. I've seen too people struggle with their businesses because no one helped them with things that really matter. I've seen too many businesses fail that shouldn't have, all because they lacked the clarity and support they needed to stay on the rails and master the ride. Take the ticket, pass through the turnstile, step into the car, and take the seat next to me. We are about to take the ride of your lifetime. Welcome to the Entrepreneur Roller Coaster. Are you ready to ride? Okay, put a smile on your face, your hands in the air, and scream. Today's discussion, I will share with you the spark that drove you to the ticket booth, how you overcame the fear of getting on the ride, how you picked up speed, put your hands in the air, and didn't lose your mind, and the track ahead, buying your ticket for the next ride. Walk by any roller coaster at any given amusement park, and if you look just to the left or right of where the line begins, you're likely to see this sight: an anxious child standing with his back against a lined board. Each line on the board marks an inch, and there's always one line that matters the most. It's the line that marks the height required to ride. To reach that line, a kid will do just about anything: stand tall, hold his breath, stuff his shoes, fluff up his hair, anything that might make him look a fraction of an inch taller. Stretched, puffed, and fluffed, he waits for the verdict. Does he meet the height requirement? Can he physically survive the drops, the corkscrews, and the G-forces that elicit the ear-piercing screams? Is it safe for him to ride? Believe it or not, this is exactly where the entrepreneur's journey begins for you too, in the very same moments just before taking the plunge, when you anxiously assess whether or not you'll be able to survive the ride. And although there won't be any authorities to kick you off if you come up short, there is still an admission requirement. For this ride, though, the requirement isn't height. It's love. Franklin P. Jones was right. Love is what makes the ride worthwhile. It's such an essential element that if you don't love it, you better off not be getting on the ride at all. Rock stars know it. Business gurus know it. Every successful person interviewed in the media and on stage knows it too. The first and the most important factor in building a successful business is that you have to love it. But why does love matter so much? And how on earth do you find it? That is where this ride begins. You have to find what matters. You have to love it, or else. The best explanation I've ever heard for why you have to absolutely love what you do was from Steve Jobs, a man I would argue was the greatest entrepreneur in history. During an interview with him, Jobs said, quote, "People say you have to have a lot of passion for what you're doing, and it's true. And the reason is because it's so hard that if you don't, any rational person would give up. It's really hard. And you have to do it over a sustained period of time. So if you don't love it, if you aren't having fun doing it and you don't really love it, you're going to give up. Oftentimes, it's the ones that are successful who loved what they did, so they could persevere when it got really tough. And the ones that didn't love it quit. Who would want to put up with this stuff if you don't love it? If you don't love it, you're going to fail." Unquote. So, Ask yourself, do you love it? Does your business make your heart go pitter-patter? Because if you're not crazy in love, you're not going to make it. You'll give up, and no one would blame you, actually. Even the universe-denting Iron Man entrepreneur Elon Musk said that starting a company is like staring into the abyss and eating glass. Wow. Eating glass. Only someone who's in love, because love can make you do crazy things, and that's exactly what you need to do to make it. You have to find your passion. And you'll need to love it. But how do you find the real thing? You've heard the term pursue your passion. It's a popular phrase. It's a luxury of our modern world. When we apply it to business, though, we need to get very clear about what that means. Whenever I hear I can't find my passion, I want to respond with, did you look under the seat of your car? Is it between the couch cushions under your bed? What do you mean you can't find your passion? Where did you lose it? Did it fall out of your pocket? The truth is that looking for your passion is just an excuse in disguise. We use it to cover up for the fact that we're not progressing, growing, and taking action in life. The real problem isn't that it's lost or missing. Passion isn't something you find or discover. Passion is already there. It's like a light switch. It's always there. Even when the switch is turned off, the electricity is there, running red hot, waiting in the wires ready to be turned on. There's no wandering around wondering where it's hiding. And if you want to feel it, then like electricity, all you have to do is flip the switch to on. But how do you do that? So let's talk about the light switch or the sparks, because you need a spark. You need to be passionate about what you do. This is the spark everyone focuses on and believes is the only one that really matters. It's not. It's a spark. Make no mistake, but it's also the spark you should be most wary of. I hear people say all the time, but I'm just not passionate about what I do. I know you think you should live a life of exalted and uninterrupted passion all day, every day, but that's just not how it works. Yeah, what about Bono, Branson, or Oprah, you ask? Trust me, if you saw their schedules, the day in, day out demands they are under, the pressure they shoulder, you wouldn't think what they do 95% of the time is really all that great. The mistake people make is that they judge one person's front of stage persona with their back of stage reality. And think about that. How much time per day is Bono on stage doing what he loves, or Branson in the press launching a new revolutionary business, or Oprah on camera fulfilling her mission to use television to transform people's lives? The reality is very little. 5% is generous. The rest of their days are spent in endless meetings, negotiations, contract reviews, lawsuits, makeup chairs, rehearsals, travel, and transportation. So don't over-romanticize the idea of being wholly passionate about what you do. It's true that 5% of what those folks get to do is pretty cool, but no matter what you do, it's going to really not be great most of the time, because nothing is awesome all of the time. But it's the truth. The Wall Street Journal that read, "Do what you love?" ? Maybe not. Would-be entrepreneurs are often told to follow their passion. That may be a good way to kill your passion. But some people do indeed find their passions. Some passions are meant to remain hobbies, something that you do just for fun. Don't be fooled by the falsely exalted what switch. That bulb can burn out at a moment's notice and leave you stumbling around in the dark. The next spark is being passionate about why you do it. Are you passionate 100% of the time about what you do? Probably not. Like what Mark Twain says, The two most important days in your life are the day you are born and the day you find out why. Have you realized yet your why? If you're truly in love with the results of what you do, which is the why, then you can pretty much navigate the rough 95% with grace. The next spark is to be passionate about how you do it. People who are driven by the how switch or spark inspire us to live up to a higher standard of excellence. You've seen mechanics, gardeners, toll takers, cab drivers, CPAs, lawyers, and CEOs execute the hows of their work with great passion and joy. They all brought the same enthusiasm and excellence to what they did, not because of what they're doing or why they're doing it, but because of how they were doing it. Their passion was in the quality of the activity, the execution, and the outcome. You can flip the how switch on anytime. It could be as simple as how you fill out an expense report. It could be the way you prepare for a meeting. It could be the way you get dressed in the morning. It just requires bringing a level of presence, joy, and energy into everything and anything you choose. Loving how you do what you do can be a passionate, rewarding, and enlightening way to live. The next spark is to be passionate about who you do it for. This is the means to an end switch. You might not be passionate about what you do, why you do it, or even how you go about doing it, but you do it with passion because of who it benefits. The who might be your children, your family, your community, your country, or someone else entirely. But here's the surprise, it's not you. An interesting quote by Martin Luther King says, "If you haven't found something you are willing to die for, you aren't fit to live." Interesting phrase. But when you think about your business or your professional life, maybe what you do really isn't all that awe-inspiring. Maybe there's no great mission or grand why to it. Maybe you aren't really all that impassioned to make how you perform daily tasks your work of art either. But maybe it's the perfect resource to help support and provide financial security to whom you love and cherish. When you simply refocus your mind and attention on who is being served by what you do, why and how you do it, all of a sudden your passion is re-engaged, turned on, and the entire process becomes more meaningful. Finding your fight. So, your heart's beating, there's a burning desire to push yourself to achieve something that's coming from a place of love. But when it comes to figuring out if you found your business soulmate, there are two sides to this love coin. Your unstoppable drive can also come from anger. In fact, someone who's stark raving mad can be more unstoppable than one who is just punch drunk in love. But here's the trick. While our ancient brain system has evolved to help us survive, it's also a great secret to achievement, motivation. You can hack your ancient brain and use it to give you superhuman powers. All you need to do is find your fight. I'm going to say that again. All you need to do is find your fight. Almost every great achievement began with someone finally getting mad or angry and saying, "Enough. I've had enough," and standing up to fight. Mahatma Gandhi, Nelson Mandela, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, John F. Kennedy. The list is very, very long. You get the point. A good enemy gives you a reason to get fired up. A nemesis pushes you to reach deep and use your skills, talents, and abilities to their fullest. Having to fight challenges your character and resolve. A fight will lead you to push harder, go farther, and hang on longer than you ever would otherwise. The reality is love and hate are the same thing, just looking in different directions. If you love something, you equally hate what threatens it. If you love health and well-being, then you probably hate cancer and heart disease. If you love whales, then you probably hate global chemical pollution and human-activated climate change. If you love people and equal rights, then you probably hate gender discrimination, minority injustice, and poverty. Being successful in business requires an emotional charge. Love is great, but if that charge comes from your desire to right a wrong, fight the good fight, or seek justice, then it's just as good as love and often even better. If you've ever read The Compound Effect, you can feel anger against the overzealous commercial media that makes us for fools and bamboozles us into believing in the quick fix, immediate gratification, and overnight success if you know what I'm going to say, swipe your credit card, 3 easy payments. It's all good. But one of the best days of your life can be when you've had enough, when you said, I've had it, and then stand up and fight. So let me ask you this. What are you willing to fight for? What do you see as an enemy to your industry, your family, your community, or your world? The hate of something negative can be a powerful force for good, but if thinking about fighting or hate feels uncomfortable, then start here. Think about what you love. What positive outcome do you want to see realized as a result of your product, your service, or your business? You have to put that image in your mind. What positive outcome do you want to see realized as a result of your product, your service, or your business? Now, what's the opposite of that? What threatens that? What's the enemy of that? There is your enemy. That is your epic battle. What's your fight? And then, of course, you have to find your strength. All of this, of turning on your passion, fighting the fight of a lifetime, it really doesn't mean anything if you don't have the strength to take it on. On the entrepreneurial roller coaster, though, strength isn't about how much you can bench press. It's about how well you can identify your unique advantages and flex your business muscles. There are all kinds of examples about billionaire Warren Buffett. How he refused to invest in internet stocks, how people were calling him out of touch, that he was too old, and then the internet bubble popped and everybody said about him that he was so smart, he was such a genius. And he said something like, when he held up his thumb and his index finger to make a circle, he says, "This is my circle of competency. So I want you to do this. I want you to take your thumb and your index finger and make a circle. That is your circle of competency. You only get involved in opportunities that are inside that circle. If it's not in there, you don't think about it, you don't invest in it. It's just not for you." So Warren Buffett said, we all have unique skills, talents, and advantages. Every one of us do. There are some things that you do that most people cannot do as well. Those strengths are your special gifts. You should identify what they are to determine if a business is right for you. Let me ask you this question. Honest answer. Were you born strong? Have you ever heard anybody tell you, or someone that you know or care about, that success just isn't part of your DNA? Have you ever heard that from a sibling, from a supposed friend, from a teacher? That's a hard thing to hear from someone, especially someone that you care about. But I offer this to you as hope. Richard Branson had dyslexia, and had poor academic performance as a student. His headmaster told him he would likely end up in prison. Steve Jobs was born to two college students who didn't want to raise him and gave him up for adoption. Mark Cuban was born to an automobile upholsterer. He started as a bartender, then got a job in software sales from which he was fired. Susie Orman's dad was a chicken farmer, and her mother was a secretary. Susie started as a waitress. Retired General Colin Powell was born in Harlem to immigrant parents from Jamaica. He was a solid C student. Howard Schultz, CEO of Starbucks, was born in a housing authority in the Bronx, and his father was a truck driver. Barbara Corcoran, known as the Queen of New York City, is one of 11 children, started as a waitress, and admits to having been fired from more jobs than most people hold in a lifetime. You all know about J.K. Rowling, the woman behind the popular Harry Potter series. She was a single mother living on welfare when she wrote the first book of her series. She was rejected by 12 different publishers before selling her book for a measly $4,000. The work was an international hit, and she went on to write 6 more books for the series, which sold into the hundreds of millions of dollars and was adapted into a huge blockbuster film franchise. Rowling is now the 13th wealthiest person in Britain, and she's even wealthier than the Queen. And then you know about Oprah Winfrey. Looking at Oprah today, you would never know. She was born to a single mother and grew up in extreme poverty. Her start to life was rough, and she was constantly passed back and forth between her mother and grandmother to raise her. She's also shared that she was sexually abused from a young age. Before her rise to fame on her daytime talk show, Oprah started out as a television reporter. She was fired from one of her early jobs because producers thought she was unfit for TV. Yet she persevered, and after a few years she landed what would become the Oprah Winfrey Show, one of the most successful daytime talk shows in history. She rose to the top of an industry dominated by white males and was the first black woman billionaire in history. She is quite the extreme of a rags to riches story, but she has done it with hard work and constant perseverance. Here's the deal. No matter what your DNA is, no matter who calls you into their office, you always get to decide. You are the creator of your destiny while you traverse this planet. The mindset of they were born to be successful and I am not is a trick of the imagination. It's a trap of the worst kind. And the only way to escape it is by creating a success destiny mindset. A success destiny mindset, day by day and hour by hour. Don't let anyone else tell you what your strength is or is not. They may be wrong, and as a result, their input could slow you down or even derail you. Have you ever been to Space Mountain? For me, Space Mountain was much scarier than any other ride at the amusement park. Because you can't see what's ahead. It's impossible to prepare yourself for what comes next. The unexpected turns and drops feel more severe, and the speed feels dangerous, life-threatening even, always plunging into the unknown and seems like certain doom. This is exactly what it feels like to be an entrepreneur. A normal roller coaster, like a normal life, can be scary enough, but a ride done in the dark transforms the experience from scary to downright terrifying. But it's also part of what makes it so awesome. I still like to go ride Space Mountain, and it does scare the life out of me, but I absolutely love it. And if you're going to become an entrepreneur, you are going to face fear. You're going to be scared. You are going to come face to face with daily uncertainty and wonder if your rocket is going to derail and if you will die a sudden death. And you're going to do all that, by the way, in the dark, and hopefully you don't get sick in the process. But facing those things is non-negotiable because once you start, you don't get to choose a ride that won't cause you fear. But you can choose to face that fear head on and, like your own personal space mountain, even learn to love it. You have to face down the fear. Easier said than done. There's a story of a wise elder walking through a graveyard with his young apprentice. The elder proclaimed, "The world's greatest entrepreneur is buried in this cemetery. Can you pick her out?" After a short search, the young apprentice found the grandest headstone and pointed to it. "This must be her, right?" "No," said the elder, "it's the one you are standing on." The young apprentice looked under his feet. The tombstone was hardly visible and barely marked. "She lived and died, never making more than $30,000 a year," said the elder. She never had the courage to become an entrepreneur, but had she faced her fears, she would have been the greatest. Most people never live up to the potential they have been given. The results they produce and the life they experience are only a tiny fraction of what they are truly capable of. But why? What stops us? Only one thing: fear. Fear can stifle, block, and bury your potential. Most people who never step up to ride the roller coaster resist because they believe that entrepreneurs are fearless, courageous risk takers who never doubt themselves, and that couldn't be further from the truth. Every great entrepreneur starts out scared. Every one. Richard Branson started out scared. Bill Gates started out scared. 100% of them started out scared. Courage is not the absence of fear. It's feeling the fear is proceeding anyway. Nelson Mandela said, quote, "I learned that courage was not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. The brave man is not he who does not feel afraid, but he who conquers that fear." Unquote. The entrepreneurs who make it are brave not because of the absence of fear, but because they put one foot in front of the other and face down that fear every day. So how do you do it? It begins with understanding what's really going on when you feel fear. Sure, it feels real. You have sweaty palms, a pounding heart, knocking knees, and those are real enough symptoms, but the thing we're actually afraid of is an illusion, an invention of the mind. Ultimately, a spider can't make you scared. A prospecting call can't make you scared. The only thing that can make you scared is how your mind interprets those things. So fear is a phenomenon that resides entirely within your own brain. It's the mind that gives every interpretation meaning. It's your mind that conjures the negative emotion. Fear is not real. It's an illusion, a phenomenon that resides entirely within your own brain. This is why one person can look over the edge of a cliff and be gripped by a fear of heights, while another one finds great joy in cliff diving or jumping out of an airplane. The reality is the same, but the mind's interpretation and the emotion it generates are different. Why is this? What's happening here? It's called the ancient brain. Mankind has been around for a long, long time. For hundreds of thousands of years, we lived in what were considered primitive times. During those primitive years, our brains had to be on constant alert in order to protect us from some pretty serious threats: lions and cougars, hiding in the brush, leopards stalking from behind trees, attacks from neighboring tribes. There were danger was lurking behind every corner. And it was the humans with the brains that best monitored and most quickly responded to threats who survived to reproduce. So if you were slow on the threat sensing, that was a problem. Instead of you eating lunch, you were lunch. The stakes were high, and by necessity as a species, we became very good at identifying threats and responding to them. In today's times, we are not under the same sort of constant mortal threat, but much of our primitive brain is still there, operating at full throttle, and it's still doing its job, triggering the same nervous system responses to threats. The only problem is now, instead of lions and cougars and leopards, our nervous system has identified something else as a threat. The fear and flight response signals the brain gave our ancestors when they were face to face with a roaring lion are now the same signals we now feel when we look at a telephone before making a cold call. The fear and panic brain response that was caused when a small warrior tribe attacked our ancient relatives is the very same brain response we feel when standing in front of a small group to give a presentation. The same nervous and alarm signals that the primitive brain gave our ancestors when they stood vulnerable and exposed on an open plain is the very same mechanism that is responsible for how we feel when we stand on stage in front of a large group. So, what does it really mean? Yes, we were working with our primitive brain to run a modern day life, and we have to change that. So we have to find a way to modernize our brain. So here are some brain hacks to conquer fear. The first thing you have to do is get real. The first thing you have to do is gain perspective. Okay, you have to separate reality from fantasy. It's not a lion, it's a phone. If you dial it and the other person answers, they won't eat you. If you stand in front of a small group, they're not going to pillage your village. A good question to ask yourself before doing anything you think fear is, if I do this, am I going to die? And if the answer is no, then your fear is made up and over dramatic and it should have no power over you. Another brain hack is it's the fear of fear that you fear. I'm going to say it again. It's the fear of fear that you fear. Oddly, it's not even calling a stranger or making a speech that generates our fear. It's the anticipation of doing it, which again is an illusion of the mind. This pre-fear is what happens before you pick up the phone, before you go on a stage, and before you walk out across the room to introduce yourself to a stranger. It's the anticipation of fear kicking in. It's your ancient mind's illusion. But once you are engaged in the activity, think about this. All of a sudden, you become calm. Your brain realizes you are not toe-to-toe with a predator, and this is not the primitive mortal threat you feared it would be. And just remember, the fear itself hurts more than the thing you're scared of. Another brain hack is to use 20 seconds of courage. Courage is overestimated. You don't need to be brave all day, every day to be successful. In fact, you barely have to be courageous at all. You can be a coward 99.9305556% of the time. That's your whole day except for just 20 seconds 3 times a day. But in those 20 seconds, you can pick up the phone and make that cold call. Introduce yourself to your dream client at a networking meeting. Walk up to a circle of strangers and say hi. Begin your pitch presentation. Start a tough conversation with a loved one. Say no, even though it will make you unpopular. So, what should we do when we hit the inevitable wall of fear? The first thing you do when you start to feel that feeling, and you know what I mean, is you have to shut off your brain. Close your eyes, hold your breath if you need to, and do what every signal of your brain is insisting you don't do, and run right at it. Run right at it. You have to shut your brain off. The brain's only job is survival, so there's no way you can intellectually convince the brain that jumping out of a plane, for example, is a good idea. It will never allow you to do it, ever. You have to turn it off for the few seconds you need to hurl your body out the door. Those 20 seconds of courage are enough time to get engaged in the activity and for your brain to realize it won't get eaten. And from there on, it's all easy breezy. Another brain hack is to focus on tasks and not outcomes. Don't make mountains out of molehills. Don't make a flea magnified into a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Don't over-engineer. Another brain hack: habituate yourself to fear. One organization that understands better than any other how to beat our innate fear response is the military. If the average person is scared to make a speech, imagine what the average undisciplined and slovenly teenager's response to being shot at and attacked by insurgents might be. The military takes these young newbies who have never been far from their parents' home, and through the boot camp process, they turn them into fearless warriors. It takes a well-hacked brain to face enemy fire and run towards it. But if you can train your brain to run at bullets and bombs, think of how easy it can be to train it to run towards a stage, a cold call, or a group of strangers. Another brain hack is to make fear and failure fun. Say what? Fear and failure fun? You bet. You have to go and fail a lot. Of course, it's counterintuitive. It seems counterintuitive. You would think the whole idea of success is to avoid failure. No. The key to success is actually massive failure. Your goal is to outfail your competition. In most businesses, whoever can fail the most, the fastest, and the biggest wins. Not hang on. You mean really putting my hands in the air to not hang on? Risk means acting without certainty. Sure, it's scary, but it's also what makes the entrepreneur roller coaster so thrilling. So the first time letting go was a real scary thing to do. Without that feel of the cold bar in your palms, you had no choice but to rely on the seatbelt or safety bar to hold you in. And there you were. There were moments when you could swear you were lifting right out of your seat. But if you could summon the nerve to do it, to let go, a couple of interesting things happened. What happened the minute you let go? You had to learn to trust, because if you didn't hang on, you had to believe that the safety systems on the ride actually worked, that the seatbelt would keep you in, that the shoulder harness would hold you down. You had to believe, in other words, that the systems would support you. So the first thing you learned was trust. The second thing you learned was you found the value of facing your fear. You discovered that when you put your hands in the air, you enjoyed the ride more. It was more thrilling. When you took the risk, you got more in return. Putting your hands in the air on the ride was a way of turning fear into something positive. It actually made the ride better. In the real world, in your real business, risk works the same way. You risk more, you get more. You face your fears, and you profit as a result. So, are you ready to ride with your hands in the air, to face your fear? Risk is, by definition, doing something without certainty. It's riding in the dark. It is certainly more terrifying, but that's what makes it so thrilling, so rewarding, and so amazingly awesome. So what's next for you? What ticket for what ride are you going to be buying next? First of all, you have to make your own decisions. You have to follow your own path, not the Joneses. You have to listen to your gut, your own heart, and not the ambitions of others. And don't let fear, envy, or social pressure cloud your vision. You know what you like and what you don't. You know what fulfills you and what doesn't. Use your intuition. Follow the internal pull and ignore the external distractions. Chasing someone else's model of success might have you waking up one morning and realizing that, like Andre Agassi, for example, you've been chasing something for the wrong reasons. Don't want what you don't want. This is your ride, after all, no one else's. Don't miss the point. Don't miss the point. Spend your day pursuing the things you once said in your eulogy. So think about that. Time is short. Spend your day pursuing the things you love. Before pursuing more for more's sake, pause and ask yourself an important question. Will being bigger make things better? It's really a serious question and a very important one to consider. If your first reaction is yes, then make sure you take the time to be sure. Remind yourself of what is most important to you. Is it freedom? Is it love? Is it happiness? Is it health? Is it connectedness? More time with your children, your spouse, or your friends? Now, ask yourself if going bigger, growing your company bigger, will it bring you more of what you want? And if it will, then go for it with everything you've got. But if it will take you away from the things you want most, then be very careful. Ambition is a tricky thing. It can power your ride to great speed, and you'll need ambition to drive you to grow, persevere, and realize your capabilities. But it can also drive you off the tracks to your doom. Your ambition will tell you to pursue every shiny object, chase every opportunity, and constantly go for bigger, but it might also drive you right out of your life. Bigger could mean less time with your family or less freedom as you're held prisoner by the demands of your big thing. And start with the end in mind. How do you figure out the point so you don't miss it? How do you make sure your ambition doesn't overtake your life, thus leaving you without one? So the answer is you have to start with the end in mind and work backwards. So there's the story, and everybody talks about this, about waking up and opening a newspaper. You're grabbing your cup of coffee, and you find your obituary announcing your death. So that's exactly what happened, actually, to Swedish chemist Alfred Nobel in 1888. Ludwig Nobel, Alfred's brother, had passed away, but a French newspaper mistakenly thought it was Alfred, so they printed Alfred's obituary instead. Alfred was an armaments manufacturer and the inventor of dynamite. For his accomplishments, the premature obituary named him the Merchant of Death, holding him responsible for mass destruction and blaming him for the deaths of hundreds of thousands of men. As he read his own obituary in the paper, he was shocked at the legacy he would one day actually leave behind, and he vowed then and there to change it, and in his will, he left the bulk of his enormous fortune to establish the now famous Nobel Prizes. To this day, the Nobel Prizes are the highest awards that can be attained in the fields of literature, medicine, science, economics, chemistry, and peace. By thinking clearly about the end and the legacy he wanted to leave, Alfred transformed both his present actions and his future legacy. He, in fact, rewrote his own obituary, and you can do the same. In fact, it's how you can be sure you don't miss the point. Clearly define how you want your obituary to read now. Then start living in alignment with it today. Remember, bigger is only better if it's making that smile on your face wider, brighter, and fills the journey with joy. Live today as you want to be remembered in the end. Do the right thing. We all know too well how difficult it can be to keep your priorities straight when you're constantly presented with ways to make your ride faster or more exciting, or to get on the next ride and get your next ticket. With the hot air of ambition breathing down your neck, it's kind of easy to miss the point. So when ambition starts to get the better of you, stop, think before you take that ride, that next ride, get that next ticket, because you could be riding into the danger zone. And finally, trust your gut. Have no regrets. Jeff Bezos was wise to once work through his decision using a framework to minimize regret, because at the end of our days, that's what we'll be thinking about. Carl Pillemer, a professor at Cornell University, interviewed more than 1,000 older Americans from different economic, educational, and occupational backgrounds. He asked them to share the most valuable lessons they had learned. Overwhelmingly, the focus wasn't on what they did, but what they didn't do. Of 1,000 people in the later stages of life, what dominated their advice on the lessons of life was regret. One man in his late 80s was asked, if you could come back and live the life of anyone, who would you want to come back as? And his answer said, I would want to come back as the man I could have been, but never was. So be the person you could have been now. Don't wait until you're 80 and filled with regret. Be the person you could have been now. And keep your resolve. There will come a time when you will start to talk to others about your desire to hop on the roller coaster, the entrepreneurial roller coaster, and climb this next new mountain of yours. With great enthusiasm, you'll tell them about your business idea, your hopes, your dreams, your passion for a bigger and brighter future. And these people, your friends, your family, the people you love and respect, they'll listen. They'll nod their heads and grunt small approvals from time to time. But as the conversation goes on, you might notice them fidget or shift in their seats. They're waiting for you to finish so they can say something like, "What? Are you crazy? You don't know how to climb a mountain. What are you thinking?" When you try to explain why you need to climb the mountain, they'll say, "Look, I care about you. That is just too dangerous. You shouldn't do that. You should just stick to your job. You're lucky to even have a job in this economy. Leave the mountains to someone else." Their words will sting. They sting for me when I hear them. And for a moment, you may even think they're right. After all, these are the people who know you best. In that moment, you are going to have to look them in the eye and say with complete conviction, "No, this is my mountain, and I'm going all the way to the top." And with their criticism still ringing in your ears, you'll start climbing this mountain. Then others, more friends, other family members, parents at your kid's soccer game, people at the country club will comment, they'll say, "I heard that mountain is covered in rough terrain and the weather is unpredictable. I've had friends who tried to climb that mountain like that before, and they fell off and were badly hurt. Their whole family suffered. They lost their home. They only have one car. It's really bad. Look, I care about you. It's best to just be safe and get off that mountain." In that moment, you're going to have to look them in the eye and say with complete conviction, "No, this is my mountain, and I'm going all the way to the top." As you continue climbing your mountain, still more people, so-called friends, people you barely know, will say, "Wow, you've been climbing that mountain for a while now, haven't you? It doesn't look like you've gotten very far. How long are you going to keep at it? Do you ever wish you hadn't started?" And in that moment, as cracked as your fingers are, as heavy as your legs feel, you are going to have to look at them in the eye and say, "This is my mountain. I am going all the way to the top. You are either going to see me waving from the summit or lying dead on the side. I am not coming back." But all those comments, the skepticism, the loaded questions, they're not the worst part, actually. The eeriest feeling is when they stop asking altogether, when you are just a few weeks or a few days from reaching the peak, and there's this strange quiet. Because at that moment, the mountain haters have moved on to someone else. they're not even paying attention to you anymore. You're too far gone. Now it's just you. You, your resolve, and the crisp mountain air, and the top is within your grasp. Keep your resolve. Don't give up. Many entrepreneurs fail not because of their idea, their skill, or the market, but because they give up just when the summit is within reach. Keep your resolve. Push on. And when you reach the top and you take in that incredible view, know that there are many of us entrepreneurs on our own journeys that are there with you in spirit, camera in hand, just waiting to capture your smile. And don't forget why. Business will change you. You can't ride this ride and stay the same. The person who waits nervously at the ticket booth is never the same when she steps off the ride at the other end. You'll become smarter, more resilient. You'll discover more confidence and build new skills. You'll find that you can do things with ease that you never thought you could do at all, because business will change you for the better. But don't forget who you are right now. Don't forget who you were the day you decided to ride the entrepreneur roller coaster. Don't forget the dream you had and the excitement you felt. Don't forget the day you stepped up to the tracks. And most important of all, don't forget why.
All righty. Well, Deb, thank you so very much for this wonderful presentation, Ticket Booth to Entrepreneurship. We all buy a ticket on that ride, so we kind of all go through the experience, and this is so wonderful.
Thank you.
And so, folks, we're going to go in a short break, and then we're going to move to our next session. See you soon. All right, let's welcome Michael Horesh for his session, 10 Things You Need to Know as You Start Your Business. Michael is a proud whiskey enthusiast and business coach and mentor who gets people curious again by challenging the mindsets of decision makers. He started Whiskey Tasters because of his curiosity and devoured information on the subject that he says, like a school kid eating up sports stats. He was so passionate about whiskey that he started Whiskey Tasters, where he connects all kinds of people who share his interests. He's also been a business coach and mentor for almost 20 years and has worked with hundreds of clients who have asked him to turn around their business. He's worked with service providers, techies, manufacturers, e-commerce, and the public sector, and mentors dozens of new businesses every day. Today, he's sharing the 10 things you need to know as you start a business. And here's a hint: the only thing stopping us all is our own irrelevant mindset. So welcome, Michael. How are you doing? I hope you're in a safe place.
Ram and Deb, thank you for that introduction. You know, that's so wonderful. I think I'll just stop there and leave whilst the going's good, and I'll get out of here now. It's very flattering. Thank you. How are you guys? You've been going 5 hours now, I see.
Yeah, for a couple of hours.
Yeah.
It's a 4-day conference, so we have fun.
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
So
take away, Michael.
Yeah, let's see if I can share the screen. Let's see, it asks for a tab. Let's try this tab. Can you see my screen there?
Not yet.
You can't. That's awkward. Share a tab. Select a tab. Okay, let's try that. Can you see it now?
Yes, it's projected.
Fantastic. So let's get
Okay,
into
wonderful.
presentation mode. Well, welcome everyone. It's actually been a slight discrepancy. The title is 10 Lessons from a Business Mentor. Perhaps I should explain. I have been, as Ron more or less pointed out, for nearly 20 years, I've been mentoring clients. I grew up in England. I came to Israel many years ago, having got a BSc in economics and politics from London University. And I'm all about helping, providing a service of value. As Rom sort of implied, I love my single malt scotch. I love my English tea. I love my cricket. I'm very much an Israeli in the desert, an Englishman in the desert of Israel. And what I demand from people, and I demand from myself, is honesty and integrity. And I demand a full engagement from my clients so that we can move ahead. And in the same manner, I look to change my business every year. I don't try not to rest on my laurels. As a timeline, I probably started coaching and mentoring around about May 2006. In the summer of 2010, my business really began to take off. Now, we all suffered from COVID, and yet during COVID, I was able to move on and move forward. And this year, 2024, Israel's had its own troubles, shall we just say. It's still going on, unfortunately, and let's hope that peace comes for everyone much sooner rather than later. But despite all of these troubles of one kind or another, I've been able to move on mainly because I've actually practiced what I preach. We're going to talk about the 5 realizations, but I don't want to give the game away too early. We'll come back to that at the end. So I've got 10 points that I'd like to put over to you guys. But before I start, I'd like you all to put in the comments if they're Rom, is there a place for people to add comments in the chat?
Yes, so they're commenting and they're sending questions to the question box. So when we're done, we'll come back and read them to you.
So I'd like people to put into the chat the one problem.
They have been, yeah.
The one problem that they're looking to solve today in their business. And Ram, you can maybe make a note of this, and we'll come back to this hopefully at the end. Okay, the one problem that you want to resolve today. And as I say, these are 10 issues that together, I believe I've learned. This is what you can take a lot from. You'll be able to learn different points and how to structure your business moving forward. The first thing is your vision statement. The what you are going to do. It has to be clean cut, absolutely crystal clear. Let me give you an example of what I mean. Imagine you are a captain, a pilot of a plane or a captain of a ship, and you've been given the all clear to take off, leave port, whatever. What do? Well, I've no idea. I've never been in a cockpit before, but one can imagine that you go along the runway, you sort of check the instruments, you check with the staff, the cabin crew, and you sort of prepare for takeoff or leaving port, whatever it is, and up you go. And then the question is, so what? And this is the point. Where are you going? Where is that plane going? That plane is your business. You need to know where you are going so that you need to know what provisions you have on board. In other words, what technology maybe you need for your business. You need to know how much staff, what kind of staff you need on board, etc., etc. And that is your vision statement. Just as a pilot needs a vision, so do you in your business. In the same breath, I could say, you ask a second question. And that question is, what exactly are you selling? If you ask people at the top of McDonald's or similar businesses what they're selling a family experience. Am I selling advice as a business coach or business mentor? No, I am not. What I'm selling in some ways is hope to get people moving forward. Know exactly what you are selling. You need to think this through. Item number 2, finance. Many people, and I assume we're talking specifically about small, medium-sized businesses today, when they set up their business, they are very creative people. Quite often I find that where people are weak in how they build their business is on the finance side. And more often than not, it's because of fear of numbers for some reason. Fear of money, fear of numbers. They don't like dealing with it. Have a look at this quick question. If you were to invest $500 per month for 10 years at roughly 6% annual interest, which more or less is what people are getting in various countries around the world, how much would you make at the end of 10 years? The answer is $80,000, $81,000. If you were to do the same thing for 20 years, you'd make $232,000. These are numbers we never consider, we never think about. It's actually quite easy to make a lot of money if you're just very conservative. In terms of your business, you are given in advance 2 major weapons to keep financial control. One is your budget, and the other is your cash flow. Now, I'm not going to explain how you create budgets and cash flows just right now. That's a whole story in itself. But what they are linked by, and by the way, they both use the same numbers, but mash them in different ways. But what they are linked by is your targets. When you sit down and create your financial planning models, what you should be governed by, driven by, if you want, are targets. Now, what are targets? Targets are effectively your gateway to success. A target can be a fixed amount of money, but if it's 10,000, this, that, or the other per month or whatever, why do you need that amount of money? You need to know what that target is. When I say to people, how much do you want to make a month or a year? And they say, well, I think it should be, then I know they're not sure what they're doing. I want people to say, I need to make 10,000 a month because that way I can live, that way I can reinvest, that way I can, etc., etc. Your targets, by the way, may not only be financial. Your targets may be governed by how many hours you want to work per week or per month. Your targets may be governed by how much impact you want to have on given situations, communities, or what have you. It is your targets that start to drive your budget and your cash flow. When you create your budget and your cash flow, most people start on the expenses side. Big mistake. You actually want to start on the revenue side, planning how much revenue. When you know how much revenue you intend to generate, and revenue is generally a very simple equation, price times quantity, may be of more than one product or one service, but that is the formula for revenue. Your revenue is going to be determined by how much value you provide for your clients. That's when they're going to start buying into what you're doing. It is once you know your revenue, you then know how many resources, what kind of resources, what quantity of resources you need. Do you need a big office, a small office? Do you need 10 people? Do you need 5 people to hire? It's 1 car, 5 cars. It's your revenue that you need to calculate first. How do you get to be more productive? How do you get to sell more? It's what you do about how you consider your job. I know this sounds a little strange, maybe a little theoretical. I'm always struck by the example of a hospital janitor, someone who cleans up. And this is a true story that I heard on a podcast about a year ago, of a gentleman in an American hospital who was absolutely delighted. He had possibly the worst job in the hospital. He had to clean up the where they had to clean up the wards or the surgeries after the surgery had taken place, which was probably not a very pleasant job to do. And he would always smile about it. And one day he met someone who'd been in the surgery or the previous day, and it had obviously been pretty nasty stuff. And the patient apologized to the janitor, and he said, "No, you don't understand. Because of you, I get a job. Because I have a job, I can now pay to put my son through college," etc., etc. He took a totally positive view of his job, thoroughly enjoyed it, and has been there apparently for years. The other rule on how to be more productive in your work, thus generate more sales, is actually not to work, is to take a break. This picture is a true picture. It's nothing created by AI. It's a picture of Loch Lomond in Scotland, just north of Glasgow. It is one of the most idyllic places in the world. I could sit there all day, every day, so to speak. I was listening to a podcast the other day of a leading light in AI professor from Stanford. And he said that every day he leaves his office, goes to his car, takes out of the back of the car an old deck chair, sits there and lights a cigar. Yes, he said it wasn't very politically correct, but that's what he does. And he would just think about the world for 10 minutes. It's amazing how effective it is, amazing what it leads to in terms of increased productivity and therefore increased sales. And never forget, you are not on your own. Even if you're a one-person business, there is a team around you. And we will speak about this more later on. You will have the benefit of a team. Ask them, speak to them, tell them what you feel is going right and going wrong. People want to help. Hope you're sending in that problem, your one problem we want to solve. I'm going to get to it later. The third issue that I want to look at is obviously marketing and sales. There are many ways to understand your business. And one way that I actually particularly like is what's called the capstone method, created by an Australian entrepreneur whose name escapes me as I speak to you. Capstone, if you look at the initials of the first letters of 1, 2, 3, etc., is clarity, the C, the A, the P, etc. The first thing, as I implied earlier, is get absolute clarity of what you are trying to do, what you are trying to sell. Understand what authority it is that you have to sell it. Your clients want to know that. Show them that you have the ability to solve their problems. It could be food, and in other words, you're getting them a great snack, or it could be, I don't know, manufacturing the best watch or, I don't know, bottle of whiskey in the world. Understand the why, how you're going to do it, and the opportunity for everyone. Make it, and it all starts by being absolutely clear of who you are and what you're doing. How do you capture the minds of your prospect? This reverts back to what Ron was saying earlier. Two amazingly simple approaches. Tell your prospective client something of value for them, obviously, something of value for them that they didn't know, which means you're going to have to do homework on your client. It may be a generic factor, depending on the situation, or it may be something specific to them. But it's up to you to work that one out. And then tell them a story. We are taught that even as adults, when we hear the words in almost this direct manner, once upon a time, we can't kind of listen in more. There's something about that phrase that kind of reminds us of our childhood. I wouldn't say you need to use it all the time. You can find similar phrases to that. Tell them a story that is pertinent, that is catching, and they will buy into what you're trying to do. Rarely fails. I was at a conference 2 or 3 years ago. Packed, thousands of people in the conference room. It was the first day, first few hours of the first day of the conference. And someone was invited to the stage to tell the story of their company. And he got up, and he was a very tall, elegant person, well presented, smartly dressed, etc. And he got up and he said, and he started telling stories about how he remembered growing up on a kibbutz in Israel, and he remembered picking fruit as he was being carried on the shoulders of his father. This led into whatever it led into. Within 30 seconds, he had the audience in his palms of his hands. Very effective. Skip this slide. When we talk about marketing and sales, never forget they are two separate things. Marketing is letting your community know what you have to offer. Selling is obviously getting them to part with their money. And you do this through 3 stages. You build trust, and each situation is different. It may be because of the time of day. It may be because of what you're wearing. It may be because you have touched them in some personal manner, etc., etc. And obviously through that story, you then create a funnel. Most sales are a process, and then make people an offer that they will just feel stupid, as Hormozi would say, just feel stupid to refuse. Highly effective manner of creating a sale. I find that in my work that people ignore leads. It sounds crazy, but it's true. I'll give you 3 instances of what I mean, maybe 4 if I have enough time. An insurance agent. I was working with an insurance agent, and he was struggling for cash flow. And I couldn't understand it because he was getting in leads. And I said, by the way, how many phone calls? As he was leaving my office, I said, how many phone calls haven't you returned just recently? Thinking he'd say 2 or 3. The answer came back as tens. I was stunned. I informed him that he would not be allowed back in my office until he cleared the decks and phoned everyone. Within weeks, he had stopped seeing me. His business was flowing. A workout studio, a gymnasium that I'm currently working with, actually was supposed to speak to them today, has not been doing well. And I said, look, it's not about cutting costs. You need to go out and make sales. Yes, we need to create a big new Facebook campaign, etc., etc. And it sounded absolutely true, absolutely fine. And what does a Facebook campaign do? It actually brings in leads. It doesn't necessarily bring in a sale. It brings in leads that needs to be converted out into a sale. And again, I asked them, well, what about all the previous campaigns you've done? What happened with all the leads? And it turned out that they have hundreds of leads that they haven't followed up with, including people who've sort of dropped off the ladder and they haven't phoned them back. The new Facebook campaign was cancelled and these hundreds returned. And by the way, if you don't think you have any leads, you all have a mobile phone. I assume that all of you are keeping your contacts up to date. Go through the list of your contacts, but start with the letter Z or Z, whichever country you come from, and start looking at who you can speak to, either to entice them to be a client of yours or return to be a client of yours, or alternatively, who they can refer you to. It will be you will be amazed. Whenever I do this with my clients, it never fails to produce more clients for them. Do not ignore the leads you have in your hand. And just one last point. We mentioned marketing, we mentioned selling, and then it gets to closing the deal. Never forget that the stage for closing the deal starts when you first see or speak to the client, right at the very beginning of the whole process. That's when you build up that trust. That's when this trust thermometer, if you want, starts to heat up. So when that is warm, the closing of the deal, saying, give them the pen, sign up, etc., that's sort of classic scenario. That's much easier to do once you've built up the trust from the beginning. So we've dealt with vision, we've dealt with finance, we've dealt with marketing and sales. Now I want to talk about one of my favorite subjects, time management. You cannot manage time, because by the time I've told you that you cannot manage time, 5-10 seconds has gone past. The thing you can manage is yourself. In a typical day, or should I say in a typical year, we probably all of us work 5 days a week, probably typically work 10 hours a day. We all have the same amount of time. And by the way, that's the same amount of time that people had 100 years ago. And somehow today, with all the technology, many people feel they still don't have enough time. Isn't that absurd when you think about it? So I want to drill down for a couple of minutes about scheduling or planning your diary, various phrases. So I want to try and make sure I capture the phrases belonging to everyone in all the countries. I personally, it's right next to me here. I personally, you can't see it. I have a diary, an old-fashioned diary of a page a day. The reason is because I like to be able to look at the diary and see the whole page in one go. On one side of the page, I write down my meetings. I have a meeting with Rom at 8 o'clock in the evening. I have a meeting with Deb at 9 o'clock in the evening, etc., etc. On the other side of the page, I have my assignments. Now, if I have an assignment to write a report, I obviously can't write it at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock. I have to write it at a different time. But I write it in, and then I have to call other people. So I might do it at 7 o'clock, etc., etc. But I write it all down, and I write it all against a specific time. Everything gets planned. But having done all that and having put everything into the diary, I then ask myself the question you see on the screen. What is the most important thing that I have to do today and each day? Because even though I may have a webinar, or I may have a meeting, or whatever it may be, every day I have one thing that I need to make sure gets done above and beyond the average meeting. And I have to make sure I schedule that. But then I have to ask myself, what is important? Is it a work issue? Or is it, shall we say, an issue of value? And value in this case normally becomes something private. So someone would say one of their most, I think many people listening would say that many of their most important value is protecting their family and having time for their family. Do any of us actually write down that I need to take my kids to school or once? I know that Rom does it in the morning, 9 o'clock in the morning. Do we actually write it down in our diary? It's funny, we never prioritize those things and give it space. Or rarely do. I won't say about it, never, or for no one. And then there's the question for the end of each day. What am I grateful for? It keeps me focused. However bad the day was, there is always something I am grateful for. And then I start the day again with a similar question. What can I influence? Who can I help today? I had a great success. It's absolutely true. Walked out of my house the other day. I saw a woman walking along the street with her little child behind her. She was carrying a big birthday cake. It was obvious that the child was off to kindergarten, and she made a cake for all the kids. I just wished her congratulations. She smiled from side to side as if she wasn't smiling enough already. I'd made her day, and I felt I've made my day. I was wonderful. I was so delighted about that. But sort of to bring it back down to the more practicalities of you and your day-to-day life at work, how much would you pay if I could give you more time every month? Have a look at this. Robin Sharma, if you don't know who he is, please go and look him up afterwards, the 5 a.m. club, etc. Robin Sharma has this great phrase. Let go of something every day. He says he literally spends a few minutes every morning and he starts his day at 5 o'clock thinking of what he can let go of. When I heard this, I found it amazingly effective. Now, his platform is based on 4 planks. Reject negative emotions. And it's true. We all get angry. I mean, I find it difficult to find someone who doesn't get angry every now and again. We all get angry. What I've learned over the years is when I'm angry about so-and-so who didn't do whatever, it's more often the case once I start bearing down, it was my fault because I hadn't followed up, and that set into a whole series of things into play which are just negative. We should always focus on the things that we can control. We can only control what we do or say. If we try and force others to do something, it may not work. It's unlikely to work consistently. So concentrate on your strengths. Get rid of those people who aren't good for you, who aren't helping you, who are effectively, if you want, toxic. And after all, what does anger give us? Our life isn't improved through anger more often than not. Item number 5, self-motivation, some bitter truths. So many of us, when we were at school, said, I think I've got something special. The teachers may not see it, the parents may not see it. I think I've got something special. And gradually, as we move on in life, somehow that gets more often than not left to one side. So I'm encouraged people today, and encourage myself and encourage my clients today to go back to that special feeling that we once had and do something, that one thing, to get it out there. There's a beautiful podcast. It's out of the UK, but it features many people from the USA, called High Performance. I suggest you go and look it up. High performance is, well, it's what we encourage ourselves. What we want to do is get the very best out of ourselves. So challenge number 2, and again, put it in the comments. What does high performance mean for you? Does it mean I've got to be successful all the time, or something else? Now, on this podcast, they start off by asking each guest each week, what is high performance? And every time the difference, and they get a different response. It's absolutely fascinating. They also ask their guests what are their 3 non-negotiable attributes. Mine are, as you see it on the screen, integrity. I demand it from myself And I demand it from my clients, and I demand it from just about everyone. I demand that I give my very level best, time and time again. Am I always successful? Of course not. Am I tired? Am I can't be bothered? All these other human failings or attributes, if you want. But I try my damnedest, and the following day I will try again. And the third one is knowing what comes first. In many ways, of course, my family comes first. But as I'm beginning to learn, sometimes I have to put myself first, depending on the situation, in order to help my family afterwards. That's not ignoring my family, but I need to do something for myself so that they are able to do better. Self-motivation means avoiding mediocrity. You don't, though, have to be the very best in order to succeed, but you need to do your very best. What is success? Well, we can discuss that. We mentioned it before. But what is failure? I found it comes from an old French word, which can then be traced back to Latin. We won't go into that. And failure actually means to be wanting or to disappoint. Who you're disappointing, yourself or others, that's another matter. Haven't got time for that sort of conversation. Failure is to be wanting. Where does failure come from? And I'm not talking about chronic failure, God forbid, in a medical situation. Failure tends to be just simply bad planning or inadequate planning. Doesn't mean you are a bad person or what have you. It means, okay, let's try again. Get up from the canvas, get in there. And that's for leadership. When leadership fails, we should be trying to be leaders. And if you don't try and lead, the cost of not trying is actually higher than the cost of trying and failing. You will find that time and again in history, time and again in business. I love the 3 F's. I sort of almost have this posted around my desk. Failure, embrace it. Fearless, go for it. The world don't stop. That's what we heard in the previous webinar. I teach my clients to have fun. There's a reason I have a glass of whiskey next to me, because first of all, I get thirsty talking to you guys, but it's part of the fun of the world. Focus. We are all allowed a whiteboard. A whiteboard means that is the situation of your business, of your life, or whatever. Put onto the whiteboard what you want and focus down on it and create it. And then the flow, visualize. Think, close your eyes for 5 minutes and think through step by step how you intend to create this change that you want to do in your business. That is how you can motivate. And just a quick word about these 2 words, passion and curiosity. I've never liked the word passion, never sat well with me, and I never quite understood why. And I realized as I took it into the world of whiskey that actually I'm not passionate about whiskey. I'm just curious about it. I'm not a scientist. I've avoided sciences all my life. And yet I'm bitterly interested in fermentation processes, what happens when you mix a certain type of cask with a certain type of barley, etc., etc. I'm just genuinely curious. I have a book on peat, which is just old earth that warms up the whiskey. Why? I don't know, but I'm curious about it. And I find that it is curiosity that drives me. Passion is an emotional experience, and it's ironic, I find, that the word comes from the original meaning of the word passion is someone who suffers or is a martyr. Curiosity is all about an undefined drive or caring. And one final point maybe about self-motivation is the secret of resilience. We can grow up being taught how to be resilient because we've had an amazing teacher supporting us, or that one particular adult, etc., etc. We can learn it to be resilient through emotional agility, a wonderful book on that subject by Susan David. But if you didn't have any of those two previous things, at least surround yourself with good people, those people who will tell you how to do whatever it is you want to do. People want to help you. And by the way, of course, you can motivate others. People, all of us are driven by various things, whether it be reward or emotion or ideology. But that's a whole nother subject. Item number 6 are distractions. Get rid of them. I can't make it more basic than that. If you get to work and you put your mobile phone on your desk, get rid of it. Plug it in. If you need to plug it in behind you, out of your vision. Life on Earth survived for thousands of years without a mobile phone. You too can survive without a mobile phone. You do not need to check the mobile phone when you first wake up in the morning. The world, for whatever the situation is, will still be spinning. Learn something almost daily, 5 minutes a day. Just take your hobby, go and read about whiskey, go and read about sport, go and read about, I don't know, fixing motorbikes. Do something for yourself, 5 minutes a day. You'll love it. And also, try and meet 2 new people every week. Just meet new people. It is so invigorating. And a little word again about your team. Even if you're a one-person business, all of us have a team. Because we have bankers, we have accountants, we have lawyers, we have software, someone to look after our computer, and. We all have a team. That team needs to be motivated to work with you for your experience, so that you can get on, so that you can, the people can understand you, so that your business can be better. And by the way, work with a team, and some of whom are prepared to tell you that you are wrong. Listen to them. You may not need to accept their advice, but those are the best people to have on board. When it comes to learning, I'm into podcasts personally. I listen to podcasts when I'm working out. I listen to podcasts on the news. I listen to podcasts on making myself a better person. I highly recommend DOAC, Diary of a CEO. Highly recommend High Performance. And if you're interested in podcasts on wellness, try Zoe. What am I trying to get out of all of these things? I'm trying to be happy whilst I'm working. What is the one thing that makes me happy? It's the same that makes you and everyone else happy. Not any of these things. I'm not talking about that momentary bit of satisfaction or a bit of pleasure here and there, like from a holiday. I'm talking about real happiness. And real happiness happens is when we get together with people. Back to whiskey tasting. That's what whiskey tasting is all about. Let's try and move on to that quickly. Haven't got time for that film. Item number 7, wellness. Wellness is an important part of making sure that people move their businesses forward. No, it's nothing to do directly with cash flow or getting that Facebook campaign out there. If you do not keep yourself well, quote unquote, you're stuffed. Wellness helps us think better, feel better, act better. It's as simple as that. I can tell you that after I work out or when I work out, something will flash into my head. Typically, I'm listening to a podcast whilst I'm stretching or running or what have you. They will be talking about whatever it is, and then suddenly my mind will free flow and take it to the nth degree, and I'm suddenly with that point that is going to make that difference for my client. Yes, and it happens regularly. It means being fit. It means exercise, because exercise improves our cognitive ability. Aerobic activity, and I mean sort of running or swimming or what have you. Surprise, surprise, we're taught it doesn't necessarily help you lose weight unless you're starting from a, dare I say it, an obese position. I don't lose weight when I run week in, week out. It prevents me from putting it on, that's for sure. That's to do with something else. And weight training, well, I'm no longer 25, and weight training is a must the older we get. In terms of food, the best diet is the Mediterranean diet. For all the other diets, and I've seen it, and I'm not a dietitian, I'm not a doctor, but I've seen, from what I've seen of all these things being tested, the best diet is the Mediterranean diet with olive oil. But there's one factor above all that is so important that makes it that with sleep, you eat better, with sleep, you think better, with sleep, you are able to perform better when you work out or whatever it is. Have you ever noticed that once you have had a couple of decent nights sleep, that's when suddenly you begin to see things differently? On the weekend, for example, whether it's your Saturday or Sunday or whatever day it is, suddenly it's on that Sunday afternoon that you begin to see things differently with a clearer vision. After all, why are we told to get some rest when you have the common cold? Just sleep it off. As one person said just recently, we schedule everything. We schedule the gym, we schedule our kids and their after school activities, and we don't schedule our sleep. Nothing's changed. We still need, depending on who you are, 6, 7, 8 hours sleep a day or a night. Because sleep, what does sleep do? Again, I'm no neurologist, but effectively sleep cleans us out. That's what we do with sleep. So if we move to some takeaways, this is my business vision. I look to turn around as many businesses as possible. I look to provide lifetime value for my clients. There are 5 realizations with hindsight. Don't forget, hindsight is perfect 20/20 vision. And I'll read them out. The value of small incremental changes. You do not have to go from 100 to 1,000, whatever, a day or month or what have you, in revenue. You can go from 100 to 101 and slowly build it up. That was the point of showing you what you can do with $500 a month. Success is not about fame or fortune. Yes, I thought it used to be. I'm sure I'm not the only person to make that mistake. I realize what it's about. It's about what I can get you as my client or potential client to achieve. Wellness is not just health, it's happiness. Ask people for help. You are not alone. If someone's to come up to me and ask for help, 9 times out of 10, all things being equal, of course I give it. So would you, those people listening to me. So you can ask for help as well. And constantly reinvent yourself. So I leave you with 2 final questions. Hopefully we've got a few minutes for comments. The first question is as follows. Who will you run through a brick wall for? Who's it going to be? I'd be curious to know if you could put some of the answers down in the comments, if any of you could do that. Who would you run through a brick wall for? Because when I was asked this question originally, I didn't put down this question. this answer. And that's the second question. Why did you not answer with myself? Because if I am not prepared to run through a brick wall, first and foremost for myself, what's it all about? You're allowed to put yourself first in order to help others. It is just like on the airplane. When you get on the airplane, you have to, they explain to you the safety, and they say, first of all, put on your own mask. It's the same thing, so you can help others. We haven't got time to play this video that I wanted to show you, the value of positive attitude. But there's something in sport called the yips. In golf, it's when you're on a putting green and you've got a 3-foot putt to make and you miss it. In tennis, it's all about just getting the ball back over the net and just get it there. And you're going to make the winning shot. And you don't. You miss the putt, you miss the shot, you miss this, you miss that. Defeating the yips comes with a positive mindset. And with that, I conclude. I'd be delighted to hear from you privately afterwards. These are my contact details. Ram, Deb, maybe there's some comments, questions. I'd be delighted to hear.
There are several, but actually I wanted to interject at the end of the presentation. So a couple of things that I just wanted to share with the folks at the conference, and they're here, Michael, because they need help. They're startups. They don't know who to turn to. If you look at the comments, it's most often the same thing, solopreneurs trying to get help, trying to look for help. And folks, why do you see Michael here? People like Michael, like Arthur Weiss in the conference. So why do we invite them? Because actually, they just don't talk about it. They preach what they say. So Michael, for example, I am one of those guys who is constantly asking him for help. Michael, I need this. Michael, I need that. Michael, I need the other. And Michael is there. So when you're thinking about selecting a coach, think about someone who is unselfish. And so, and I actually put several people in this category. Arthur Weiss is another person who is unselfish, always sharing. Michael doesn't boast about the things that he does, but you want to find Michael, you go to Tel Aviv. He has several, not one or two, but several occasions during the year where he gives of himself and his time to help people who just immigrated to Israel, where they don't speak the language, they don't know what to do, they don't know how to get a business license, they don't know how to get any business. But Michael's there. Michael's there to hold people's hand, and actually that's something that Deitch does a lot as well, is the hand holding. But that's the kind of person you want in your corner. So he was asking, who are you gonna go through the wall for? It's yourself. But then I kind of add the question, and who you gonna ask to dive in the wall with you? Well, Michael and Deb and Arthur, those are the people who are gonna go, hey, put the helmet and let's go jump in that, and let's go through that wall and that burst some barriers. In case of Deb, it's often the glass ceiling. Let's break that glass ceiling. So when you're thinking, you're considering, and I'm gonna use Deb's words. Entrepreneurship is not a solo journey. And Michael said you can get help. Yes. So all the people that you see here have the biggest heart you can think of. Not one of them came here and tried to sell you anything. If anything, was the opposite. So they're here to help. So make sure you go on LinkedIn and find Michael, find Arthur, find Deb, find Fuad, find all those people, connect with them, and make sure you listen. Make sure you take advantage of the opportunity. They are very seasoned professionals, and they're here to help. So make sure you connect with them. So I'm sorry, I just wanted to leave a parenthesis. Michael, you don't boast about yourself. So we have to boast about you and all the wonders that you do. So I think there are several. There are in excess of 20 comments and questions here. We can possibly cover them all. I think I have a few, and I think Deb has a few. But often the question was, so you asked, what is the one problem you are trying to solve today? So Ferdinand is saying, conversion. So how to, and so I'm going to go through some of the key takeaways. Conversion, and some of them are related to similar. So finding, conversing, closing, getting more results, right? Often we got people asking, they are pre-revenue. And the issue that they have is that the minimum viable product keeps getting revised, redone. So they don't get, if I understood correctly, they don't get out of this perpetual cycle of revision. So they don't get to the point of selling. So those are kind of the comments around selling. Do you have some thoughts for them in terms of conversion?
Very well, obviously, very briefly, and each case is very individual and has a whole history to it. We don't have time for that. The in terms of the minimum value product, what strikes me is there are revisions that seem to be endless. So, and this may not be fair, but two things that come to mind is, first of all, it seems that the actual when you go into yet another set of revisions, it may be rushed through. It may, again, this comment may not be fair. Rush through. You're not thinking it through. You're not. There always seems to be gaps in the process if you need to keep revising and keep revising. The second comment is, and I don't know what your product or service is there's always the Microsoft rule. The rule of Microsoft was, don't try and be perfect. Guys, if you look around you, literally look around you, wherever you're sitting, in your office or a home or what have you, there is nothing perfect around you except for your partner. But there is nothing perfect around you. So if you're trying to get the thing out there and be perfect, you're not necessarily, your chances of succeeding are not high. Microsoft, in their first two versions, had more bugs in them, as the joke went, than there were in a jungle in Africa. So you don't necessarily have to be perfect to get the thing out there. In terms of how do we get more clients, again, first of all, know exactly what you're pitching, and have you identified where your clients are located? Have you spent time working out if your clients are actually in a neighborhood that you're targeting? I'll give you a very simple example of what I mean, but this may not be the most appropriate, but I'll give it anyway. I was once approached to help someone set up a gymnasium in a particular neighborhood. And I was very skeptical. And I said, and it was a gymnasium for women. And I said, how do you know that neighborhood wants a gymnasium? And they said, because, Michael, I spent a month sitting in a hairdressing salon in the neighborhood, and everyone who came in between the time of 9 in the morning and 5 in the afternoon, I asked them, do they want a gymnasium? Will they be prepared to pay this, that, or the other for it? And by the end of the month, they had X hundred responses. That's a pretty good survey. So I'm just wondering if you've actually pinpointed where your customers are when you say you're struggling to get in customers. Those are, again, two comments off the cuff. I'm happy to take that on LinkedIn afterwards if you see, find me out, and I can drill down with you.
Absolutely. So Deb, do you have, there's several in the question box?
Yeah, there absolutely there are, and we talk a lot about the fear of failing as entrepreneurs. Could you share some wisdom with all of us about how maybe some strategies that we can implement to kind of help us get over some of those dark moments, and where, when we're so fearful, sometimes it's hard to move forward?
Oh, I grew up with the fear of failure installed inside in me because of my community, because it was something in my family, from my school. And about 20 years ago, I'd had enough of it. And one of my fears is heights. I'm afraid of heights. I'm told it's nothing to do with height itself. There's something else. I'm not a psychologist, so I can't go into it. So one day I went out with my, in those days, young teenage kids, and I went snappling, or I don't know what it's called, rock climbing down a sheer face. Now, my 13, 14-year-old son at the time, he just sort of put on the ropes and just off he went. And I literally millimeter by millimeter found my way over the cliff face and started going down. I'm sure the guide was laughing at me behind my, so to speak, but whatever. Anyway, gradually I found it very easy. Ever since then, I can't say I love heights, but I'm prepared to sit by a window seat on the airplane and go up and down in ski lifts and what have you. Take your fear and face it. In terms of fear of failing, actually in the business world, if you fail, and again, we're not talking about a medical situation or something like that, nothing bad is likely to happen. Obviously, if you're going to invest all your money in a project, that's poor risk analysis. If you fail, the client doesn't come through after all the effort, etc., etc. You still have your health, you still have your family. It may be very annoying. You haven't failed as a person. Unfortunately, the deal didn't go through, but you as a person remain the same person you were as at the beginning of the day, hopefully a good, genuine person. And all that remains for you to do is let out a few expletives, come to Michael, who will help you choose a good whiskey, and go on for the next day.
Yeah, I do want to
put failure in context.
I want to pose one more question before you go, and you kind of alluded to it during your presentations in terms of maintaining a positive attitude. So most of us are sitting in the West, and a lot of people are in the Middle East and Africa. You certainly are sitting in Israel. But can you share a little bit about, how do you keep your positive mindset? Because many families in Israel, so Deb and I know where our kids are, and not everybody does. People are sacrificing on a daily basis. It's a stressful situation. And yet, every single one of the people who came, yesterday we had several presenters from Israel. We have a couple today, maintain a positive attitude, a positive mindset. So, how do you maintain a positive attitude in face of adversity? What's your advice?
Well, I suppose the comical, stupid answer is because I'm stupid. That's who I am. I have I mentioned it at the beginning, I have a very British sense of humor, and it's very wacky at times. And that helps. And I'm very proud of it. And behind me, you can see books, and some of those books, one section, that side, is a whole section on humor. And I think I use a lot of humor during the day. I mean, you've seen it in this. How else do I maintain my perspective? I stopped buying newspapers about at the beginning of the corona. I might get them once, not even on weekends. Every now and again, I will, maybe once every 3 months. We are just sort of engulfed through the internet and what have you, and we look at our phones every 5 seconds for some information. I don't need a newspaper. On the weekends, I read books. I try and see, as far as I can, take a deeper perspective of what's happening around me. I mean, in Israel, we have had a war. Now, you can go on about the rights and wrongs of the war and all the rest of it. That's not the point. But there are people getting on with their lives. There are weddings to be held. Kids are being born. The high-tech industry in Israel, which is still moving forward. And, the world has yet to destroy itself. At the end of the day, most people 99.9% of people in this world just want to get on with each other and enjoy life. And I take that viewpoint with me, whilst being wary, of course, from time to time of a few baddies out there. So I think it's that combination of various things to do with humor, my own zany upbringing, a perspective of I don't want to be surrounded by bad news, so I just filter it out. I'm not ignorant of it. I'm not naive about it, but it shouldn't be driving me. At the end of the day, I am trying to provide help, a service, a value for each and every one of those people. You kindly suggested that I do a lot of pro bono work. Maybe not as much as you make out, but whatever. But that's what drives me, to help people. And I'm very pleased with that. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. Wonderful. Okay, Michael, thank you so much. I'm glad to see that you're...
Thank everyone.
Okay. So, folks, we're going to go into a short break, and we're going to be back with our next presenter. Thank you so much. Oh, and by the way, Arthur is mentioning tomorrow, he's talking about OSINT and AI. So make sure you guys come back and see him again tomorrow.
He's a great guy.
Sounds good. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye, guys. Bye-bye.
Hi, folks, and welcome to this session. And in a few moments, we'll be starting. So that is a trip to Dubai, city of the future, with American futurist Joyce Joyce will be joining us in a few moments to go over her perspectives and why is Dubai such a futures-focused city. And we have a lot to learn from Joyce. What do you think, Deb?
I'm excited about this one. Absolutely.
Wonderful. So, folks, give us just a short moment, and Joyce is going to be with you shortly. See you soon.
It's your future with Joyce Joya. Want to know what's coming and how to prepare for it? This show is for you. Armed with this information and these insights, our host Joyce Joya will help you make better decisions both personally and professionally. Joyce will cover all the trends, from social to economic, to workforce, and more. You will have a chance to get your questions answered in a segment we call, I'm Glad You Asked. This is one show you can't afford to miss. Now on Futures Television. It's Your Future with Joyce Joya.
Welcome to Dubai, one of the most extraordinary cities on the planet. A city that in just a few decades has transformed itself from a humble fishing village to a global metropolis. Today, we're going to explore what makes Dubai the city of the future. Dubai's story began on the shores of the Arabian Gulf. Historically, a small trading hub known for fishing and pearl diving. But Dubai's fortunes shifted dramatically with the discovery of oil in the 1960s. However, under the visionary leadership of Sheikh Rashid bin Saeed Al Maktoum, the city has transformed itself. This is a picture of what Dubai was like as a humble fishing village. Unlike many cities that have relied solely on oil, Dubai had a different vision, one of diversification. From trade and finance to tourism and technology, Dubai has rapidly evolved into a global center for innovation and commerce. The city continues to build on its historical roots while looking toward the future. And now I'm going to show you, and what we have is some videos that I actually took myself when I was in Dubai. I've been to Dubai 4 times. It's a city that I truly love. This is a picture of the waterfront from the Queen Mary Hotel. The Queen Mary, Cunard's Queen Mary, is actually docked in Dubai, and they have now refurbished the staterooms, and I actually got to stay there. And okay. Today, Dubai is home to some of the largest corporations in the world. The city's strategic location makes it a key player in international business, connecting markets across Europe and Asia and Africa. And among the city's most prominent corporations is a company called Caparol, which is a leading brand in the construction and paint industry. In 2019, I had the privilege of visiting Caparol and meeting its CEO. And for whatever reason, my slides are not allowing me. Let's see if I can do it now. There we go. Nope, well, this is the skyline so that you can see the corporations. It's home to many corporations and really impressive. And here on the left is a picture of Caparol and its headquarters in Dubai. I actually visited that building. On the right is a concept building that was built using construction materials and paint supplied by Caparol. It has a few really leading edge surfaces that significantly protect the outsides of buildings much more than conventional building materials. And before we get into how Dubai fosters innovation, I want to talk about how how I had occasion to be there and talk with the CEO of Caprol. I was there on a speaking trip, and we had an opportunity to go and visit him in his offices. Caprol has actually been integral in shaping Dubai's rapidly growing infrastructure. It's with its innovative paint and surface technology. They have created materials which help to protect the buildings against the region's harsh climate. And Caprol reflects Dubai's commitment to sustainability and to modernity. Let's watch the video of me with the CEO of Caprol.
Here with the CEO.
And I'm not seeing it.
Caprol Paints in Dubai, and his name is Martin. I hope I don't butcher your last name, Rosocha. Yeah. He is German and has been leading the region, this whole region, for many years. How many years, Martin?
I'm now 5 years here in Dubai based, but before I already was doing it from Germany for another 3 years. So 8 years now in the region.
Oh, yeah, and so you know what it's like to do business here, obviously.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, I hope so. And you have done extremely well. Yes, your business has been growing?
Yes, very much so in the last years.
Great.
In a difficult environment, because we
Yes.
have lots of up and downs in the region.
So this is for my Leading High Performance Teams course, which is mostly juniors and seniors in college who are visiting 11 countries and 12 cities in 3.5 months and enjoying being exposed to different cultures, and I'm going to expose them to different corporate cultures. So I thought it might be helpful if you could explain what you see as the differences between the corporate culture here in the Middle East versus the corporate culture in Germany.
In the Middle East, it's completely different. In Germany, I also managed in Russia, you have one nationality, Germans or Russians. Here in UAE, in Dubai, you have lots of nationalities. In Dubai, I think we have 200 nationalities. In our company, we have 15. And you need to manage these different nationalities. They come from Asia, they come from Arabic countries, they come from Africa, they come from Europe. And it's really coming here all together. The big advantage is you have one common language, it's English, but you have nationalities like more the Asians, they are more devout, they are afraid to talk to a higher person. So you need to take this fear. When I came here, there was a general manager and everything was done by him. And all the other stuff, they were afraid to take decisions.
Yeah.
And I had to change this completely because I don't want to do everything.
Yeah.
So
it sounds like you were the type of leader who wants to delegate.
But
yes.
then they need to take this. And at the beginning, it was especially with some nationalities very difficult that they took really this responsibility. I can do it now on my own. That was really, it's still sometimes difficult to make the decision. You have my backing, make the decision. If you make a mistake, okay, but you need to do it. And not always it's not only one person who can do this. That's really sometimes complicated here.
Yeah. So there is a difference in, say, style, whether you are leading a team here or leading a team in Germany. Yeah.
It's also, I mean, another example, when I came here, we had a meeting at 9 o'clock. I was at 9, the people came 9:05, 5:15, even 9:30 then.
Yeah.
I said, this is not possible. I'm not sitting here and waiting until everybody is coming. Now, they are there 5 minutes before I come.
Yeah.
Because they know that I'm upset. But you cannot work that. I mean, I'm from Germany, I'm used to this, that you're punctual. Yeah. But here in the region, Arabic people are punctual.
Yes, it is actually, if I may teach you something small, it is the difference between a low context culture and a high context culture, right? The German culture is very high context. You must be on time and prepared.
In the Middle East, in South America, it's like, well, whenever we can get there.
Yeah, but you're wasting so much time.
Oh, so much time and so much effort and so much energy, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So I understand very much. So thank you very much. This is the end of this interview. I appreciate your time very much, Mark.
Thank you very much. Nice meeting you. Thank you.
Dubai's business ecosystem, as we just heard from Martin, is characterized by diversity. And that has to do with the fact that it attracts multinational corporations. It attracts entrepreneurs, and they work with the local folks, and they all contribute to the city's ever-growing economy. But Dubai isn't just a city for established corporations. It's a thriving hub for startups and for innovation. Dubai's government has created a fertile environment for new businesses to grow through initiatives like the Dubai Future Accelerators and the city's free zones, where they provide ideal launch pads for international entrepreneurs. And we had some slides. Let me see if I could get back to them. And this is me at the Dubai Future Accelerators speaking. And then this is a video of the annex that is next to something that we're going to talk about a lot more, which is the Museum of the Future. Now, this is like between, well, it's right next to the Jumeirah Emirates Hotel, and it's certainly right next to the Museum of the Future. All of the, well, most of the offices for the Museum of the Future are located in this annex. And in 2019, when I visited Dubai, the annex was built, but the Museum of the Future had not yet opened. So here is a video of that annex. And there are various co-working spaces. You can see that it is really dedicated to, it says, where great minds meet today to design the future. And the Dubai Future Foundation supports startups, supports research in all kinds of ways. You know, it's really wonderful when you can have deep pockets and you can invest in the future, and they do. And it's really fabulous to watch and to see. Okay, let me go back here. One of the innovation centers is run by another person I met in Dubai in 2019, a fellow named Chef Ambro. And he founded the Sous Vide Research Center in Dubai. Here is a conversation I had with Chef Ambro. And okay, here we go. Here I am with Chef Ambro on the top of the World Trade Center in Dubai.
Exactly.
And Chef has an innovation center. He works in a particular system that is called sous vide.
Yeah.
Sous vide is when you use hot water to cook food.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So, Chef, tell us about how you come up with your innovations, how you encourage your people to be innovative.
First of all, we start doing the innovation center 3 years back, and we had some consultancy from around the world to do our research and see what is the most healthy food that we can achieve.
So you start with research.
Yeah.
Okay.
and then I found the, let's see, the ingredients and the equipments and all the things that can help me.
Uh-huh.
And then
So you started out not being aligned with sous vide, but then you
Yeah.
found that it was
found the
so
sous vide.
healthy.
Yeah,
So that's when you chose to look into it
the
further.
sous vide. Yeah,
And now you have a
exactly.
huge
Yeah.
business, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so tell us about that.
So after that, 3 years back, then we start to do the sous vide factory, and it's now the biggest in the region. So we started with the ready meals and healthy one, because we're using only the sous vide technology. Sous vide also is vacuumed by bags, so there is no any
Loss
any
of
chance
vitamins,
of
right?
loss of vitamins. Plus, there is no any chance for the bacteria contamination.
Oh,
So that's
very
why,
important.
yeah.
Especially
And
now, right?
and we just take the bags, and when they are at home, they can remove the bag. They can remove the protein from the bag, and then after that, heat it. So that's why it's become very easy for us to do as well, and very creative. So you'll have to add a lot of things also. Yeah, you can use one product, for example, for different application. So that's why we found it very interesting for us, and that's why the business grew.
And you are doing how many thousands of pounds for the airlines?
Yeah, for the airlines, too much actually, but not in pounds. Here we calculate it by tons.
Tons.
Yeah, we have
Tons.
around 72 tons
Yeah.
every month.
Yeah.
Every month we have 72 tons
72 tons. Only for Emirates,
for
right?
Emirates, and only for business class. It's not
Ah.
economy, so it's a
So-
huge thing. Yeah.
So the coach class doesn't get sous vide,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Yes. Okay.
Okay. So thank you so much
Thank
for your
you.
time. I
Thank you.
really appreciate it.
Thank you very
and
much.
we look forward to seeing you the next time we're in Dubai.
Yeah. Okay. No problem.
Thank
Welcome.
you.
Thank you.
Young companies are disrupting industries from fintech to clean energy, supported by Dubai's world-class infrastructure and forward-thinking policies. Whether it's tech companies, sustainable ventures, or blockchain innovators, the spirit of entrepreneurship thrives in Dubai. In fact, one of my favorite hotels, the 25 Hours Hotel, has a free co-working space that's very popular for startups. And not only do they come there to work, but they also come there to play, which is very smart of the 25 Hours Hotel, because then the people go to the various restaurants and bars in the hotel. Okay, I'm going to go back to the slides now. Dubai skyline is one of the most recognizable in the world, and its architecture reflects the city's ambition and futuristic vision. The Burj Khalifa, standing 828 meters, is not only the tallest building, but it's also a symbol of Dubai's innovation and perseverance. In fact, it is supposedly the tallest building in the world. From the sail-shaped Burj Khalifa, Burj Al Arab, to the man-made islands of Palm Jumeirah, Dubai's urban landscape pushes the boundaries of architecture. And it's not stopping there. The city is now investing heavily in smart cities, in sustainable buildings, and urban developments that are designed to meet the needs of the future. In fact, when I was there in 2023, it had become a very attractive place for the Russian oligarchs to flee to with much of their assets. Okay, I'm going to show you this. This is the skyline of Dubai from the 17th floor. That tall, spiky building there is the Burj Khalifa. Okay. So one of the things that you might know about Dubai is that it's really a very attractive place to go just for a visit. And tourism thrives in Dubai, from the Dubai Mall to desert safaris, the Dubai Opera, luxury hotels, and cultural attractions. There's even a thriving medical tourism establishment attracting some of the leading surgeons in the world who meet their wealthy patients from Asia, Africa, and Europe in Dubai. Dubai is one of the world's top tourist destinations, attracting over 15 million visitors annually. So whether it's shopping at the largest mall in the world, which by the way will really tax your body to walk around in it, or exploring the desert on a safari, or staying in some of the most luxurious hotels, Dubai offers something for everyone. Now, one of my favorite hotels is called the 25 Hours Hotel. Only steps from the Museum of the Future, the 25 Hours Hotel is, I believe, an example of the hotel of the future. In fact, I did an episode of It's Your Future with Joyce Joya with Mads Wolf, who is the very leading edge general manager of that property. So here are some photos which I took last year when I was there for the Dubai Future Forum. Let me see if I can get back to here and advance. Oh, I have to show you this. Here's another wonderful reason to go to Dubai. And what you're not hearing is that there's music behind these dancing waters. It's actually Beethoven's Fifth Symphony. Okay. Oh, and here's a wonderful video of the Burj Khalifa. I have to show you this because it's just amazing. They have video displays every night, and I had 3 different ones to choose from. This was my favorite because it was the most striking to me. They even had one with polka dots. I think I need to learn how to hold my camera more still. Okay, I promised to show you some pictures of the 25 Hours Hotel. This is the lobby of the 25 Hours Hotel. And the property has, in its various places, over 10,000 books. What you see there are books, all hardcover books. They are truly amazing. And the property has books everywhere, in the rooms, the floors, in the common spaces. There are books quite literally everywhere in this hotel. This is a picture of my hotel room in the 25 Hours Hotel. Now you can see that on the left-hand side of the left picture, there is a hanging chair, actually a swing. I had a lot of fun. I'm sure that couples have even more fun with that swing. You'll also notice that there's a typewriter on the desk, and it actually works. And in the bathroom, it's just beautifully designed. And that is a huge, very deep tub that I really enjoyed luxuriating in. At the same time, on the right-hand side is also a shower. And there is no actual wall between the bathroom and the sleeping room. It's fascinating. But that's not all that was special about this room. This is the furniture that was in that room. And this is all those spaces or places to put clothing if you wish. There was a couch in the room, and there was a chest of drawers that quite literally hangs from the ceiling. And what you're seeing on the right-hand side of it is a hanging space where you can literally hang any clothes or anything else that you need to hang. These are from the common spaces. Now on the left side of your screen is the common space on the 6th floor. And in that drawer, which you can see that's pulled out from the cart, is books. And there are also books on top, and it actually is a wheeled cart that works. And I've even seen people sitting there and reading. On the right side of your screen is an example of one of the shadow boxes that was inside each of the elevators in the 25 Hours Hotel. Their attention to detail was just phenomenal. I truly enjoyed staying at the 25 Hours Hotel. If you have a chance to go to Dubai, I seriously recommend that you at least go and see the hotel if you can't afford to stay there. This is the Dubai frame, and this is no discussion of Dubai and its tourism would be complete without talking about the Dubai frame. And a lot of people take pictures with the Dubai frame around their faces. That was me in front of the Dubai frame. I wasn't far away enough to put myself in the frame, but wait until you see the videos that I took inside the frame. Truly remarkable. Here we go. This is a video that I took there, and it's of a solar park of the future. Again, there's music behind it that's pretty amazing. Dubai is truly on the forefront of technology. The flying taxis, autonomous flying taxis, will soon be available in Dubai to take you from one place to another. This is another video that I took in the Dubai frame. I just loved it. They do such a great job of creating immersive experiences. Okay. Beyond the luxury, Dubai is deeply rooted in its culture. Visitors can explore the Al Fahidi Historical District or take a boat ride in an Abra, which is a water taxi along Dubai Creek, or you can even take a ride in a dhow, DHOW. There on the Dubai Creek, the old and the new collide in stunning contrast, and you can see the high rises behind the creek where these boats that have not changed in decades still take people along the creek. And they also take people from one side of Dubai to another. The balance in Dubai between tradition and modernity is a key part of what makes Dubai such an exciting place to visit. Dubai's progress is not limited to infrastructure and business. It's also a leader in gender equality, with women playing pivotal roles in shaping the city's future. From ministerial positions to leadership roles in corporations, the UAE is dedicated to empowering women. And let's see if I can get there. Here is a picture that I took at the Dubai Future Forum of their Minister of Education, who is a woman. But there are other people who in the government who are also women. Women now represent 50% of the Federal National Council. Visionary leaders like Her Excellency Ohud Al-Rumi, who is Minister of State for Happiness and Well-being, and Her Excellency Raim Al-Hashimi, who is Minister of State for International Cooperation. They exemplify the rising influence of women in shaping the nation's future. But by far, my very favorite place to visit and my favorite aspect of Dubai is the Museum of the Future. The Museum of the Future is the ultimate symbol of Dubai's vision. It is a global platform for creativity and innovation. It is the hub of, I showed you where the accelerators are in the annex. And this extraordinary building represents not only what the future looks like, but what it could be. Now, the inscriptions on the outside of that building are quotations from His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum. And His Highness is the person who has led this Museum of the Future. This was his idea. This was his vision. The Dubai Future Foundation is his vision, and he deserves a lot of credit. From AI to robotics, the exhibits in the Museum of the Future showcase innovations that could transform our world. It's much more than just a museum. It's a living laboratory that will house groundbreaking research and futuristic technologies, all aimed at addressing the most pressing challenges of the 21st century. And I'm going to show you a few more pictures that I took. This is it's probably one of the very favorite pictures I've ever taken anywhere in the world. This is a picture of the Museum of the Future from the bridge between the auditorium and the museum. It's just an amazing place, and you can see the people lining up. You have to, if you want to go to Dubai, it should be the first reservation that you make, because typically you cannot get a reservation unless it's 3 months in advance. It's a very popular place. By the way, they have their own mascot. This is Festo. He flies around the museum, and he is a drone, their own drone. Typically, you don't see the guy controlling Festo. I was lucky enough to see him. This is my favorite picture of Festo as well. But you can see on the right side of this picture that there is a hallway, and that hallway leads to the auditorium. Okay, so now I think we have a video from the Museum of the Future. Take it away, Ram. While Ram is getting set up, I will share with you that the Museum of the Future not only has striking architecture, but it has groundbreaking content. And the Museum of the Future is truly where the future comes alive.
Okay, Joyce, we don't have that video here with us, so it's time for us. We're starting to run out of time. So we
Okay.
have to kind of
No
close.
problem. Okay, so
co-
the sun sets behind the Dubai skyline, transitioning to night, with the city's lights illuminating the scene, and you'll see it soon. As the sun sets on Dubai, it illuminates a city that never stops evolving, a city that builds on its past to create a future like no other. Dubai is a place of ambition, innovation, and culture, and they come together to create a city of tomorrow. Thank you for joining us on this journey through Dubai, the city of the future.
So, Joyce, a couple of questions, specifically because you've been to Dubai so
Yes.
many times. So, first of all, so what do you attribute this focus on the future? It's one of the very few places in the world where there's so much attention in the future. So, why is that?
Well, it has to do with Sheikh Mohammed. He is dedicated to sustainability. He's dedicated to taking Dubai into the future. And it's his dedication and his putting his money where his mouth is that has really made a difference. In fact, many of the futures organizations around the world have made agreements with the Dubai Future Foundation to work with them, and they're being paid thousands of dollars every year to provide research to Dubai, and research that supports the future of Dubai in the world.
Okay, so another kind of question is, so for the people who are watching us right now that have never been to Dubai and they're interested about doing business in Dubai, so what are some of the 3 or 4 things that you consider most important for people to want to do business in Dubai? Where do they start?
Wow. Well, number one, you better be someone who appreciates diversity, because that's what you're going to find in Dubai. You're going to find diversity in thought, diversity in the people, Dubai brings together people from Asia and Africa and Europe, and it's kind of a melting pot in a way of folks who are forward thinking, who are into innovation. And if you want to do business in Dubai, the first thing you need to do, of course, is to be in touch with the government and find out what it's going to take to do business in Dubai. Because while it's there are pretty low barriers to entry. I mean, there are a lot of startups that happen in Dubai, but you do need to find out what are the government regulations. Can you own property? Can you own your office building? What does it take? What will it take? What kind of assets will you need to have before you're going to be welcomed in Dubai to start up a business? Because some countries have a certain level of assets that you have to have before it makes sense to go there and try to start up a business. The other thing is that to understand is that Dubai is a magnet for young people who think out of the box, who have great ideas. And if you're looking for a place where you're going to find young creative people, Dubai is probably a good place to go. Beyond that, I guess you would need to think about where is the market for the business that you want to start up? Is there a market in Dubai? Does it serve a need that is in Dubai? Or is this a company that you're going to create for Europe or for Asia or for Africa or for the US? And if that's the case, Dubai might not be the place that you want to do your startup.
Okay, different kind of questions. So I would like you to comment about the importance of building relationships. So you started a little bit in terms of the government, but can you highlight for the business community the importance of building, relationships with the locals?
Yes, and it's not easy. In Dubai, it's not what you know, it's who you know. Most definitely, it's who you know. I remember when I wanted to get hotel rooms at a particular hotel, they wouldn't even talk to me because I wasn't connected. They hadn't gotten the introduction through someone else. And then we got the introduction, and lo and behold, that's where we ended up having most of our hotel rooms when we did our Association of Professional Futurists conference.
Okay. So during the video and what you shared, you talked a little bit about the issue of sustainability. Can you just kind of go back there and explain to us, what this society is one that places importance on sustainability and sustainable business, is it not?
Yes, it is. And it's all, I have to put I have to give all the credit to, again, Sheikh Mohammed, because it is his vision that says that sustainability is important. And whatever the Sheikh says is important to everyone. And that's why, in a way, in a positive way, I think he's a very benevolent dictator. But the fact that sometimes the leader sets the tone, he definitely is the leader, and he definitely sets a very positive tone for Dubai in terms of valuing sustainability, in terms of making sure that the infrastructure, they have metros that many cities in the United States would die for. They have malls that are huge. I mentioned it has the largest mall in the world in Dubai. Everything that is established in Dubai is oriented toward sustainability, toward making sure that we're going to take care of the environment. We're going to take care of the planet. You know, we only have one planet, at least so far.
Yeah, well, maybe one day we'll get to another planet, but that's in the future. So, and for the people who are watching us, and so this is an entrepreneurship conference, right? So, is Dubai any? You talk a little bit about that, but can you kind of highlight, one or two or three things you would recommend the people who are watching us and who are interested in the entrepreneurship ecosystem of Dubai? Is that a good place for them to start?
It depends. It depends on the type of business that they're thinking about. It depends on where they want to market their products. I mean, if what you're doing is thinking about creating a service or a product that would be valuable to people who are in Dubai, then most definitely consider that. However, if it's not going to be local, I would not necessarily recommend it. Now, there's an exception to that. Dubai is a hotbed for blockchain, for the new cryptocurrencies, for different coins that are mined. They might be mined in Dubai, but they're sold on world markets.
I see that. So, you decided to share a lot about role of women in leadership positions, right?
Yes.
So, I would like you to comment. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Go ahead.
No, I would like to say some more about that, because it is impressive that 50% of their decision making of their federal government are now women. But the truth is that there is this kind of there's still an Arabic country, and there's still a big difference in the way women are conceived and thought about versus men, especially older women. Although the head of their medical, the minister of healthcare is a woman, the minister of education is a woman. I mentioned two other women who have high positions. Their minister of happiness is a woman. So they're slowly coming around to valuing women in ways that I would like to see them do it. I hope that helps.
It does. So, how about networking? Is it easy or difficult? What advice do you have for people who wants to establish a network with business people in Dubai?
Go to LinkedIn and see who you know who's already in Dubai. Reach out to them and let them know that you're coming to Dubai and you'd like to network, and could they please help you? See who you would like to meet, reach out to them in LinkedIn. See if you can establish as many connections as possible locally before you get on an airplane.
So do your homework, basically.
Well, not only do your homework, but also go further than that. Your homework would be who's there that you'd want to connect with. Beyond that is setting up appointments, talking about what you want to do, getting some consulting before you go. So really prepare yourself so that when you get there, you can optimize your time in Dubai. And you can take off a little bit of time to see the fabulous city that is Dubai.
Okay, so last question I'm going to ask you, what are the 3 top advices you get to people before they get there? What is your advice? Or actually 3 top advices. You should ...
Well, I think I just did. You should see who you know who's already there, and connect with them again on WhatsApp. WhatsApp is very popular there, by the way, very popular. So on WhatsApp, connect with them and maybe have some video calls. Let them know what you want to do. Ask for their feedback. Ask them who else you need to be connected with. Ask for referrals to other people and other companies. You may want to go there to work. Beyond just starting a business, you may want to go there to take a job with a company there. It's a very fast growing place, and they have all kinds of different companies, a lot of hotels if you're in the hospitality field. And there's a shortage of leadership in Dubai, especially in hospitality and healthcare.
See, opportunity knocks, I guess.
Indeed.
Wonderful. Okay, well, Joyce, thank you so much. This was a very special show that you decided to do to focus on Dubai, city of the future. So thank you so much for the folks who are watching us. And again, we will see you on the next edition of It's Your Future.
It's Your Future.
With Joyce Joya.
With Joyce Joya.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's Your Future with Joyce Joya. Want to know what's coming and how to prepare for it? This show is for you. Armed with this information and these insights, our host Joyce Joya will help you make better decisions both personally and professionally. Joyce will cover all the trends, from social to economic to workforce and more. You will have a chance to get your questions answered in a segment we call I'm Glad You Asked. This is one show you can't afford to miss. Now on Futures Television. It's Your Future with Joyce Joya.
So thank you so much, Joyce, for sharing, this information. And she is a big fan of Dubai. She's been there a couple of times. She wanted to do the show just to kind of share with people, her perspectives and how passionate she is about the place, So I hope you guys enjoyed. So Deb and I are going to take a very quick, short break, and then our next speakers are going to be up, which happens to be us. So give us a quick moment, and we'll be with you soon. See you soon. All right, so in our session, we are gonna introduce, Fuji, Free TV to all of you folks. How does that sound to you, Deb?
Sounds fantastic. This is an exciting time for us, so let's do it.
Wonderful. So let's get our presentation ready here, and I hope you guys can see it. I think I can go into present mode, and it's going to be even better. So hi, folks, and welcome to Fuji Free TV. This is transition from Futures Television to our new Fuji. This cute little guy in there that is waving at you is Fuji Free TV. So we're transitioning from the traditional model. We still are television that we have a regularly program schedule, and so we broadcast 24 hours a day through Futures Television. Now Fuji broadcasts 24 hours a day on Apple TV, Fire TV, and Roku TV, and now we are an app on Google Play Store and on via iOS on the Apple App Store. So this is a little bit of our story here. So the idea here is to introduce you our product, so Fuji.tv. So we are a digital television channel. So again, I was just sharing with you, we used to be just a linear channel where you watch 24 hours of programming, which you still can. You can still watch whatever we decide. But being a digital television channel in the FAST model, that's free advertising supported television, that means video on demand, but it doesn't cost you a dime. So it's free video on demand. So you watch whatever you want, whenever you want. So anything that you have and all of the shows plus all of the content is available again through all major, television platforms, Fire, Apple, and Roku, and as an app. So iOS for Apple devices and Google Play Store for all Android devices. So I want to share a little bit of our elevator pitch. So we do stream free films, original TV shows, and news and movie classics. And we tend to your personal professional interests as you discover unique business and health programs. So discover an entertainment experience that includes news, influencers, foreign content. It is education and entertainment in one place. So I'm gonna use Deb's words, edutainment. So this is about technology, entertainment, and education. Of course, we are in the process of growing, so we are looking to expand into new geographies, and we're gonna share a little bit about that. So this was, actually, Deb's idea. So how about, we had Fuji there, and Deb says, why don't you make this guy walk around and wave at people? So
yes, personality.
So I guess we love personalities, and it's so much fun when you have a partner such as Deb, who can think about it and let's do this, let's do that, let's do some other things. So Deb is energetic, and I'm energetic. So we kind of got this Fuji guy going. I hope you guys like it. So let's go to the next slide. So why do we do what we do? And I guess you probably heard a lot of people saying this throughout the day. So point out to people the problems that you solve. And in our case, we're looking to solve 4 different types of problems. So number 1 is the issue of fragmented content access. So we usually have to get several different apps or several different channels or into several different kinds of platforms. Well, I like television, but I like movies. I like movies, but I like shows. Well, where can you find the influencers? What about the news? Well, but we are around people. So we, as a round person, what about educational programs, right? So you have to go one here, one there. And so that's our value proposal here. So we created a single app. You can think of it as a television or as an app. So the idea is to eliminate the need for multiple subscriptions, right? And so it's trying to simplify your life. Instead of having 5-6 different apps to do 5-6 different things, we will offer one app that can do 5 or 6 different things. So Deb, why don't you address point number 2?
Absolutely. We wanted to make sure that we, again, back to the edutainment concept of providing entertainment to people. So that was important. So that meant we needed to, identify, movies and films and TV shows that would be of interest to people. But we really understood that there was out there in the marketplace, there was a real lack of business education and career development resources. So, and so a lot of people would watch a, streaming service and be entertained. But people play, they're complex human beings, right? You have your personal life where you want to relax and you want to enjoy entertainment. but you also have a work life, a career life. And either you're, working in a job, maybe you're working in, a management position at a company, or you're an entrepreneur, a business owner. We were able to kind of gather the assets of our content, our educational and professional development content, and bring that to the platform. So, so that you have it all in one place. So there's the entertainment component of it, but there's also the education component. So you may be watching a movie to relax, 1 minute, but you can stay within the platform and very quickly, click over and watch a television show or a health documentary, as an example. So you're kind of, feeding your professional development engine while you're also relaxing with your family. So that was something that was really important to us, and making sure that these programs were informational and educational, but also provided entertainment. So that's how the edutainment term kind of came into being. And then when we went to create the actual brand identity of this new platform, we wanted to incorporate the fact that this was, kind of the next, iteration or migration of Futures Television, which is the FUT, and then the double E, which stands for the education and entertainment content that's available on the platform. So we've got you covered. We believe, and it's not just the entertainment and the education. There's also access to news. There's access to influencer content. There's access to, you're part of our conference here, VCMEAX. We have a lot of thought leaders and experts in their field on business, health during these 4 days of our conference. And that content will be available on the platform as well. So we're really excited about it because it's really kind of a one-stop shop for content. And you could literally come and spend the day with us, and we would love to have you.
Wonderful. So the next thing is, entertainment costs quite a lot. So people, nickel and dime you to death, monthly fees and streaming services that charge you, they need your credit card. So that's called free. So free TV, that's because it's free. So the fast model, or free advertising supported television, that means you can access that content for free. So you don't have to pay a dime. So you don't have to sacrifice on quality or, in the number of options. But you don't have to pay out of pocket for that. Right. And the last point is Deb was mentioning. So now we concentrate the uniqueness that we offer. So the unique content. So we are actually going to our 5th global conference in October, right? And then on top of that, we have the health and wellness content, and then we have the entertainment aspects of what we do. But hey, wait, we also have the news, right? So we broadcast, the news stations, and you can access them again for free. That's Democracy Now! News Network. You got the news, you got entertainment, you got training, you got education, you got influencers, you get unique and original content, and again, you don't have to pay for that. So that's the kind of problem we solve, or problems we solve.
And there's one more, and there's more. There's always, we joke a lot about there, and there's more, and the more is that a lot of the content certainly is in English, but we do have a lot of programming in Spanish and in Portuguese. And as we expand, and because our conferences are global conferences, we're in many different parts of the world, we have we have channels that are dedicated to foreign languages, foreign language content. So that will be part of our expansion plan as well, as to continue doing that.
Wonderful. So let's talk a little bit about that. So in terms of the kind of content we offer, so again, most of our content is in English, right? And we're in the process of adding other languages. So, we see content in English, in Portuguese, in Spanish, and we do have our Cultura, which is culture. That's our brand. So in Cultura, we have our televisão. So that's television in Portuguese. We have Nuestra Televisión in Spanish, and then we have Televisión in French, and Fernsehen Canal in German. So we're in the process of expanding and adding, more content. So we have influencers, and we have the specific, original, and unique content that's going to be available to you. And some of it already is available to you for free. So let's talk a little bit about, so Cultura is our brand, and let's talk a little bit about the expansion plans. So this is kind of our Fuji's view of the world, I should say, right? So what you see in red first, so that's, the English speaking countries, and that's where we already have, followers and audience. So US and Canada, UK and Ireland, people in Nigeria, South Africa, Australia, New Zealand, actually Singapore as well, and the Philippines. So those are the people who already come to the platform and watch us. So what you see, the other colors, that means the different brands of Cultura. So right now, when in process of entering the Portuguese-speaking market, so you see Brazil there in red, Angola, Mozambique, and Portugal. So we are adding, influencer content, news and movies and shows. So there are several television shows already, already on the channel, so on the station, and you can check it out. Then we have content in Spanish. So we're starting in the US, because there's 61 million Hispanics inside the United States. So it's an easy place to start. We have influencers from Mexico, and now we're adding Argentina, Colombia, Peru, and of course, Spain as well. Next, we're working on the launch for French and German.
Mm-hmm.
So German content for Germany, Switzerland, and Austria. And French, mostly we're starting on France and Belgium. So, we keep adding new content. We keep adding different brands of Cultura. We keep adding languages. But again, the goal is to continuously expand. So if you are, say, sitting in the United States and you're curious about it, well, I want to learn Spanish. I can watch, Spanish television. I want to learn Portuguese. I can watch Portuguese television. I want to learn German. I can watch, German television. So the idea here is to give you options. So we think of ourselves as being like a supermarket. Sometimes you need, cleaning supplies. Sometimes you need filet mignon. Sometimes you want fish, and sometimes you want, I don't know, Halloween decorations. So try to think about ways in which we can kind of dance. So we ask you guys, what is that you want to watch, right? And then our duty here is to find what is that you want to watch. You want to be entertained, so we'll find ways to entertain you. Well, I want the news, so we'll keep you, entertained and informed. And then you don't want to pay for it, so we have to find a way to make it all free. And then you say, well, I want content variety. So, that's
and Halloween is coming up very, very soon here, right? So we'll have some content for Halloween, right? Some horror movies.
Yeah, we're going to have some surprises. So let's talk a little bit about our uniqueness. So let's focus on the uniqueness. So first and foremost, this is what, Deb and I started doing at the very beginning. So one of our uniquenesses is business education, right? So you see the business education, and through our 4 brands. So VCMEAX, VCEAX, VCMEAX, which is this conference, VCAPAX. So we are just finishing VCMEAX, so Middle East and Africa, and that's this conference. And then in October, we are entering BRICS X Marketplace, so the extended BRICS Marketplace, and that conference is going to be a little bit different. So it's not just focused on entrepreneurs and entrepreneurship, but also we have a big component about trade.
Right.
So as we're saying today with Camille, so this is so trade is not about an or and a but it's an and. Right. So we're focusing on including people and finding new markets. And hey, you are from the BRICS countries and you want to sell your services and goods. Wonderful. You are not, interested in doing business with them. Fantastic. And then, of course, we have people who are coming to the conference who are from Europe and from the US, from the UK, and they want to sell to them. So this is about inclusion and creating business opportunities. So that is, in essence, a trading conference or a trading conference.
Absolutely. So, I mean, if this is an opportunity for you, if you're considering global expansion, and, putting something in your business plan that talks about, growth through global expansion, and you're thinking about the BRICS trading bloc, any of the countries of the extended BRICS trading bloc, then you'll be able to come in and learn about those countries. We did learn this morning about Turkey and some of those opportunities. But this will go deeper into those opportunities. So it's about how to do business in these countries. So there's a real focus on the countries themselves, as well as on products and services that are being traded. And we also have working with traders on the products that they're selling. So it's really the development of a marketplace, bringing buyers and sellers together and providing you all with information that can help you determine what what your expansion plans could look like. And that's really the intent here, is to provide that information for you.
So in addition to the conferences, we have in excess of 300 hours of unique business content. So, and not just in the conferences, but as you saw, for example, today we saw Arthur Weiss's masterclass. So we have those types of programs. So that's what Deb does. So the masterclasses, the courses, the seminars, the workshops, they are all available. So as we move on, we'll continue to add more hours. So every other month, basically, we add another 100 hours, 120 hours of unique business content. So think of it as, hey, it's a global economy. And if you are thinking, so today, or I'm sorry, yesterday we had a copywriter from Israel, and today we had someone from Turkey to talk about business development. So it's a global market. Perhaps your marketing person is going to be from France, and your competitive intelligence is from the UK, and your logistics is in Germany, and your social media expert is in the US. It's a global economy, and we're here to build community. So take advantage of the conferences. Again, the conferences are all free. So take advantage of the conferences, use it for networking, use it for discovering new information. So today we learned about AI tools, right? So lots of new information. Tomorrow we're going to learn more about other AI tools.
Right.
But again, it's the uniqueness of education, but with that business flavor. So the people who come to the conferences, and that's one point that that makes very clear, is this is about practical advice.
Right.
So we're not going to talk about the theory. You're going to hear about what is stuff that you can do, pick up today and use it today in your startup.
Exactly right. Because a lot of where the need here is to be able to implement what you're learning, right? So just one other point that I want to make too is that the conferences, the sessions are relatively short. And so you have an opportunity to listen to one of our speakers during the course of the 4-day conference. But if you want to learn more and take a deeper dive and learn how to implement or execute those strategies, then many of our speakers have created the deeper dive, the master classes. We heard from Arthur today, who kind of took us into a 2-hour master class, which is also available. And then there are the more even larger fundamentals courses, which are typically 4 hours of content. And that helps you understand, step by step, how to implement. So that's actually the training component, the step-by-step training. So wherever you are if you just want to have a general understanding of the topic, listen to the speaker speak at the conference. You want to learn it a little bit more, then take one of the master classes. If you want to learn the how to step-by-step implementation, then the training courses are available to you as well. So the variety is very diverse. The content, the subject matter is very diverse, and then you have different ways of consuming that. Just general understanding or a deep dive, step-by-step training. Wherever you are on kind of that that knowledge or learning trail, we have something for you.
So I wanted to address the other uniqueness that we provide here. And so this is health and wellness. So every time you go into foodie, right, you're going to find a good variety of mostly American-made, health and wellness content. What you see is documentaries, films, talk shows, physician-generated content, for people of all ages. So if you tune in, of course, we have different types of channels, different types of documentaries. They cover a variety of topics. Soon we're going to show you, what the content looks like. But you have courses like you have, P2P, which is, the pregnancy course. Then we have documentaries that cover, a variety of health and wellness issues, so alternative treatments, cancer, radiation,
Pain
uh,
management,
pain management,
longevity.
eating, longevity,
Yeah,
sleeping, and stuff that perhaps we heard Michael saying we should sleep more. Well, we all need to
exactly.
sleep a little bit more.
Well, one thing too, I want to add to that, and Toby spoke about it in her remarks today about, about stress and anxiety and those things. And when we started doing this, and looking at the content and the conference programs, and building the agendas, we thought we really wanted to make sure there was a balance between the business education content and the health and wellness content, because we're all human beings, right? So we are running businesses, we're starting businesses, or we're in a corporate job, and we have to be take care of ourselves, right? And so that we can provide for our help our companies thrive and take care of our families. And so there was that real balance there and real focus on making sure we had the business and the health and the wellness. So I think, as if you come on board and come on our platform, it's free to consume the content. You'll see the diversity of that content. So we're really trying to give, a lot of support to those who want the business knowledge, but also want to be able to take care of themselves and their families. And we wanted to provide all of that. So that's really the intent here.
So when you come to think of it, so why do we mention those things? Our uniquenesses. One is business and the other is health and wellness. But we have more business content and more health and wellness content than the major supplier of entertainment in the United States. Well, you're going to say, well, duh, well, they don't play in this space. No, they don't. And that's why we're so special. It's our uniquenesses, again, the business education, all the content that is created, and then the training, the workshops, the seminars, the courses, right, the conferences, that's unique to us. And then the health and wellness, well, we offer more. Again, they are not interested in this market, and we are. So we think of you and all of us as whole people. So yes, the business side of the person, and then the distinctiveness or the health and wellness that we all need to tend to. Actually, every other speaker today talked about stress one way or solopreneurs are another. So again, when you think about us, think about us as the uniquenesses we bring. So in terms of strategic goals, right? So we're looking for partners, we're growing, we're adding more distribution channels, right? So right now our audience is very US centric. So it's an American company, it's an American platform and a television station. But we do have, about almost 20% of our audience that is abroad, and we keep growing, and growing abroad is a bit of a challenge because you need a content in foreign languages. So that's why we're working, to add that specific content. Now, when you think of it, and you saw we are in 5 different spaces. So the top or tier A televisions, and that's Apple TV, Roku TV, and Amazon Fire TV. But in addition to them, there are the other tiers of televisions. So they're called television set-up boxes or television sets, or you may have seen them as devices like the stick, like Roku is a stick. There are other kinds of sticks, and Apple is a box or a Apple TV device. There are other kinds of devices that are Android compatible, and that's where we are going. So in that space, you think of, so when you think about outside the United States, again, we're an American company, so we tend to think about the 3: Roku, Apple, and Fire. But abroad, so there are other device manufacturers and television manufacturers and telecom companies that have their own Android compatible devices, and that's where we're going. In many instances, they have more screens or more screen space than all of the 3 combined here in the US. But again, this represents opportunity, and people are interested in American produced content. So we have influencers, television shows. Americans are known for entrepreneurship and this, and so we offer this to the rest of the world, right? And they see that. And now we are in process of finding new distribution partners, and they are set-top boxes, television sets, TV devices, carriers, telecom carriers that can take our signal and distribute into their subscription base, basically. Now, this is kind of the end of the presentation, so I kind of want to change subjects a little bit, and I will stop sharing the presentation, and I want to give you a little bit of a taste. So let's start where we are. So I said we are a traditional or a linear television station. So I want to show a little bit of what that looks like, and then we're going to show you what is that the fast television model looks like. So let's start with the linear television. So let me show you a quick movie for us to, and then we're going to come back and talk about it. All right, so as you could see, linear programming. So what happens is in the morning or after midnight, we have movies and different kinds of entertainment television shows, right? And then we run through the morning, and what you find in the morning? Well, you find lots of documentaries about nature, documentaries about health, and documentaries about wellness. And then we get into the afternoon. So our shows pick up. So the house shows pick up after 2 o'clock. So, and I'm talking about Pacific Standard Times. So I pick up at 2 o'clock. So Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays we have one set of shows, and then Tuesdays and Thursdays we have a different kind of sets. So, for example, let me cover the Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. So we start with books and authors. So that is the book show on Fuji or Fuji Free TV. So who do we bring? Authors, book authors, and they are not necessarily just business or health and wellness, but a variety of different authors that have, anything that is published, we look into it. And if it kind of falls into the categories we explore, hey, there's books and authors. And then at 3 p.m., we have our own Ask Deb About Business. So Deb, why don't you share a little bit about Ask Deb About Business?
Absolutely. So this is a television show where we invite subject matter experts on the show, experts in their field, and we have a conversation. And the thing that I love about the show is that the focus really is on practical information. We're really about sharing practical steps that you can take to implement or execute on a topic. So it's informative, it's an interview setting. And we have these conversations with these really smart people in business, health, and wellness, actually business for the business show. And we really talk about their area of expertise. It could be business planning. It could be social media marketing. It could be, the business, the legalities of business. You name it. We have these, wonderful experts. Many who speak at our conferences come on the show. Many of those folks also create master classes or online training courses, or they're book authors, or all of the above. And we talk with them and ask them to share their expertise with our audience. And so the premise really there is practical information. So to Rob's point, it's not conceptual, it's not theory, it's based upon their years and years and years of experience. And we all want to learn from those experts. So they've already, uncovered, they already know the best practices because they've done the work. And so we can all benefit by watching that show to learn from these experts. So that's the business show.
Wonderful. And right after that, we have the Cookbook podcast. So that is, and she was here yesterday, Iris Goldfeder. So it's all things marketing. So deploying your strategy, SEO, marketing, email marketing, dealing with CRM, dealing with your customers, customer acquisition, conversion, etc. So that's basically our show. And right after that, we have GCTV. So GCTV is a very special type of program. So this is focused. It's created by a man who has a lot of experience in the international arena, so international public policy, international politics, geopolitics. So you have academics, politicians, researchers that come in and talk about big topics, international relations, how we relate to each other, trade conferences, and and trade situations, but also about culture, international relations. So that's the focus of that show. And then we close at 6 with Reflections. So Reflections is our other house show, and Reflections is again about specific topics related to the U.S. or to special interests that we find here, or actualities, contemporary issues. Then we transition to the Tuesdays and Thursdays, and then the show is a little bit different. So the lineup starts with It's Our Future with Joyce Joya. So Joyce, when she comes to the conference, sometimes she runs hair sessions as shows.
Mhm.
That's what she did today. So It's Your Future with Joyce Joya, Dubai City of the Future. And she actually has a different episode where she goes. Actually, she has 2 episodes on Dubai. One with Mads Wolf, the manager of the 25-hour hotel, which sits right across from the Museum of the Future, and then she has with the Innovation and Entrepreneurship Center that is next to the hotel as well. Then Deb at 3 o'clock is Ask Deb about health, and what's that all about?
Absolutely. So the health show, a similar format, and that we bring on health practitioners, medical doctors, nurses, healthcare practitioners, to talk about topics that are important to our audience. Things about like pain management, cancer, as an example, longevity, about healthy life, living a healthy life, things like that. Because again, it's we really want to provide this information that serves entire human beings, right? So your work life and your personal life, your family life. And so the health show is we bring these wonderful medical experts on to share their expertise with all of you. And I love it because we get a lot of great questions from our audience to help us understand what they want to learn about, what they want to know about. And we invite those guests on our show to share their expertise.
Wonderful. Right after that is In Focus. So In Focus is our house show done in association with WFSF, so the World Future Studies Federation. So, and you see that in our conference every day 4, you see a lot of futurists coming in. So again, that's kind of what we do. So we are about business intelligence, competitive intelligence, and futures. So we dedicate one entire day of each one of our conference to future studies, right? So future studies, futures literacy. Of course, WFSF is the premier academic futurist association. So we always bring their content. We have there are shows, and then at 5 o'clock is again GCTV, and going back to international relations. And at 6 o'clock we close the special shows with Unique Voices. So Unique Voices is actually run by Iris Goldfeder as well, and that show addresses issues of LGBTQ plus entrepreneurs. So their challenges, their triumphs, their accomplishments, and what they go through. So again, this is a place where we value diversity and inclusion. So we have a diverse line of shows, and so our shows, the house shows, run 2 o'clock to 6 o'clock, and then we have other shows that are very, very proud to show them. So you're going to find a lot of them in our station. And then when we get into the evening hours, right, then we go back to showing documentaries. We talk about food, and then we talk about nature. And then after 8 p.m., we get into the movies again. So go back to movies, and we go through midnight, 1 o'clock, 2 a.m., and then that's the next day. So although this is interesting, and actually Love and Deb and I have excellent conversations about what's going to be the programming, what's going to be the lineup, and what kind of movies are we going to be showing. And people tell us, "Oh, I want to see more of this or less of that." So that's fun and interesting. But the other aspect of what we do is, and we realize, so at times you want that certainty, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday at 2 o'clock or at 4 o'clock. But how about you're in Central and not in Pacific, or you are in Eastern and not in Central? And then we started getting so many requests in terms of, your 6 o'clock Pacific is my 9 p.m. So it's too late for news. Why don't you run it a little earlier during the day? But then I got the opposite. Well, why are you showing the 6 o'clock news at 3 p.m.? You can't do that. How did we solve that problem? Well, Deb and I sat down and say, how about we do it whatever you want to watch, whenever you want to watch it, and wherever you want to watch it. And this way, I think we kind of tend to Greeks and Trojans at the same time. So why don't I show you guys a little bit about that? So let me go into presentation mode and let's present. So what you're gonna see here is the tour of the back door. So we're gonna show you what happens behind the screen. So this is the way we manage the tool, of course. So we're not on telephone, so I can show you how the app looks on the phone because we are sitting in the PC. So we are sitting in a different kind of media, but it looks especially like this and about the same. So what you see is we have a session that says live. That's where you can see what's running on the schedule, linear schedule television. But this is the part where it says video on demand, so you can choose. So start showing, the uniqueness of our programming. So this is the VCMEAX Conference channel. So during the conference, Deb and I say we're simulcasting or simultaneously broadcasting lots of what you see in the conference. What that means, either you are joining us through Eventbrite, which is one gateway, or you're watching us live from one of the social media platforms. So we're live on YouTube, live on Facebook, Instagram. One more, Deb. What am I missing? Oh, LinkedIn.
LinkedIn, right.
Live on LinkedIn. Or you probably, so this is also because of the work that Deb does in terms of training. So we also broadcast via in the StreamYard. So we have, our seminars and that's why we broadcast via StreamYard. So you can be watching on one platform or on a social media platform or on a television or on an app or through our StreamYard broadcasting system. And then what you see here is the conferences. Each conference has its channel. So, we have, as soon as they're done and as soon as the day is done, we start processing the videos, we save the videos, and then we start broadcasting them. So we have films from yesterday. So if you miss any one of the presentations from yesterday, you are going to find them, for example, Discover Theodore Africa. It was broadcast while they're talking, and it's available on demand. Again, on demand is a way of saying it's free, so you don't have to pay for any of it. So we have Tom Myers with his special on Futurize Your Health and Well-Being. You can watch it already there, right? So we watched Launchpad, Mastering Entrepreneurship Essentials. So we have several of those that are already available on video on demand. Deb, why don't you share with us a little bit about P2P or pregnancy to parenting?
Absolutely. So the Pregnancy to Parenting is an online course that is all about helping prospective parents learn about their prenatal and postpartum journey, their journey to become parents. And it's an online training course. It's a very robust course, but we took the videos from the course and made them available here for free. So wherever you are, if you're thinking about becoming pregnant or you are or just delivered a baby and maybe you want to learn how to, the important things to know about feeding your baby, sleep training your baby, how to introduce your baby to their siblings, the family dog, how to hire help, what the hospital visit looks like, how to deal with postpartum depression. It's it's an opportunity for you to just sit and listen to experts. And we built the content working with over 1,000 babies and their parents and medical professionals who are literally educating you about everything you need to know. And those are beautiful lessons and videos to watch. And so that's those videos you'll see it here on the platform. It's called P2P, Pregnancy to Parenting.
And this is just the first module. There are actually 10 modules, right? So we're going to go, there are 10 seasons to it.
Absolutely, month by month, because there are over 45 videos in total. So we're releasing them. We released module 1, which is the pregnancy module. So there are 4 videos that are available this month. and that really talks about the first trimester, the second trimester, the third trimester, and then what your rights are from a workforce standpoint if you're pregnant at work, or find out you're pregnant, what your rights are on the job. So those are the 4 videos that are available right now.
Wonderful. So moving on, so we do host film premieres, and we did one last week actually. So for the 11 Tomorrow, so this is a production from TextTube from Australia, and this is a collection of different movies, and they address. So they were filmed in the city of Brisbane, and Brisbane is going to be the seat of the 2032 Olympics. So it's their vision for 2032 for Brisbane into the future. So they deal with a variety of different topics associated with, the future of the city. So sustainability, what's going on in the city. I'm not going to share a lot because I want you to watch. They're wonderful movies. So every time there's a film festival and we're partner with them, then we release, a batch of new films. They can be dramas, they can be comedy, they can be romance, different kinds of genres. But we do that, so we constantly work with different film studios to launch their products. Next. So documentaries. So you're going to find a lot of different documentaries, and some of the people who speak in the conferences are actually part of the documentaries. Like Lois Damhoff is there. So Futures Literacy in the Netherlands, you can hear about her. So we have lots of contributions from the Netherlands, actually. So Gert Hofstede, Erasmus Millennius. So there are several documentaries that are social in nature, and then you're going to find some that are nature and some that are health. I'm going to cover them separately, but we create a catalog so that it's easy for you to look at something and quickly identify what you want to watch. So next is science fiction. So in science fiction, we have different movies, movies that are now versions of Star Wars. We have award-winning movies like Fantastic Planet. Some are cartoons. So we actually have some of our futurists, like Dr. Tom Lombardo. He has a series of books and a series of workshops where he talks in depth about science fiction, what it is. And of course, then you'll find different science fiction movies going back from the very beginning. So the Trip to the Moon is actually the first recorded movie that we have in history. So we have that. And then we go through a variety of different movies. Then, of course, you get into the health. And in the health, as Deb was explaining, one of our focus, so magic medicine about, mushrooms. Then we have the cancer cure. Then we have stem cells. We have different versions of stem cells and treatments. Then we have a patient advocacy that actually Deb covers in the TV show, but we have documentaries about it. So getting a second opinion about, losing sleep, about eating disorders, about gluten, about, how our digestive, tract works, about longevity, about radiation. So you're going to find a good variety of documentaries that are associated with health and wellness. Now, then we have the documentaries that are associated with nature. So, the different continents, or Blue Planet is one of them, but, go to the different continents or visit Antarctica during the different, seasons of the year. And then you go visit, outside of our galaxy, inside of our solar system, outside of the solar system, visit different planets. And then we get into a wonderful collection of geology, so fossils and finding fossils and dealing with them and understanding, the rocks that we see somewhere on the beach, or, volcanic rocks. So it's very, very educational. Then transitioning a little bit into the entertainment. So we have dramas. So dramas that are produced both here in the US or abroad. So we have English movies, French movies, Czech movies, Chinese movies, Japanese movies that fit the drama bill. Then we have crime movies. We have the classics, of course. We have the film noir, the good old thrillers and detective stories that we love. Then, of course, it's almost Halloween time, so we have a good variety of horror movies, new and old, and from all walks of life and from different countries, not just from the US. So if you're in for different horror movies, the classics like the Little Shop of Horrors, to Frankenstein, Lady Frankenstein, The Cure is a Japanese movie. So and you're gonna find a little bit for everyone. Then we get into the classic movies, and that's a different collection. But again, like All About Eve and things like that. So the classics, the stuff that we come back and watch time and time again. Hey, you find it in the classic collection. Then we have a special session for films in Spanish, so they are spoken in Spanish. So The Kiss of Spider-Woman is one of them, and Seven Rules of Power. So those are, sometimes in Spanish version of American movies, and sometimes they're Spanish movies or Mexican movies or Argentinian movies produced in Spanish. But of course, if you're trying to learn Spanish, and you can watch Dracula in English, and you can turn and watch it in Spanish as well, so you can see how to bite someone's neck in Spanish and in English. So if you are so tempted, then we have a special collection of foreign movies. So we go through French movies, German movies, Japanese, Chinese, Czech movies, Indian movies, English movies. So we have a good variety in there. And of course, we find some pros and we add them, like conversations with Fritz Lang, a German cinematographer. So we find a good variety of content in there. Then news. So our station broadcasts Democracy Now! So every day it's released in the morning. So Democracy Now! Broadcasts in the morning, in the afternoon. So we rebroadcast the news in the morning, in the afternoon. But again, it doesn't have to be at 6 o'clock or 9 o'clock. No, you pick it. So you can watch at 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock, the 6 o'clock news at 10 a.m. or the 6 a.m. news at 6 p.m. You name it, you choose it. The moment Democracy Now! Releases the news, we broadcast the news and we add it to video on demand. So you don't have to watch for the 6 o'clock news. Again, we will broadcast it at 6 o'clock. So 6 o'clock my time, not your time. So we broadcast it at 6 o'clock on the schedule. But again, you might be in a different time zone. You might be in another country altogether, or you don't feel like waiting until 6 o'clock. You want it at 10 a.m. or you want it 10 a.m. as opposed to 6 p.m. You decide. So whenever the news are available, we'll get it to you. So whatever you want to watch, whenever you want to watch, and whichever way you want to watch, we make it available. Then we got into our different brands. So what you see here is Cultura. So that's in Portuguese. So you have different documentaries in Portuguese. You have travel and tourism. We have food. We have music. We have specific shows. We have all of our. So you see contents that you had in our conference. So this, for example, this person won the Shark Tank Brazil, Amanda Momenti. So she talks about, of course, it's all in Portuguese, but that's our Portuguese brand of programming. We have, of course, our good friend Conceição, and she is from Portugal, and she talks a lot about competitive intelligence and literature. It's lovely, and of course the round tables that are in specific foreign language, they're housed here too. So you can find reflections in Portuguese with Maria Souza, so ONG, Amazon, indigenous communities, and etc. So you find the VCMEAX Marketplace, which is happening next month. You find the roundtables in specific foreign language, they're housed here. So if you have a roundtable in Portuguese, of course, the conference is run in English. But if we have roundtables in other languages, which we do, then they go into the specific foreign language channel. In this case, we have several of the roundtables that are in Portuguese. And it's the same thing for Spanish. So we have, all the content that is in Spanish, the health content, the business content that is in Spanish, the talk shows that are in Spanish, the influencers that are speaking Spanish. So we can go and access that unique content. And as you saw from our presentation, we are in process of creating the French channel and the German channel. And of course, we want to create other channels as well. But I guess it's one step at a time. Then we get into the business education. So that's basically where you see the past conferences. So you see VC EuropeX, VC Latinx, VC APAX. So the specific contents are housed here. So again, if there was an expert, like a pitch coach from VC Latinx, and you'd like to see that, you can go back and watch it. Or if there is a specific, marketing or no, a money management presentation you'd like to watch, you can go back and watch it. And of course, hey, we have Joyce here as well. She was launching her book, and she had a hologram. So if you want to watch, her hologram, you can go and take a look. So this is our way of keeping the collection in one place, and that's part of the uniqueness. You're gonna find what happened in the conferences, and then you have the stuff that Deb does, the workshops, the master classes, the courses. So they're all housed within the business education, and that's where you find it. Then we get into the specific shows. So Deb mentioned, I step about business. So if you want to watch, so Catherine Jones is coming back tomorrow. It's a wonderful show, and then you can watch it. So that was recorded in our studios in Chicago. So she's coming back tomorrow, so she's going to have a different take. But if you want to see what they said in prior shows, you can go in and take a look. And then that's the rest of the content. So you have reflections in Portuguese. You have It's Your Future with Joyce Joya. So today she showed us a special, which is Dubai City of the Future. It's already in her collection, but if you want to go and visit, the future of living spaces, or if you want to see the APF's 20th celebration that was in the Museum of the Future in Dubai, or if you want to see the interview with Mads Wolf, which was who is the manager for the 25-hour hotel, sitting right across from the Museum of the Future. So it's all there. And then we have the Augmented Market VR channel. So lots of art and music together in VR. So that's where we're going forward. And then, of course, you have Unique Voices. And that is, again, going back to Iris Goldfeather. And that's her specific show for entrepreneurs who are LGBTQIA and or supporters and or allies. So it deals with specific issues. So again, diversity, inclusion, and variety of content. But again, if you feel like you want to watch the regularly scheduled programming, hey, follow our programming. And if you feel like you want to go to something specific and watch it, just use the VOD. Again, it is all free. News, business, entertainment, health and wellness in one place. I guess that kind of summarizes the value we bring, the problems we solve, and the platform. So be on the lookout for our new Android TV compatible solutions that are coming up. Right now, you can watch us on Roku TV, on Apple TV, Amazon Fire TV. You can watch us on any Android device via the Google App Store, and on any Apple device or iOS via the Apple App Store. Anything else that you would like to share about, our solutions here?
I'm just thrilled that we're able to bring this kind of diversity in content and programming to the world, and very excited about what we've done so far. We've actually taken a lot of the content we've been developing over the last couple of years and made it available at no charge to anybody on these platforms. So please don't be shy. Come out, take a look, download the apps. We'd love to see you on the platform, and there's a lot more to come. So so stay tuned, and very soon you'll see Foodie wearing or holding his pumpkin for Halloween, and we'll have some special movies and things for that holiday. So looking forward to what's ahead of us.
Okay, so in our closing, I'm going to show you what the app looks like. So if you give us a second, I will load. Just a second.
Okay.
All right. So Deb and I will be more than happy to see you guys on Footy, footy.tv, free TV.
Absolutely. Please don't be shy. We'd love to see you on the platform and give us your ideas and recommendations. And we'd love to hear from you.
Wonderful. So, folks, that brings us to the end of this session. If you give us a moment, we're going to transition to the next session, which happens to be us again. So give us a quick second and we'll be back soon. Wow, what a fun day we had today. Was packed with wonderful news and information. And so what did you like? No, I can
Oh my
ask you
gosh.
which is your favorite child, but
What a
tell us
great
what you
day, right? It's such a great day. Well, we started off the day with Camille Kazan-Sari, who talked about how we can do business in Turkey. So I love that.
That was amazing. So I really like, Camille. So interesting. And so one thing that we're talking about, it's not an or, it's an and.
It
So
is.
go and explore. Turkey is at the passageway between Africa, Asia, and Europe. So what a great place to start. So that's something that I really like. I love that presentation. What else did you like, Deb?
So we had, and I love this, Arthur presented his masterclass, the AI tools for competitive intelligence. So he spent 2 hours with us, actually, just teaching us about the tools that are available. And I think that one of the big key takeaways is that's exactly what it is. It's a tool, but to take it with a grain of salt. And make sure you do your homework and your due diligence to verify the information that is shared with you, right?
And after that, we had Toby Wyatt, and her topic was, the C-suite perspectives. That's also the COO and CHRO. Wow, what an amazing presentation! And she was touching on some very specific issues about, burnout and stress and how to deal with that. So I thought, so Arthur did a take on tools and techniques, and she did a take on people and how we feel. I love that one.
I thought that was really terrific. And then we had Michael Horash shared the top 10 things you need to know as you start a business. And I love that. It was again, we're big fans of practical information and practical advice. And he gave us exactly that.
Yes, and then of course we had Josh Joya, and she talked about Dubai City of the Future. I mean, she's an enthusiast. I couldn't find any better person to talk about Dubai than what she does. So it was sharing about strategies, places you need to go, how to network, how to build your network, and finding your way in Dubai. So that was amazing. And then of course, our last session, Deb.
We wrapped it up with the launch of foodie.tv, free TV, where you can watch us on Roku TV, Amazon Fire TV, and Apple TV. And please go download our apps, the Apple App Store and the Google Play Store for Android. So it's out there, it's available. We'd love to have you come and take a look and join us.
Wonderful. So let's kind of turn to tomorrow. So tomorrow we have a couple of things. Of course, all times are Eastern Standard Time, ESG. We open day 3, and tomorrow Arthur is back. So he said he was going to come back, and he is coming back tomorrow. So it's going to be open source intelligence with AI. So again, he is a CI expert, and he's going to talk about AI tools for CI. Then we have the African VC landscape. So Nathaniel with Boy will concentrate on opportunities for women and minorities. and how to navigate the VC landscape or ecosystem in Africa. Then at 10 o'clock, we have Gen Zers and money, so dealing with money issues. And then Catherine. So Catherine is back with compelling communications for startups. So we are startups. We all want to find a way to communicate. Then at noon, we have a special keynote from Dr. Bob, so Robert Saul, and it's about community improvement and becoming a good citizen. Then towards the end of the day, we're going to have podcasting with Chris Hill, and I'm going to share my own content, which is storytelling and scenarios. And then we close the day with Dr. Hafsa Ahmed and the futures of education. So I guess that's going to be all for today and tomorrow. Any parting words, Deb?
Just thank you, everybody, for being with us today. We're delighted to be with you, and we hope you'll come back and be with us again tomorrow and Thursday.
Wonderful. So, folks, thank you so much, and we'll be seeing you tomorrow.